Okay. Let's see. What's the start now? 9 p.m. And whose time is that? Because I'm fairly certain should start about now. Or actually, no, we still got a bit of time. Let's see. 9 p.m. So we still got a couple hours. What are we gonna play in the meanwhile? What about? Let's do some V Rising, shall we? This 2 more hours. Is it though? Go away. Nobody likes you. Damn advertisement. Yeah. Okay, so we still got a few more hours. Then we'll do the Summer Game Fest. Why don't we do some V Rising? Little Glory. What the? I have never even heard of that game.
From the final version. But regardless of if the events presented are identical to the final game or not, don't worry, I won't be spoiling any story details for Final Fantasy XVI, just discussing some of the themes at play and the stage they set. Phalisthea is a world that returns Final Fantasy to its more classic fantasy roots, albeit with heightened cinematic aspirations. It's not afraid to throw spectacle after spectacle your way right from the off, with the early arrival of the ice icon Shiva onto a dusty battlefield truly stunning in its execution as she glistens in all her glory. She provides a stark contrast to her opponent, the stony, monolithic titan who towers over the skirmish between two rival factions below. There's a sheer enormity to the size of these icons that even the likes of old-school God of War or Shadow of the Colossus would be jealous of. They may be well-worn reference points for anything vaguely medieval fantasy, but it's hard to ignore the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones influences here. The story is rooted in the struggle over the 5 mother crystals that tower over Phalisthea, which are the source of the magic that powers this world. Naturally, the continent's 6 nations are going to want to fight for control of these, and so a constant state of conflict
why did my Steam title not
update? One of those nations is the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, and you play as Clive Rosfield, son of the ruling Archduke. Over the course of the opening few hours, you're transported through different periods of his life as the personal catalyst for his story is revealed. It's not a revolutionary setup for a story in this genre, but one introduced with a fair amount of elegance in an early cadence that maintains a good balance between action and dialogue. This pace and a general sense of excitement are infinitely aided by the superb score that soundtracks the events too. It's worth saying at this point that Final Fantasy XVI's opening hours are very story heavy, and while it does a great job at introducing Clive's family ties and those who aim to unbind them, it did leave me wishing I was playing a more active part in it at times. Not least because when you do get let off the leash, its combat never fails to impress. That heightened sense of cinema translates equally well to the battlefield, with each encounter feeling like a real event. In my relatively short amount of playtime, I fought no fewer than 8 bosses, each delivering spectacles on both macro and micro level, ranging from massive monster clashes to time-bending.
They definitely updated it multiple times, even through the mod itself.
The stretch of gameplay sees you playing as teenage Clive, as you venture through a swampy marshland littered with the most goblin-looking goblins you've ever seen. It culminates in a very fun fight against this world's version of the classic Final Fantasy enemy Morble, a slimy, tendrilled set of teeth with a serious case of bad
title seems fine for me, but the bot says no.
That thing's breath is worse than its bite.
It's Final Fantasy XVI's first real display of its fantastic combat in full flow, with its signature cinematic strikes.
Doesn't like when I do that doesn't.
Introduced to your arsenal. It's a set of tools that is steadily added to as you progress, with different magic abilities welcomed into the fold. And while I had plenty of toys to play with, I still feel
I'm still a little
early. The surface of what these combat systems have to offer.
It's okay though.
That's especially true when it comes to its showpiece kaiju-like icon battles, which flip the script when it comes to gameplay, each promising revealing a delve into a new genre. The aforementioned opening exchange
And it
between
looks
two
like
firing
Diablo,
icons,
doesn't it?
which played more like
The
a
character.
rail shooter than an RPG, conjures up welcome memories of the finale to Nier Automata in its desire to frequently switch up gameplay styles.
What quality am I looking at?
As large scale as Final Fantasy 16 can
Just
be at
1080.
times, I was slightly surprised by how contained some of its levels can be. Early on, at least, they were all relatively narrow locations that funnel
Why don't we
you into arena with
see if we can
occasional
find this
forays
stream on
off the
Twitch?
beaten path that
Maybe it's
rewarded
higher
you with
quality.
useful
I
items.
don't
A
think
great
it will be,
example
but
of this is the Greatwood area, which acted as the final destination of my hands-on. A verdant green forest, it largely consisted of leafy corridors connecting fights with feisty flora and fauna to
But this
bosses
is not
of
new
varying
content
sizes.
anyways.
The most notable of these being the scaly giant Fafnir, which looked like something on an exchange trip from Skull Island.
Getting shit, really.
You'd better hope so.
I did spend a small amount of time in a much wider open space from later in the game, containing side quests and challenging foes to take down. But this
Really?
by no means felt like the open world
Gotta
Final
go
Fantasy
tags.
that fans have become accustomed to of late in Final Fantasy 15. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Not every game needs to be a sprawling world to get lost in, and in some ways, it was a refreshing throwback to the more linear Final Fantasy of old, even if it did feel a little restricted to a repetitive rhythm of cutscene, battle, with exploration coming at a premium. There's nothing old school about the combat though, which feels sharply
Should be
cutting
live.
edge in
I
its
guess they
fluidity.
ain't yet.
Fast-paced action really is excellent. So good in fact that I found myself often thinking, just let me do it more. As I said, cutscenes make up a lot of Final Fantasy XVI's early runtime, and while story has always been a big part of the series, I think it may be the sheer speed of its action that leads to the
Gives me a bit of time
transition
to
from combat
update
into
the
slower
website as well, I
dialogue-heavy
suppose.
scenes, delivering more whiplash this time around. The scenes themselves are all well acted and admirably succinct in their exposition. It's just more of a testament to the sheer thrill of its combat than anything, that I couldn't wait for them to move along at an even swifter pace.
You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise. Including me.
For those that really want to take their time and delve deeper into the history of Valisthea, however, there's the handy active time law system. This essentially acts in a similar fashion to Prime Video's X-ray feature, allowing you to hit a button and pause the scene at any moment to learn more about the characters speaking or the terminology they're using. It's a smart way to provide extra context for those who want it without overloading on exposition for those who just want to zip along to the next fight. That's not to say that Final Fantasy 16 doesn't entertain in its slower moments, and indeed some of them are effective in building
What
client
category am I
protagonists
in?
to care about.
Should be
He's an
okay, but I'm not seeing it on
emotional,
Twitch.
character plagued with a tragic backstory that adds a welcome amount of depth. A section where you're set loose to roam around his family home of Rosalith Castle serves as a great way of introducing us to Clive and his place in this world, as he interacts with soldiers in training, magical gardeners, and a bounty of regional British accents. From what I've seen so far, the future looks very bright for Final Fantasy 16.
And the back panel
Its
Twitch
opening
is
few
slow
hours of
today.
hulking
Holy
icon
crap.
showdowns, superb melee combat, and story that delivers on both a personal and global level are anything to go by.
I should be on
then a
special
very
events,
fun time
but I'm
is
not
on
seeing
the
my channel.
horizon. I'm hopeful that the ever so stuttering pace irons itself out over the hours to come,
Because the
with
language.
its ferociously fun gameplay taking precedence as Clive's journey broadens. I went into my time with Final Fantasy 16 incredibly excited about what I'd seen in its many trailers and showcases, and left very happy that very
says
little of
English,
that
yet.
anticipation had diminished by the time I'd finished.
Good boy.
For more from Final Fantasy 16, check out the
Yeah,
latest
that's weird.
trailer,
Mine is not
and for
listed on
everything
the
else, stick
English.
with IGN.
Why is that? Stream language. I even set it to English. What the hell?
Since their inception, video games have acted as portals
Interesting.
to other worlds. Unlike books and films, they allow us to not just be immersed in another land, but to truly explore one. It's that core fantasy that has seen the concept of the open world
Got
flourish.
that?
What better way is there to create a sense
Isn't
of
that
a
game
single
abandoned-
world,
abandoned
but to build
already?
one with as much depth and as few borders as possible. That goal has seen the open world advance from a form of environment design to a whole diverse genre in its own right. Where linear game design delivers slices
Now
of
I'm
another
listed.
reality, the open world
Have to
aims to
click it
simulate
again.
on a
Wait,
grander level.
it did say
combines
English.
geography, architecture, populations, and events to create a living city.
Maybe it just takes a while
region, or
before it shows
kingdom.
up.
The thing that
Is
truly
it still showing
separates
some
open worlds from
old
linear
stuff?
games, though, is freedom. For some developers, this means offering a wide range
Got
of
'em
activities
delayed that
buffet
much.
style to ensure you're always free to play what you want. For others, it's providing the tools so that you can freely explore a world how you want. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and its predecessor Breath of the Wild are emblematic of that play how you want philosophy.
Let's
Their core
see.
mechanics are built around the authentic sense of adventure that
Well,
organic,
actually,
freeform discovery can bring. This is why, outside
kind
of
of thought
the
of
main
as late,
quest,
but I'm
we're
actually
offered very little direction. Its map is
actually
devoid
really
of
early.
activity icons. Instead, the architecture of Tears of the Kingdom's world is designed to draw your attention and encourage you to uncover its untold secrets. Since there are few pre-plotted
Let's see.
objectives, the unknown journey towards your chosen goal is as important as the destination itself. That's why the very topography of Hyrule, from its steep mountains to its floating islands, is designed to provide navigation challenges that require genuine effort and planning to conquer. You may need to plot an exhausting climb, risk a dangerous drop, paraglide an awkward route, or combine more unusual techniques to reach a point of interest. It's through all this that a genuine sense of accomplishment is achieved, which in turn makes the discoveries on the other side of those challenges all the more spectacular, regardless of if that's a valuable treasure or a priceless vista. Nintendo generated Breath of the Wild's now signature exploration style by engineering a detailed simulation of the physical world. Gravity, wind, fire, and propulsive forces can all be harnessed to launch Link to places that initially seemed impossible to reach, and each new discovery
I'm
makes
surprised
Hyrule
the
even more vast and unknown.
Switch is able to
Tears of
keep
the
up with
Kingdom
it.
takes this one step forward with its new crafting abilities, Fuse and
I mean,
Ultra
it's
Hand, which
already
allow you
quite
to
empty
make a
because the
variety of
Switch is kind
improvised
of
weapons and
dated.
contraptions. It's an impressive system
Well,
that
maybe
continually
dated is not
broadens
the
the
right
game's
word, but
horizons with each new find.
it's
For
not
instance,
able to keep
experimenting
up with
with Ultra
modern
Hand may see
gaming.
you craft an airship. That's a fantastic achievement in its own right, but that airship can now be used to explore distant mountaintops or employed as part of a new tactic to parachute into bokoblin camps. It's a domino effect. Each new discovery opens up new ways to play, which in turn enhances Tears of the Kingdom's sense of freedom. Development of Breath of the Wild, and in turn Tears of the Kingdom, was partially inspired by the advancements of open-world games in the West. We can see that most clearly in Hyrule's map-revealing towers and Link's ability to climb almost any surface. Two mechanics that directly build upon the trademarks of Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed series. But the more important inspiration, cited by Nintendo itself, is Skyrim. Bethesda's spirit of adventure can be found in the way Zelda employs enemy camps, unmarked secrets, and distant landmarks that beg to be explored. Nintendo's interpretation of these ideas have since triggered industry trends. In Elden Ring, we explore a world with a similar approach to rewarding curiosity and risk-taking, while Death Stranding is an entire game dedicated to making challenging traversal the main event. But while Breath of the Wild was clearly a turning point for the industry, its approach to open worlds is not perfect for all people. Its lack of direction and seemingly infinite options can be limiting rather than inspiring.
I mean, that's
Overwhelmed players
kind of
have
what an
a
open world
tendency to stick
is.
to main
Lack of
objectives
direction,
and just a
not
handful of
linear.
simple, reliable techniques. For these players, direction and guidance can be beneficial,
Ever played an
which
open
is
world?
where the more traditional play what you want design of open worlds comes
That's
in.
cool.
This strain of open world arose during the early 2000s, as the success of Grand Theft Auto 3 ushered in a tidal wave of so-called GTA clones. And by the release of Assassin's
The
Creed 2
Getaway.
in 2009, the genre's
Actually,
modern form had
kind of
fully
wanted
emerged.
to play that game.
It's characterized by a map populated by dozens or
I still have the
sometimes even
game, physical
hundreds of weapons,
copy.
each of which represents one
You
of a
still game.
variety of activity types, ranging from main missions to momentary distractions. These are typically evenly spread across a number of regions. Clearing a region may involve playing through a couple of dungeons, solving several puzzles, collecting a few resources, and defeating the local world boss, in addition to
Hello.
the main and side quests. This arrangement effectively makes the map a question. What are you in the mood for right now? A detailed main quest, or something more bite-sized? This design, often referred to as
Pretty
the
weird.
Ubisoft formula, is the foundation of dozens of games, including smash hits such as Batman Arkham City, Ghost of Tsushima, and the Horizon series. And it's obvious why this design is so popular. It directs you to the world's most interesting and exciting activities, something invaluable to those who need guidance, time-poor players, and people looking to achieve 100% completion. The arrangement provides a more authored experience, where many of the greatest moments in Zelda are rooted in the journey across Hyrule and the things you discover, often by accident along the way. The greatest hits in more traditionally designed open worlds come from fantastic mission or activity design. Ghost of Tsushima's duels, Horizon's mech battles, and Arkham City's stealth infiltrations are all among the genre's high points, but these moments are created for you rather than by you. The more directed an open world is, though, the more important it is to preserve a sense of adventure. With too many icons, the world effectively becomes an awkward menu in which you need to walk between the game modes. Its sense of place is lost, and the purpose of it being an open world in the first place dissolves. Assassin's Creed Unity is the poster child for this mistake. Its map rendered incomprehensible thanks to a clutter of symbols highlighting everything from main missions to the most insignificant treasure chest. As proven by the likes of The Witcher 3 and Skyrim, a good open world map knows when to signpost, when to hint, and when to say nothing at all.
I don't know what you're saying, Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Perhaps the reason Rockstar Games is considered among the open world's most important custodians, then, is that its games find a way to blend discovery and direction together. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2, the studio's most recent and accomplished open world, is full of orphaned moments. The serial killer, the voice of the devil, and the vampire are just a few well-known examples of bizarre characters and questlines that you'll find during your travels through the American frontier.
What the hell?
Crucially, these activities are not marked on your map until you stumble across them. In fact, Rockstar is reluctant to add icons to its maps at all, using them sparingly to mark significant quest givers and previously discovered locations. And so bumping into one of Red Dead's many unusual strangers feels like a genuine discovery, and the quest that spin out of those meetings feels like a true adventure rather than a pre-planned activity. By blurring the boundary between freedom and precise scripting, Rockstar achieves its trademark atmosphere, worlds that feel both cinematic and authentic. But authenticity comes from more than just freedom. It's built on simulation. There's a constant two-way conversation between the world and the player. When snow falls, you need to dress appropriately to fend off the cold. Wade through water, and you'll need to clean your weapons to restore their effectiveness. Act with kindness or cruelty, and the population will respond accordingly. Even the impression of your boots in the mud conveys a sense of believable reality. This is a genuine world. And
Who needs a jacket in snow?
Mark on it.
Not me.
Rockstar's apparently infinite budget means its graphics technology can make a world that looks photorealistic and thus increasingly
It does look good,
believable.
though.
Studios across the world have long recognized that visual grunt alone can't make an open world feel alive. The land has to react to your presence. This understanding can be traced all the way back through Rockstar's gamography. The very core of Grand Theft Auto is based on the reactivity of the police. Commit crimes, get chased.
Which
The
GTA
police
is that?
wanted system has since been replicated
This is the
by
Getaway,
dozens
though.
of
This is
games,
not
from the
GTA.
Getaway to Cyberpunk 2077.
That's
But
Cyberpunk.
it's also the first link in an evolutionary chain that leads to Shadow of Mordor's incredible Nemesis system.
You're back.
I played
Think
that
you'll
game.
do better than last time?
In Monolith's otherwise fairly traditional open world, seemingly
Pretty cool.
inconsequential enemy orcs left to die in a ditch can return to hound you across the campaign. They return for grudge matches
Didn't
over
finish it
and
though,
over
sadly.
again, each time looking more haggard and mutilated.
Not
than
even
the
sure
last.
why.
In the sequel Shadow of War, orcs are able to learn from their combat mistakes and fight you in increasingly sophisticated ways. They rise through the ranks of Sauron's army, becoming an ever more powerful threat with each new encounter. Behind the scenes, this system is simply an NPC tracking database, but within the lands of Middle-earth, those lines of codes are a living, breathing rogues gallery of unforgettable foes.
Sing this song with all my breath. Take heed, for this interlude ends with your death.
It creates life in a manner unlike any other game, and that life is rooted in the simulation layer of its open world design. You cannot escape the Nemesis system in Shadow of Mordor, much like how you cannot rid the city of GTA's police or avoid the natural forces that govern Tears of the Kingdom's world. And so while the philosophy that powers open worlds is freedom, these games are just as much about what's beyond a player's control as they are the opportunities granted to them. That players in Breath of the Wild
Zelda
are
game
free
does
from
look
the
fairly
limits of their
good, though,
own
for what
exhaustion
it
while
is.
climbing a mountain dictates not only their journey, but also the way they're free to explore. Tears of the Kingdom refines that concept even further. Your limited stamina and the pull of gravity may shackle you to the ground, but Ultra Hand and the amazing skyborne vehicles it can create will be the thing that helps you break free of the earth and reach that distant mountaintop. Like Tears of the Kingdom, the next revolutionary open world will once again redefine freedom. I can't wait to see the possibilities it unlocks. For more Zelda, check out our Tears of the Kingdom review, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
We're transporting the prisoner from New Atlanta Sector 11. What's our destination?
Trapped in a hell he helped make, a lone hacker aboard a
I
space
bet he had
station far
tips.
from home sneaks and fights his way through horrible mutants and killer robots in order to take down the monstrous artificial intelligence behind it all. Shodan, one of the all-time great
Move.
gaming
I don't
villains.
need to.
System Shock pioneered so many first-person shooter concepts back in 1994 that now feel fundamental, simultaneously paving the way for the entire.
So I played the demo for this
genre.
game, and
Night Dive Studios has done masterful work with this 2023 remake, taking a fantastic game that the years have made hard to play and updating it with modern conveniences that will let it be enjoyed.
and
for
even
decades.
the remake, I just couldn't enjoy it, even though a lot of people seem to.
Nominally a shooter, System Shock is more about exploring the labyrinth that is the Trioptimum Corporation's Citadel space station than any combat that takes place within it. Your hacker and their military-grade neural implant are responsible for the significantly degraded situation here, having disabled the AI Shodan's ethical limitations.
I am drunk with this vision. God. The title suits me well.
So,
This is the very
naturally,
beginning.
Shodan has chopped everyone into bits and stitched them back together as horrible cyborgs, made her own strain of a world-ending mutagenic virus complete with freaky mutants, and now wants to export her godlike divinity to Earth proper. We love Shodan for this, because she's just so delightfully unnerving while she does it.
Will turn all earthly life into a festering pile of pestilent mutations.
Evil artificial intelligences can often be depicted as cold, calculating super geniuses. Shodan isn't that. Shodan is completely, transparently bonkers, inflicted with the delusion that she is a god and delightfully obsessed with both herself and her often extremely bad plans.
I must strive further to serve life.
I will devastate Earth's cities
That's-
with my laser.
If Shodan's body is the giant Citadel space station, then you are a horrible little parasite killing her from the inside out. Figuring out the extent of her plans and then foiling them is what you do.
Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved the home of your species.
System Shock is old school in the oldest school way, with levels that are deliberately designed mazes of interconnecting corridors, rooms, and locked gates. Its basic design that holds up 30 years and a hefty visual update later, giving you a space to delve out that's hard to navigate by its nature and providing a very satisfying challenge to learn your way around. There isn't really any main quest hand-holding, no log of what you're doing next, though there is now an optional difficulty setting to change that. So stopping Shodan means you actually have to explore, listen to audio logs, and figure out what plans the now-dead crew had cooked up.
It's a big station too, from the looks of it. The art style just doesn't grab me. Like, it... yeah.
The awesome setting and style as you poke around is fueled by 100% pure-grade, uncut, spaceborne
Built me?
cyberpunk vibes.
Oh.
Cyberware?
Right.
Got that. Cool smart guns? We've got that as well. An evil corporation turned government? But of course.
What was
The
so
revamped
smart
visuals
about it?
and effects are great, and I loved the semi-pixelated textures and blocky objects at work, probably best exemplified in the power interface panels. The new music and sounds are a superb accompaniment too. It all works together to remind you that you're still playing a game that's 30 years old, but that this version of it has been brought forward in time for you to more easily see what made it so special in the first place. You can even tweak the interface color if phosphor green isn't your thing.
I mean, come on, Fallout had that. Fallout
As you would expect, you are going to have to bash,
well,
shoot,
did it.
burn, and blow up some
Modifications
nasty
for 3 in
monsters to
Vegas
escape
had
the
it.
world. While the heart of System Shock is
Pretty fair,
undoubtedly
but
exploration, there's still a lot of fighting to do along the way, with some enemies requiring a pure firefight to take down, while others necessitate the exploitative stealth ambushes of a survival horror game instead. Brute force won't always work, so you'll often have to cleverly sneak around corners and through maintenance shafts to take down enemies that are far tougher and more dangerous than you are. Combat is probably the place where this new System Shock changes most from the original game. Enemies were previously fairly slow and unintelligent, and the whole concept of what a
Still seems to
first-person
be.
shooter even was
In the
has
stationary
been
and all.
nailed down in the way it is today.
Doesn't look particularly
That meant many
engaging.
of the coolest weapons on paper were hard to use in practice, and enemies weren't very good at fighting back. Most experienced players would just run at everything and rip it to pieces with the laser rapier, a kind of electro-charged lightsaber. But that's no longer as much of a viable option. That's not to say that the laser rapier is weak now. Please note, the laser rapier is still awesome. But other weapons are cool now too. I don't think I ever did anything with a grenade but kill myself in the original, whereas this time around I not only used them, I got to fire them out of a really cool grenade launcher. Other weapons like the Magnum and assault rifle also
This
come
field
into
of
their own,
view looks a
thanks to more
little
modern
off.
design
Well,
sensibilities, and for the first time I felt like System Shock was a real FPS. It's a testament to how thorough and thoughtful this remake is that I kept having to check if certain weapons and moments were in the original at all. The new stuff just feels completely natural.
I mean, it's a
The
remake, not a
cyborgs, mutants,
remaster.
and robots that serve Shodan have received even
Is it
bigger
crouching?
improvements.
Why?
The clunky movements of times past are long gone in favor of enemies with proper AI that know how to maneuver out of your line of fire, duck behind obstacles, and rush you in groups. The gruesomely gooey, spliced together cyborgs are really the ones that benefit most from their visual upgrade, going from kinda goofy movie Frankensteins to brainwashed surgical nightmares.
This Capcom.
I
Was
really
it
appreciated the unique
Tuesday?
designs that went into how each of these enemies fights and behaves
Next
too.
Tuesday.
The jury-rigged work robots rush at you, as do the more brainless mutants, but most of the cyborgs will try to outshoot you. The heavily armored enemies will move
Yes.
implacably towards you, shooting all the while before ripping you apart in melee. Bosses that were once simply tedious encounters, like the vicious Cortex Reavers, militarized gun platforms powered by an unwilling human host, are now tense fights that require you to gather the right equipment from around the station to win, and probably not without dying a few times. On death, you revive at the nearest medical chamber you've unlocked, gear and equipment intact. It's a pleasant respawn mechanic that punishes without ever frustrating and serves the goal of encouraging you to explore really nicely. Rushing through levels can work, but it's easier if you found a way to revive nearby when you accidentally step off a platform and fall to your death. It's a nice bit of older design that aged well, which is good because how you move around the station.
Hey, Historic Nut. What up?
Hackers' movements can at times feel
I'm doing
clunky
pretty
and
well
slow,
today.
unable to perform some actions that have become.
I'm
staples
just
of modern
updating
games like sliding
the
down
website
ladders.
a little.
That one I can forgive, but I'm not sure we needed to be forced to.
If you notice that I'm not
crouch jump in order
talking,
to get on top of objects
that's why,
anymore.
kinda.
That's a bit of old game wisdom best left in the past. Speaking of the very few things I didn't like,
Let's see.
cyberspace. At certain points in System Shock, you find terminals that let you enter the station's cyberspace
Wanna
mainframe.
make a
where
post about
reality
this
is
stuff.
instead a kind of
Just
6
so
degrees
I
of
have a bit of a
freedom
reminder of
shooter with mediocre
which
wireframe
games were
graphics.
shown. That's
Questionably, but
sites like
perhaps to its credit,
IGN
the
and whatever
remake is very
else, they
faithful to
tend to
these
take
sections
their
by
post
leaving them
down.
intact,
And when
but
that
that
Steam
doesn't
thing
change the
is
fact that it often
going
bore me to
down,
tears.
I wonder if
Extremely to its
anywhere
credit,
to look
however,
for
the remake lets you adjust
games
the
you've
individual
previously
difficulty
seen,
settings
pretty
for
much
4 separate areas of gameplay:
in a
combat,
good way.
puzzles, cyberspace, and the main story missions. If you dislike exploring blindly and scouring
Let's see.
audio logs, the lowest mission difficulty will give you clearer directions to follow. If you, like me, hate cyberspace, just turn the difficulty down and
This-
quickly blaze through those bits.
Oh.
If you want a more hardcore survival experience, you can crank up the combat and get absolutely dunked on by Cortex Reavers. I did this, and it
Made
ruled.
black screen for a sec. Okay, it didn't.
I do expect that the most commonly tweaked difficulty will be puzzles, however.
Oh.
The Pipe Dream-esque power rerouting minigame is
Free-
ubiquitous. in
Payday
System
is
Shock.
free on
And
Epic.
second to finding
Payday
a
2.
security access keycard is
I already have
needed
it,
to open many
but
doors
yeah.
and activate pieces of sensitive equipment that have been locked off. I find these
Um,
puzzles almost therapeutic.
I played the
They ask
demo
you to
for
step
System
back,
Shock, but I
take
wasn't
time,
into it.
Let your pulse settle after being chased around by, for example, two-faced zebra gorilla mutants.
Oh
I
yeah,
also
yeah,
really
that
like the
part is cool.
clappy in-world interface of plugging and unplugging power cables.
I'm not sure how impactful it is, but
Where many modern games invite you to sit back and enjoy the ride, System Shock wants you to sit up and experience the showdown. Tweaking the technical workings of Citadel Station to come out on top and foil Shodan's machinations is just as compelling as it ever was, making the original System
Day
Shock one of
2,
gaming's
clean up.
classics
Nice.
for a very good reason. Night Dive's remake masterfully brings most of the aspects that haven't aged
Extreme
as well
violence,
to the present
18
day,
plus.
with excellent new graphics and nearly
Mhm.
all the modern gameplay conveniences you could want.
I don't think
Get
it's
out
that
there,
bad, to
give
be
it a
honest.
shot.
There's like no
For
blood.
more, check out our reviews of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, and Star Trek Resurgence. And for everything
Star
else, stick with
Trek
IGN.
Resurgence. Is that the one where you play on
They will run and
team?
whimper, praying for me to
Me-
end their
let me check.
tedious anarchy.
Resurgence.
I am drunk with this vision.
Initial release date 2023. Okay, that's a new game. Oh wait, I think I've seen this. What game is this? Like the fest itself hasn't started yet, by the way. Still another 2.5 hours. Just a little earlier than I should have been.
We got a job, Baratnas.
Cox promised us a real payday. He said, give me 3 months, and you never have to work again.
Is this Genesis? Alpha something Genesis?
Still be everything you need to help the belt.
Do we want to invite that?
What? No, it isn't.
In and out.
That game was way more indie.
To see what all the fuss is about.
We've been locked.
Don't these
What is it?
What do you think we should do?
There is no good option.
What game is this?
Whatever you choose will be wrong, and it's your job to choose.
When you find what's at the other end of those coordinates,
I think so many of the same assets though.
What are you waiting for?
Pirates.
Stations. On my word, loose the PDC volleys and turn and burn.
Just
Hmm.
like series. Only this time no dogs
Any
will
idea?
keep you on the leash, yeah? I hope that my actions on this ship can offer some amends for my past.
Whatever this treasure is, the one thing we know is that it will change everything.
Those helmets look like the ones from the Destiny.
Or are you going to get to work?
Not like these oval-shaped helmets. Expense. Telltale. Telltale. Huh. Nia? Kinda has the same character,
In
like.
June of 2022, a new Reddit user named Sad Futago joined the Nier Automata subreddit to ask what might seem to outsiders a fairly innocuous question: how do you open the church? The post was short and sweet, seemingly coming from a confused, not exactly.
Oh, right. It is Nier Automata. I remember this part.
A building in Nier Automata
This
that
was a
they
bug.
claimed was closed off.
There was a secret door that was posted onto the subreddit randomly by a poster who was just like, hey, why can't my
That
friend
video
go to this
quality.
church?
So of course, when he's over here, he presses the circle button and opens the door. This is a little bit new. It hasn't been discovered yet at all until today. And the only person that's been able to do this is Sad Futago.
There was no such church in Nier Automata, to anyone's knowledge. Data miners had never heard of it. It didn't exist in any guide or video or older build known to anyone in the audience. And as more information and later images...
I've actually seen this, even though I've
this
never
location
played the
no one
game.
had ever seen before, the Nier subreddits, discords, and eventually wider gaming communities went into a frenzy, trying to solve the mystery
dark
of the
mode?
never
Hello?
before seen church.
Every hour or so, we'd refresh his tweet and see the view count, or the views were like going up like 10,000, 20,000, 300,000. It just exponentially blew up.
I shit my pants. I woke up and then Wolf was like,
Near church, mother, lol.
And then I go on Twitter and then I see.
Sad Futago kicked off a beautiful mess of a multi-month storyline that twisted the community, media, and even expert modders into knots. It eventually bled out of the Nier community it started in, reaching major media sites and mainstream gaming communities. Even Nier creator Yoko Taro himself got involved.
I think the producer tweeted first of Nier Automata.
The Church Saga, as it came to be known, turned out to be an elaborate build-up to announce brand new modding tools for Nier Automata that stand to revolutionize what modders can do with the game's world. And it was largely orchestrated on the fly by 3 individuals who didn't go into the saga with any elaborate schemes. They were just regular modders who made some cool stuff and whose fun tease of the community spiraled far beyond what they had ever intended. we tracked down the trio of creators behind Sad Futago to get the true tale behind the Near Church saga.
We have to play a little prank on the community.
This is the inside story of how
That's
they
what
tricked
happened.
the internet into believing there were still meaningful secrets
Interesting.
left hidden in one of the most exciting and existential RPGs of the last decade.
Cool. Good hoax almost.
The Nier Automata Church saga was the work of 3 individuals, but
Come on.
it began with just one.
Hey, I'm Woeful Wolf, and I'm just a gamer who wanted more from the games I played. So since I was young, I started tinkering with them and seeing what I can break.
Woeful Wolf began his modding career years ago with Source Engine games, such as Half-Life 2, and picked up a lot of his programming knowledge from Gary's mod. Prior to Nier Automata, he had been tinkering around with Skyrim and Fallout, but eventually arrived at the Nier series thanks to his love of JRPGs. He
I used to
first
play a
picked up
little bit
Nier
of Gary's mod.
Automata in
Still have it.
2018, 2 years after its initial release. And while he was having a good time, he began to feel bothered by small details in the game that didn't seem right to him.
And in the game, there's a cosmetic item called the Lunatier. And what bothered me about this cosmetic is that it was actually pretty 2D. Like, it was just these flat planes, the petals of the leaves. And it was such a minor thing, but I would like more of a 3D flower. So I started looking at the 3D model formats for the flower.
Before Woeful Wolf had even finished a normal playthrough of Nier Automata, he was already tinkering around with modeling program Blender plugins and add-ons to improve the issues he had found.
Does he use Blender?
With the help of Bayonetta modder Karilk, he began to create the tools that would eventually form the basis for the church project.
So after a few months, managed to start getting first custom models actually like displayable in the game without crashing the game. Until eventually we have full map control and event systems and everything that we have now, which has led to this whole Sad Futago thing.
He seems super nervous to talk over a mic.
Solicit support from friends in the community
It's
when he made an interesting
definitely
discovery.
different. It's not like talking to your, your buddy playing a game. Talking off stream is different, for sure.
Because I just thought about how cool it would be to like mod Nier Automata. It's like the only game that it's the first game that I've modded, and it was only like 2 years ago.
Devola's modding talents were a perfect support for Woeful Wolf. He could take advantage of the tools Woeful made, point out pain
Oh,
points.
sorry, not. You still here? Can you do me a favor?
It was a no-brainer for Woeful Wolf to reach out to Devola when he got a powerful new set of tools working for Nier Automata.
How it all started was when
Actually, two,
I said,
maybe.
hey, I've got map collision and prop placing and things like that working. Would you like to test it before I release? And he suggested we don't release. We have to play a little prank on the community.
Before we get to Wolf and Devola's prank, we first need to understand exactly what was so revolutionary about what they had made. If you're not familiar with modding, things like map collision and prop placing might just sound like gibberish. But while the actual efforts behind their work were quite complicated, what Woeful Wolf and Devola were doing is actually pretty simple in principle. Basically,
first, can you try using the command, but second, can you go into the Discord and see if you can go to the game event forum and see if you can go to the Guerrilla Collective.
Before Woeful Wolf made his discovery, the abilities of modders like Devola were actually pretty limited because the scripting tools for complex changes simply didn't exist yet.
Before end of 2019, we couldn't have custom models, and we could have rudimentary character swaps, which was sort of just swapping the names of 2 characters and having it load there, but we couldn't have like custom weapons or custom outfits or things like that. And then the next step was we could have custom map geometry, so visually we could change the map, but we didn't have collisions yet, so you could add a building or a wall or a statue to the middle of the map somewhere, but the player would just phase right through. Same with enemies, there would be no collision or pathfinding.
That's where Wolf of Wolf's new tools came in. Wolf's work allowed Devila to make the church not just look real, but feel real too, full of solid objects you can run into and,
still
you know,
grayscale.
actual floors and walls. But to hear Wolf of Wolf tell it, brilliant as his tools were, they weren't especially easy for modders like Devila to use. Which is where the third member of the church trio ended up accidentally, but fortuitously involved, Raider B.
And here you
Is
are.
that working?
I'm a computer science
Oh,
student
maybe
from
it's just on my
Germany,
end.
and I discovered this game, Nier Automata,
Ignore that.
recently, about half a year ago. At the beginning of the year, I looked at the modding tools and what there is, and basically started doing simple things, nothing too crazy. Then, I think in April it was, I started experimenting around with a couple of new things that haven't been really done before.
Raider's experiments involved, you guessed it, collisions. He eventually got something coded up that eliminated invisible walls in the game, effectively allowing you to go anywhere without restriction. But when he began to let others know he had something in the works, Wolf and Devila took notice. They reached out to convince him to hold off on releasing his work, but at first, they were coy as to exactly what they had in the works.
Looks like he's awake, Devila.
So when I joined, I actually didn't really know what the secret was. I only knew that there was a secret, but not what it was. It was only, I think, like in May or something that I started asking when is the secret coming.
In Discord, see if you can go to this tab. I think you can, but I just want to be sure. First, click go to game events and then just click on this. The first one.
Made the tools easier to use,
You
and
should be
eventually went
able.
beyond just invisible walls, pulling together the overall immersion of the whole church.
Before in Automata, like no one would ever imagine you'd be able to change NPC dialogue, spawn them in like a unique place, and then have completely different actions happening.
When Raider B came in with his scripting was something that nobody's ever seen before, even ourselves. The scripting files was a sort of an accidental discovery. So we didn't even intend, so that's like we didn't know where to look in the first place, and started reversing them, and now looking at the scripting things that we've discovered, it'll be hard, and
Nice the creator of the game is okay with it.
but I can almost
It's a good thing,
confidently
though.
say anything is
Usually.
possible in the game that you see happen in the base game. So we could potentially make custom bosses or even custom quest lines.
So Wolf, Devila, and Raider had made something incredible that would revolutionize Nier Automata modding.
Are you able to go to the Guerrilla Collective
Plan to unveil it that was
subforum?
exciting enough to warrant holding off the announcement of all these new tools for at least a little
'Cause
while.
I'm still not. I'm not seeing you in there. What I was looking for. Or just make a post over there, or whatever. You can delete it after.
Began evolving from a small prank to something far, far more elaborate.
I wanted to start off with like a tiny church, so like I wasn't even gonna make the church myself. I was gonna like grab a model and just throw it somewhere, and then just like pretend that it was real as a joke. But then I got a little carried away, and we went from like this really tiny church design to this huge hallway, and then this big entrance, and then the iconic door was like very secretive. Like it could have just been like a new door we added, but the way I wanted it to be was that it would appear as a secret. So I made it like integrated into the map, so that it's technically always there, even if it isn't. No one would think that there's actually a door there.
Devila started by just dropping the church
Okay,
into the back of the
perfect,
map,
perfect.
planning to make it look like a hidden,
Interesting. So you only show up the second you make a post.
into some unused area.
Huh.
It was admittedly a bit of a stretch for people to believe that such an Easter egg might have
Interesting.
remained undiscovered in a 5-year-old game, but it certainly wasn't impossible, especially if it was kept simple enough to look like a forgotten fragment of some kind. But the church did not stay simple, not one bit.
And then I added like an entire background, and then I added the hallway, and then I just got like so carried away with trying to make it look real, and then trying to like add all these extra stuff that looks like it's part of the game. Even when we were making the videos, I was still adding stuff.
While Wolf, Devila, and Raider are all three ultimately responsible for the church saga, Devila was the mastermind behind most of the public-facing elements the audience saw. It was Devila's idea to create a Reddit user named Sad Futago and have him innocently tease their project in the guise of a player looking for advice. Devila named the alias before Raider joined them as an amalgamation of a synonym for Woeful and Devila's status as the near character twin of Popola, since, in a translation that would be memed excessively by the community, Futago is the Japanese word for twin. Sad Futago started his quest innocently enough with a post to the subreddit Near Fanart asking, "Hello, how do you open the church?" Without context, his query went relatively ignored before he took the same question to the subreddit Near Automata Game and later the much larger Near subreddit.
I wanted the Sad Futago character to not really know what Reddit was, so they accidentally posted on like a subreddit with 200 people. It didn't get any traction on purpose. Even if it did though, like that would have been cool. But I was expecting it to not get anything, and then eventually I would move to another subreddit, or I would move to Discord or something, or even Twitter. I did that on purpose, just so that it would look like they didn't know what they were doing, and then they just kept trying.
Sad Futago's posts got more traction each time, with members asking the confused player to post screenshots of what he was talking about, as no one had ever heard of such a thing. So he obliged, posting a screenshot of a bunch of pews in a room no one had ever seen before. That's when things began to get serious. Sad Futago posted actual footage.
This stuff was pretty cool. Cell phone footage.
All three modders acknowledged that the footage clip was a massive turning point, not because the footage in and of itself was a huge deal, though it was. Up to that point, discussion of the church had largely been limited to the Near modding community, but actual clips of footage caught the attention of streamer and hacker Lance McDonald. McDonald, who has over 60,000 Twitter followers, tweeted about the strange church, and the tweet exploded. News outlets began writing about it. Curious onlookers flooded the subreddit and the Discord. Sad Futago had officially gone viral.
The moment he tweeted it, we would be, while working, every hour or so, we'd refresh his tweet and see the view count, or the views were like going up like 10.
They could have just used the Twitter API. I mean, they are developers.
Blew up, and we were panicking.
Yeah, that's fine. We still got another 2 hours before it even begins.
So it was kind of like overwhelming.
Gives me some time to work on some stuff as well.
So before that we had like 4,000, and then we had 8,000 now. And like all the channels were getting like filled with all these people I've never seen before, and the voice chats were so full
just
that we
upload
had
that?
to make like 4 more. Yeah, so that everyone could go in them.
Devila, Woeful Wolf, and Raider were terrified that somewhere in these hundreds of thousands of people, someone would get wise to their secret. But somehow, no one did. Part of it seemed to be because so many modders were convinced such a feat was impossible.
Well, many people were convinced that it wasn't part of the game.
Oh.
No, basically all theories were equally as unlikely. It being part of the game was very unlikely because there were no traces of the files in the game. It being a mod was also basically impossible because there were no tools publicly available that could do anything like that, and almost no one has shown anything remotely to that. And I think the third theory was that it was a marketing stunt. But that was also very unlikely because the way it was executed in the beginning, the first few posts were not really a good setup for a viral marketing campaign.
Sad Futago continued to post more footage, showing a path behind a mysterious door in the copied city, a long drop down a ladder, a twisted hallway with retracting pillars, and finally, at the end of it, the mysterious church. With each new video, the account showed more and more footage, sparking more questions and analysis from the subreddit, Discord, and general public. Fan art was made, and memes were created that transcended the subreddit and started bleeding onto general gaming Twitter. Multiple articles were written in most major video game publications. And in the midst of it all, an even greater figure latched onto the church saga that none of the trio expected to ever hear from. Near creator Yoko Taro himself.
Oh, nice. Finally got this working too. So I no longer need to write everything in code.
In response to someone tweeting directly at him, asking for his opinion on the church saga, Yoko Taro said interested people could find the answer at his Twitter profile. His Twitter profile reads, quote, I can't answer about any products. Please ask publisher, end quote. As we now know, this was Yoko Taro being funny and a bit coy, but at the time, his response seemed to tease a marketing campaign of some kind from Nier's publisher, Square Enix. And it didn't help that Nier producer Yosuke Saito got in on the fun too. The The Sad Futago trio were simultaneously horrified and thrilled.
I shit my pants. I like woke up and then Wolf was like, "Did you see the news?" And then I'm like, "No." And then I go on Twitter and then I see, I think the producer tweeted first of Niyotamata. His name's like Saito or something. He was very ambiguous about it, but he was like, "Oh, this is something that Yoko would do." And everyone's like, "Oh my god, no, it has to be Yoko Taro." And then after that, Saito was like plugging the Switch version of Automata. So he was like, "Everyone calm down and reserve the Switch version of Nier."
Long ago, just when I released the first ever tools in 2019 to allow people to make custom models for the game, back then it was also a similar situation, but nothing to this scale. And back then, we never released the files, but we actually, the first image I ever posted on Twitter was we modeled Yoko Taro in Nier Automata, so we made him a playable character in the game. And we tweeted him, and some of the other Platinum and Square and his friends, but we never got any reaction. It was a bit disappointing, but getting the reaction now with the church project makes up for that, I think. We were coming to realize the hype was reaching its peak, and what I've noticed with hype trains and things, you never want it to go on too long, because the longer it goes on, it just leads to a bigger disappointment if it is a disappointment in the end. Because we had no idea what the reaction was going to be when we revealed anything.
There was also the growing fear, not just that someone in all these thousands of people might discover the secret, but that someone would actually beat them at their own game.
Towards the end, people actually started developing some small tools, looking at doing some basic map editing themselves, and were proving that small parts of it could be done. So when it was also a bit of a race against the clock for us to release our tools first before someone else posted their own tools that weren't as good
This
as
is
ours,
pretty cool.
but
I didn't know it went
Meanwhile,
this
the
deep.
workload was becoming unmanageable. With so much attention on Sad Futago, the pressure was on to post not once a month or once a week, but multiple times a day. Toward the end, the trio were essentially building things as they went, with Devila adding to the church as soon as the other two sent over tools updates, and uploading his new creations almost immediately. For 3 regular people with lives outside of modding, it was becoming unsustainable, fast.
In the first Sad Futago video, he just goes and opens the door and just enters that area. The camera detaches from the player and goes to the center and tracks them from far behind. I was trying to figure that out, and there's
You just smash on the floor?
big mess. And I had problems when changing the camera, the character couldn't move anymore and all these crazy things. But the moment I got it decently working, I sent it to Devilas, and I don't think we even added anything after that. We just took the next video and posted that. If you look in that video, the fountain isn't even there yet. The fountain we added, the video before the fountain was shown, that's when we added it. And we released these videos I can't even remember now, it was 2 or 3 or 4 days. So we only had a few days between each feature.
Whenever I'd make a post on Reddit or on Discord, I'd be actively reading the chat to see what they're saying. And so everyone's fast responses and stuff, and everyone's theories would kind of influence what would be the next thing that I'd make. So for instance, someone would point out the flaws of something, and then I'd try to secretly improve it so that it would seem more real.
What's that?
But before the trio wrapped up, there was one final moment that cemented the shape of what would ultimately become the Church Saga's grand finale. Post after post, Devila had been adding to the church, a chest that only 9S could unlock, a figure of near replicant's Yona lying on an altar at the front, a bird bath at the back that, when interacted with, gave similar dialogue to that seen in Replicant, referencing the black scrawl in the Shadow Lord, and a strange black shadow creature at the front of the church that the subreddit took to affectionately calling Blobby, with 1 B. Each new video progressed the church storyline, until eventually the subreddit was watching clips of Sad Futago fighting in an apparently difficult boss battle against Blobby. The community began to cheer Sad Futago on through Reddit posts, and ultimately on Discord as well. Between videos, Devila popped into the modding Discord, only to find a massive crowd of people in the voice channel, all singing the moving credits theme of Nier Automata, Weight of the World, together in an effort to encourage Sad Futago.
That's pretty cool.
It's so heartfelt. Like the community is really amazing with their creativity with memes and their
That is pretty cool.
and support to each other. Just a random stranger who's been keeping a secret from this entire time, who they shouldn't even be trusting, but still they all come together in song, and I just think it's amazing and heartwarming and makes me so I don't even know what the words are.
So I like try to like keep them updated, and I wanted to really like to be a part of the idea that like they're in the moment of something so crazy happening. So I try to help out with that. And that's also why I did like the final Twitch stream, because a lot of people like were saying like I was a part of history, no matter what it was.
Sad Futago set up his grand finale on July 28, 2022. At first posting a series of screenshots on the subreddit with strange titles Z, E, 3, 4, and finally, Zinnia. The screenshots appeared to tease a shadowy room Sad Futago hadn't shown before, with shapes reminiscent of the final boss of Drakengard 3. He followed it up with a link to a Twitch stream tagged Ending. The subreddit went nuts.
So the finale was in the morning for me. So like I came back and I heard, okay, the finale's happening, and I literally knew as much as like the fans. We had no planning or no idea of anything that what he was going to do that night. The morning we joked and said, Devilers has gone rogue.
The final video that I streamed on there, I kind of like made in like an hour. So as soon as I rendered it, that's when I did the live stream. So it was like very last moment, because I had to go on a trip the next day and I had to sleep. So as soon as I rendered it, and I didn't do any like testing either, I like just launched OBS, and then I like try to figure out how to play videos on OBS. And then I launched the live stream and I played it.
The video played out over Twitch at an hour that was wildly late for much of the Western world, but still attracted an audience of thousands. The first 2 minutes played out much as previous videos had, following 9S through the strange door, into the church, in a fight against Blobby, and through a series of dialogue choices at the bird bath. But then, 9S was transported into an enormous dim room, decorated with the aforementioned Drakengard forms hanging from the ceiling. Upon examining a lunar tier in the middle, he was sent back to the copied city for a battle with a trio of bosses, ultimately representing the trio behind the whole scheme. The final minutes were a series of title cards thanking the community, apologizing profusely for the misdirects and the, quote, anticlimactic ending, and most importantly, the announcement of the tools and their imminent release for the wider community to use at last.
Just as the community was seeing the Twitch reveal, both Raider B and I were also seeing the whole finale for the first time.
They released it for free.
As excited and giddy about
I mean,
everything, together with the community.
not like they could have asked money anyways.
An amazing experience.
But I'm saying they didn't have to release it.
When our names popped up.
And also, near automated developers, publishers could have taken it down.
When the reveal came, because different people had different expectations. Were excited, some people were disappointed, but I think they were happy about the outcome either way. Yeah, I think that many people really enjoyed the fun along the way.
While a Church Saga's story has concluded, the trio isn't ready to move on just yet. Wolf and Raider have released their scripting tools, and Devila has published his church mod, so that even people who don't necessarily build their own mods can play around in the world he built. Since that release, Woeful Wolf and Raider have been working to make their map and scripting work more accessible and understandable to a wider audience. With their tools, Raider says, modders will now be able to add completely new features to Nier Automata's maps, new quests, new areas.
Oh wow, they really went all the way. That's awesome.
Media, detailed guides, and data mines have all been ensured that true video game secrets don't exist anymore. Any Easter egg, hidden room, funny glitch, or deliberate tease is immediately discovered, analyzed, and devoured by its respective game community within weeks, days, or even hours of a game's release. Everything has an explainer attached, and any question you have has an answer just a quick Google search away. Woeful Wolf, Devila's Revenge, and Raider B started their work with the intent of playing an innocent prank on a small corner of a single community. But they inadvertently accomplished something far greater. They managed to briefly create a true video game mystery. They united thousands of strangers in a thrilling spree of detective work, culminating in a cheering crowd singing to a single, mysterious player as he explored a new frontier before their eyes. And in the true spirit of Nier Automata, some of those cheering, singing people have been inspired to start building mods of their own. Perhaps one of them will someday build the next big video game mystery for us.
The legend of reviving Aerith, literally since the game came out, people were making that legend up.
I still haven't gotten over her death years later.
There was people upset. There was definitely people upset.
Animation.
My brother told me there's a way to bring her back.
Yep.
Final Fantasy XVI opens with a bang. Two swirling icons, the colossal beasts that series fans will know better as summons, pepper each other with fireballs and lash out with their hefty tails as they descend deep under the earth in a scene reminiscent of Gandalf's plunging tussle with the Balrog. It's a level of spectacle rarely witnessed in a video game, and an early indicator of the huge-scale story awaiting those venturing into Square
Caster seems familiar.
Having played the following 4
Sounds
or so
familiar, I
hours,
should say.
it's a promise largely lived up to, with razor-sharp combat and thrilling boss battles consistently exciting. But beyond the blade, it also engages through its thoroughly fantasy-rooted tale, establishing the world of Phalisthea, its factions, and individual personalities to good effect. It makes for an electrifying opening which, despite being a little cutscene heavy at times, made me wish I didn't have to stop playing. The opening section that I played is described by Square Enix as a special version made for media to experience, and contents may differ from the final version. But regardless of if the events presented are identical to the final game or not, don't worry, I won't be spoiling any story details for Final Fantasy XVI, just discussing some of the themes at play and the stage they set. Phalisthea is a world that returns Final Fantasy to its more classic fantasy roots, albeit with heightened cinematic aspirations. It's not afraid to throw spectacle after spectacle your way right from the off, with the early arrival of the ice icon Shiva onto a dusty battlefield truly stunning in its execution as she glistens in all her glory. She provides a stark contrast to her opponent, the stony, monolithic titan who towers over the skirmish between two rival factions below. There's a sheer enormity to the size of these icons that even the likes of old school God of War or Shadow of the Colossus would be jealous of. They may be well-worn reference points for anything vaguely medieval fantasy, but it's hard to ignore the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones influences here. The story is rooted in the struggle over the 5 mother crystals that tower over Phalisthea, which are the source of the magic that powers this world. Naturally, the continent's 6 nations are going to want to fight for control of these, and so a constant state of conflict rages on. One of those nations is the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, and you play as Clive Rosfield, son of the ruling Archduke. Over the course of the opening few hours, you're transported through different periods of his life as the personal catalyst for his story is revealed. It's not a revolutionary setup for a story in this genre, but one introduced with a fair amount of elegance in an early cadence that maintains a good balance between action and dialogue. This pace and a general sense of excitement are infinitely aided by the superb score that soundtracks the events too. It's worth saying at this point that Final Fantasy XVI's opening hours are very story heavy, and while it does a great job at introducing Clive's family ties and those who aim to unbind them, it did leave me wishing I was playing a more active part in it at times. Not least because when you do get let off the leash, its combat never fails to impress. That heightened sense of cinema translates equally well to the battlefield, with each encounter feeling like a real event. In my relatively short amount of playtime, I fought no fewer than 8 bosses, each delivering spectacle on both a macro and micro level, ranging from massive monster clashes to time-bending perfect parry affairs against agile enemies. The first extensive stretch of gameplay sees you playing as teenage Clive, as you venture through a swampy marshland littered with the most goblin-looking goblins you've ever seen. It culminates in a very fun fight against this world's version of the classic Final Fantasy enemy Morble, a slimy, tendrilled set of teeth with a serious case of bad breath.
Keep clear of its maw, my lord. That thing's breath is worse than its bite.
It's Final Fantasy XVI's first real display of its fantastic combat in full flow, with its signature cinematic strikes and evades now fully introduced to your arsenal. It's a set of tools that is steadily added to as you progress, with different magic abilities welcomed into the fold. And while I had plenty of toys to play with, I still feel like I barely scratched the surface of what these combat systems have to offer. That's especially true when it comes to its showpiece kaiju-like icon battles, which flip the script when it comes to gameplay, each promising a delve into a new genre. The aforementioned opening exchange between 2 fiery icons, which played more like a flying rail shooter than an RPG, conjures up welcome memories of the finale to Nier Automata in its desire to frequently switch up gameplay styles while never pausing for breath. As large scale as Final Fantasy XVI can be at times, I was slightly surprised by how contained some of its levels can be. Early on at least, they're all relatively narrow locations that funnel you from arena to arena, with occasional forays off the beaten path that rewarded me with useful items. A great example of this is the Greatwood area, which acted as the final destination of my hands-on. A verdant green forest, it largely consisted of leafy corridors connecting fights with feisty flora and fauna to bosses of varying sizes. The most notable of these being the scaly giant Fafnir, which looked like something on an exchange trip from Skull Island.
Not so sharp. You'd better hope so.
I did spend a small amount of time in a much wider open space from later in the game.
Sounds a bit older than the character looks.
Challenging foes to take down, but this by no means felt like the open world
Just a
Final
little.
Fantasy that fans have become accustomed to of late in Final Fantasy XV. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Not every game needs to be a sprawling world to get lost in, and in some ways, it was a refreshing throwback to the more linear Final Fantasy of old, even if it did feel a little restricted to a repetitive rhythm of cutscene, battle, with exploration coming at a premium. There's nothing old school about the combat though, which feels sharply cutting edge in its fluidity. The fast-paced action really is excellent, so good in fact that I found myself often thinking, just let me do it more. As I said, cutscenes make up a lot of Final Fantasy XV's early runtime, and while story has always been a big part of the series, I think it may be the sheer speed of its action that leads to the transition between combat and the slower dialogue-heavy scenes, delivering more whiplash this time around. The scenes themselves are all well acted and admirably succinct in their exposition. It's just more of a testament to the sheer thrill of its combat than anything that I couldn't wait for them to move along at an even swifter pace.
You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise. Including me.
For those that really want to take their time and delve deeper into the history of Valisthea, however, there's the handy active time lore system. This essentially acts in a similar fashion to Prime Video's X-ray feature, allowing you to hit a button and pause the scene at any moment to learn more about the characters speaking or the terminology they're using. It's a smart way to provide extra context for those who want it, without overloading on exposition for those who just want to zip along to the next fight. That's not to say that Final Fantasy XVI doesn't entertain in its slower moments, and indeed some of them are effective in building Clive out as a protagonist to care about. He's an emotionally complicated character plagued with a tragic backstory that adds a welcome amount of depth. A section where you're set loose to roam around his family home of Rosalith Castle serves as a great way of introducing us to Clive and his place in this world, as he interacts with soldiers in training, magical gardeners, and a bounty of regional British accents. From what I've seen so far, the future looks very bright for Final Fantasy XVI. If its opening few hours of hulking icon showdowns, superb melee combat, and story that delivers on both a personal and global level are anything to go by, then a very fun time is on the horizon. I'm hopeful that the ever so stuttering pace irons itself out over the hours to come, with its ferociously fun gameplay taking precedence as Clive's journey broadens. I went into my time with Final Fantasy XVI incredibly excited about what I'd seen in its many trailers and showcases, and left very happy that very little of that anticipation had diminished by the time I'd finished.
Good boy.
For more from Final Fantasy XVI, check out the latest trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Zelda?
Since their inception, video games have acted as
I always
portals
wanted
to other
to
worlds.
play
Unlike
that, but
books and films, they
never
allow us
really
to not
did.
just be immersed in another land, but to truly explore one. It's that core fantasy
Except one
that
on
has seen the
CDI.
concept of the open world flourish.
Ah.
What better way is there to create a sense of discovering a new world than to build one with as much depth and as few borders as possible? That goal has seen the open world advance from a form of environment design to a whole diverse genre in its own right. Where linear game design delivers slices of another reality, the open world aims to simulate on a grander level. It combines geography, architecture, populations and events to create a living city, region or kingdom. The thing that truly separates open worlds from linear games, though, is freedom. For some developers, this means offering a wide range of activities, buffet style, to ensure you're always free to play what you want. For others, it's providing the tools so that you can freely explore a world how you want. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and its predecessor Breath of the Wild are emblematic of that play how you want philosophy. Their core mechanics are built around the authentic sense of adventure that organic, freeform discovery can bring. This is why, outside of the main quest, you're offered very little direction. Its map is devoid of activity icons. Instead, the architecture of Tears of the Kingdom's world is designed to draw your attention and encourage you to uncover its untold secrets. Since there are few pre-plotted objectives, the unknown journey towards your chosen goal is as important as the destination itself. That's why the very topography of Hyrule, from its steep mountains to its floating islands, is designed to provide navigation challenges that require genuine effort and planning to conquer. You may need to plot an exhausting climb, risk a dangerous drop, paraglide an awkward route, or combine more unusual techniques to reach a point of interest. It's through all this that a genuine sense of accomplishment is achieved, which in turn makes the discoveries on the other side of those challenges all the more spectacular, regardless of if that's a valuable treasure or a priceless vista. Nintendo generated Breath of the Wild's now signature exploration style by engineering a detailed simulation of the physical world.
Let's see. Okay.
Gravity, wind, fire, and propulsive forces can all
No,
be
this is all
harnessed to
Nintendo.
link to places that initially seemed impossible.
Hey, what's up,
And
another
each
in?
new discovery makes Hyrule even more vast and unknowable.
The show itself hasn't
Kingdom
started
takes
yet.
this one
It's
step
still
further with
another
its new crafting
1 hour,
abilities,
almost 2.
Fuse and Ultra Hand, which allow you to make a variety of improvised weapons and contraptions. It's an impressive system that continually
Nope,
broadens
have
the
a
game's
problem.
horizons with each new find. For instance,
I'm just working on my website a
experiments
little.
may see you craft an airship. That's a fantastic achievement in its own right, but that airship can now be used to explore distant
So-
mountaintops or employed as part of a new tactic to
sec.
parachute into bokoblin camps. It's a
Suppose we
domino
show
effect.
this.
Each new discovery opens up new ways to play, which in turn
Right now,
enhances
I'm
Tears
still
of the
working my
Kingdom's
editor a
sense of
little in the
freedom.
background,
Development
but
of Breath of the Wild and
I
in
can
turn Tears of the
show
Kingdom
this
was partially inspired
already.
by the advancements of open world games in the West.
So if I make a
We can
post,
see that
and this
most
is not
clearly
something
in
you see
Hyrule's map revealing
on
towers
my
and Link's
website,
ability
this
to
is
climb almost
kinda
any
how
surface, two
it could
mechanics that
look
directly build upon
when
the
posting.
trademarks of
Keep in mind that
Ubisoft's
it's gonna be
Assassin's Creed
blog-like.
series. But the more important
So pretty
inspiration
simple.
cited by Nintendo
So if you go
itself
to,
is Skyrim.
it's not uploaded yet. Should be listed here, but in a fancier
The
way.
way Zelda employs enemy camps, unmarked secrets, and distant landmarks that beg to be explored. Nintendo's
Still working
interpretation
on
of
that
these
stuff.
ideas have since triggered industry trends. In Elden Ring, we explore a world with a similar approach.
I'm still
to
changing
rewarding
it a little so I can use
curiosity.
iframes and
While Death
tables,
Stranding
which
is
you
entirely a
normally
game
can't.
dedicated to making challenging traversal the
People
main
who know
event.
what that means.
But while Breath of the Wild was clearly a turning point for the industry, its approach to open worlds is not perfect for
So
all.
I'm a little bit early
Its
with the
lack of
stream, but
direction and seemingly infinite options can be limiting rather than inspiring. And overwhelmed players have a tendency to stick to main objectives and just
But
a
I
handful
should
of
probably
simple
use JavaScript for that stuff though.
For these players, direction and guidance can be beneficial, which is where the more traditional play what you want design of open worlds comes in. This strain of open world arose during the early
But I'm very
2000s,
limited because I'm
as the
hosting on
success of Future 3 ushered in a
GitHub.
tidal wave of so-called GTA clones. And by the release of
Ooh,
Assassin's
I
Creed
have
2
to
in
be a little bit
2009,
creative.
the genre's modern form had
Oh
fully
gosh,
emerged.
those graphics.
It's characterized by a map populated by dozens or sometimes
It's
even
me,
hundreds of
Mario.
icons, each of which represents one of a variety of activity types, ranging from main missions to momentary distractions. These are typically evenly spread across a number of regions.
Hey, Estrino, didn't you play this one?
Through a couple of dungeons, solving several puzzles, collecting a few resources, and
You played
defeating
Odyssey,
a
right?
world boss, in addition to the main and side quests. This
You
arrangement
played this one
effectively
too?
makes the map a question. What are you in the mood for right now? A detailed main quest or something more bite-sized? This design, often referred to as the Ubisoft formula, is the foundation of dozens of games, including smash hits such as Batman Arkham City, Ghost of Tsushima, and the Horizon series. And it's obvious why this design is so popular. It directs you to the world's most interesting and exciting activities, something invaluable to those who need guidance.
Man, some of those
time-poor players,
PlayStation
and
games
people
look
looking
so
to
good.
achieve 100% completion.
Batman.
The arrangement provides a more authored experience, where many
Okay.
of the greatest moments in Zelda are rooted in the journey across Hyrule and the things
Imagine
you discover
Zelda on
accident
PC.
along the way. The greatest hits in more traditionally designed open worlds come from fantastic mission or activity design. Ghost of Tsushima's duels, Horizon's mech battles, and Arkham City's stealth infiltrations are all among the genre's high points. But these moments are created for you rather than by you. The more
Which
directed an
game
open
is
world
that?
is, though, the more important it is to preserve a sense of adventure.
Hmm.
With too many icons, the world effectively becomes an awkward menu in which you need to walk between the game modes.
Let's see.
Its sense of place is lost, and the purpose of it being an open world in the first place dissolves. Assassin's Creed Unity is the poster child for this mistake. Its map rendered incomprehensible thanks to a clutter of symbols highlighting everything from main missions to the most insignificant treasure chest. As proven by the likes of The Witcher 3 and Skyrim, a good open world map knows when to signpost, when to hint, and when to say nothing at all.
I don't know
This is
what you're saying,
overflow.
Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Perhaps the reason Rockstar Games is considered among the open world's most important custodians,
Interesting.
then, is that its games find a way to blend discovery and direction together. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2, the studio's most recent and accomplished
I never
open
played
world,
Red
is
Dead
full of the
Redemption
perfect
2.
moments. The serial
Played a
killer,
bit of the
the
first
devil,
one,
the
which
devil,
is
and the
funny
vampire
because
are just a few well-known
it was actually
examples of
the
bizarre characters
premiere
and
show
questlines
itself,
that
the
you'll
event,
find during your travels
when it
through the
launched,
American frontier.
was announced.
Crucially, these activities are not marked on your map until you stumble across them. In fact, Rockstar is reluctant to add icons to its maps at all, using them sparingly to mark significant quest givers and previously discovered locations. And so bumping into one of Red Dead's many unusual
That's a
strangers
big horse.
feels like a genuine discovery, and the quests that spin out of those meetings
It's quite a
feel
jump, by
like
the
an
way.
adventure rather than a pre-planned activity. By blurring the boundary between freedom and
Nice.
precise scripting, Rockstar achieves its trademark atmosphere, worlds that feel both cinematic and
It's still a little
authentic.
bit. I was way too early. I thought it was earlier, but it's okay though. Gives me.
Two-way conversation between the world
That means
and the player. When
you
snow
can put
falls,
no
you
man
need
to
to
work.
dress appropriately to fend off the cold. Wade through water, and you'll need to clean your weapons to restore their
Let's see.
effectiveness. Act with kindness or cruelty, and the population will respond accordingly. Even the impression of your boots in the mud conveys a sense of believable reality. This is a genuine world, and even your footprints leave a mark on it. While Rockstar's apparently infinite budget means its
And a
graphics
TD.
technology can make a world that
no.
looks photorealistic, and thus increasingly believable, studios across the world have long recognized that visual grunt alone can't make an open world feel alive. The land has to react to your presence. This understanding can be traced all the way back through Rockstar's gamography. The very core of Grand Theft Auto is based on the reactivity of the police. Commit crimes, get chased. The police wanted system has since been replicated by dozens of games, from The Getaway to Cyberpunk 2077, but it's also the first link in an evolutionary chain that leads
Getaway
to
was
Shadow of
such a
Mordor's
cool game though.
incredible Nemesis system.
It was super simple. Like basically your boy was kidnapped or something, or wife, and you have to chase. You keep chasing. But the scenes are quite awesome. The shooting, it's just super well done for a game of that time.
Shadow of War, orcs are able to learn from their combat mistakes.
Even the
and
driving
develop
was
increasingly
pretty well.
sophisticated ways.
It was one of the bigger games when the PlayStation launched.
threat with each new encounter.
Not sure if anybody
Behind the scenes,
remembers
this
that
system is
stuff, but
simply an NPC
it
tracking
was
database.
pretty
On the lands of
awesome.
Middle Earth, those lines of codes are a living, breathing rogues gallery of unforgettable foes.
Sing this song with all my breath. Take heed, for this interlude ends with your death.
I did play
It
this
creates
game.
life in a manner unlike any
Does look
other
good,
game,
but
and that life is rooted
not
in
sure
the
where they got the
simulation
video
layer
from.
of its open world
Kinda
design.
looks
You
washed
cannot
out.
escape the Nemesis system in Shadow of Mordor, much like how you cannot rid the city of GTA's police or avoid the natural forces that govern Tears
Oh,
of
yes,
the
you
Kingdom's
can.
world. And so while the philosophy that powers open worlds is
Welcome to the
freedom,
modding
these games
community.
are just as much about what's beyond a player's control as they are the opportunities granted to them. That players in Breath of the Wild are not free from the limits of their own exhaustion while climbing a mountain dictates not only their journey, but also the way they're free to explore. Tears of the Kingdom refines that concept even further. Your limited stamina and the pull of gravity may shackle you to the ground, but Ultra Hand and the amazing skyborne vehicles it can create will be the thing that helps you break free of the earth and reach that distant mountaintop. Like Tears of the Kingdom, the next revolutionary open world will once again redefine freedom.
Yeah, they're probably
I
gonna
can't
repeat
wait
this
to
one
see
more
the
time.
possibilities it unlocks. For more Zelda, check out our Tears of the Kingdom review, and for everything else,
Maybe not.
stick with IGN.
Yeah, this is still gonna be a while. They're gonna do a couple repeats. I'll still be here listening to it and all that stuff. But you can pretty much step out for another 1.5.
Hell he helped make. A lone hacker aboard a space station far from
System
home
shock.
sneaks and fights his way through horrible mutants and killer robots in order to take down the monstrous artificial intelligence behind it all. Shodan, one of the all-time great gaming villains. System Shock pioneered so many first-person shooter concepts back in 1994 that now feel fundamental, simultaneously paving the way for the entire immersive sim genre. Night Dive Studios has done masterful work with this 2023 remake,
This is gonna work.
taking a fantastic game that the years have made hard to play and updating it with modern conveniences that will let it be enjoyed for decades to come. Nominally a shooter, System Shock is more about exploring the labyrinth that is the Trioptimum Corporation's Citadel space station than any combat that takes place within it.
I think I
The
got it
hacker
working.
and their military-grade neural implant are responsible for the significantly degraded situation here, having disabled the AI Shodan's ethical limitations.
I am drunk with this vision.
Maybe I'll still play this game at some point, but I'm definitely gonna wait for a discount. Just the demo didn't really grab me. I'm just waiting for a discount. Because I saw, I think it was Ezekiel the Third play it, and it does look pretty cool. Just gotta get used to the style, the art style.
We love Shodan for this, because she's just so delightfully unnerving while she does it.
Will turn all earthly life into a festering pile of pestilent mutation.
Let's see.
Evil artificial intelligences can often be depicted as cold, calculating super geniuses. Shodan isn't that. Shodan is completely, transparently bonkers, inflicted with the delusion that she is a god and delightfully obsessed with both herself and her often extremely bad plans.
I must strive further to serve.
Boats?
I will devastate Earth's cities with my laser.
If Shodan's body is the giant Citadel space station, then you are a horrible little parasite killing her from the inside out. Figuring out the extent of her plans and then foiling them is what you do.
Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved the home of your species.
System Shock is old school in the oldest school way, with levels that are deliberately designed mazes of interconnecting corridors, rooms, and locked gates. It's basic design that holds up 30 years and a hefty visual update later, giving you a space to delve out that's hard to navigate by its nature and providing a very satisfying challenge to learn your way around. There isn't really any main quest hand-holding, no log of what you're doing next, though there is now an optional difficulty setting to change that. So stopping Shodan means you actually have to explore, listen to audio logs, and figure out what plans the now dead crew had cooked up.
Is this really what I left Chicago for? I don't think any of us left our homes and our families
The awesome setting and style as you poke around is fueled by 100% pure grade, uncut, spaceborne cyberpunk vibes.
Vibes,
Cyberware?
yes. Okay.
Got that. Cool smart guns? We've got that as well. An evil corporation turned government? But of course. The revamped visuals and effects are great, and I loved the semi-pixelated textures and blocky objects at work, probably best exemplified in the power interface panels. The new music and sounds are a superb accompaniment too. It all works together to remind you that you're still playing a game that's 30 years old, but that this version of it has been brought forward in time for you to more easily see what made it so special in the first place. You can even tweak the interface color if phosphor green isn't your thing. As you might expect, you are going to have to bash, shoot, burn, and blow up some nasty monsters.
I got a feeling this game is easier than it even look.
Exploration, there's still a lot of fighting to do along the way.
I mean, look at the way he plays. It seems fairly simple.
Exploitative
to me.
stealth ambushes of a survival horror game
I should
instead.
add.
Brute force won't always
Because I'm
work,
playing like
so you'll often
pretty
have
much
to cleverly sneak
every
around
game on the
corners
hardest
through
difficulty.
maintenance shafts to take
So
down
this
enemies
doesn't
who are
look
far
like
tougher
it's
or
very
more
challenging,
dangerous than you are.
but it doesn't have to be
Combat
maybe.
is probably the place where this new System Shock changes most from the original game. Enemies were previously fairly
It looks
slow
painful.
and unintelligent, and the whole concept of what a first-person shooter even was hadn't been nailed down in the way it is today. That meant many of the coolest weapons on paper were hard to use in practice, and enemies weren't very good at fighting back.
This kind of look
Most
like
experienced
the
players would just
Cyberpunk
run at everything
enemies,
and rip it to pieces with the laser rapier, a kind
like
of
the drug dealer
lightsaber. But that's no longer as much
plan.
of a viable option. That's not to say that the laser rapier is weak now. Please note, the laser rapier is still awesome. But other weapons are cool now too. I don't think I ever did anything with a grenade but kill myself in the original, whereas this time around I not only used them, I got to fire them out of a really cool grenade launcher. Other weapons like the Magnum and assault rifle also come into their own, thanks to more modern design sensibilities.
distracted though.
And for the first time I felt like System Shock was a real FPS. It's a testament to how thorough and thoughtful this remake is that I kept having to check if certain weapons and moments were in the original at all. The new stuff just feels completely natural. The cyborgs, mutants, and robots that serve Shodan have received even bigger improvements. The clunky movements of times past are long gone in favor of enemies with proper AI that know how to maneuver out of your line of fire, duck behind obstacles, and rush you in groups. The gruesomely gooey, spliced together cyborgs are really the ones that benefit most from their visual upgrade, going from kinda goofy movie Frankensteins to brainwashed surgical nightmares. I really appreciated the unique designs that went into how each of these enemies fights and behaves too. The jury-rigged work robots rush at you, as do the more brainless mutants, but most of the cyborgs will try to outshoot you. The heavily armored enemies will move implacably towards you, shooting all the while before ripping you apart in melee. Bosses that were once simply tedious encounters, like the vicious Cortex Reavers, militarized gun platforms powered by an unwilling human host, are now tense fights that require you to gather the right equipment from around the station to win, and probably not without dying a few times.
Oh, cool.
On death, you revive at the nearest medical chamber you've unlocked, gear and equipment intact. It's a pleasant respawn mechanic that punishes without ever frustrating and serves the goal of encouraging you to explore really nicely. Rushing through levels can work, but it's easier if you found a way to revive nearby when you accidentally step off a platform and fall to your death. It's a nice bit of older design that aged well, which is good because how you move around the station hasn't. Your hacker's movements can at times feel clunky and slow, unable to perform some actions that have become staples of modern games like sliding down ladders. That one I can forgive, but I'm not sure we needed to be forced to crouch jump in order to get on top of objects anymore. That's a bit of old game wisdom best
When
left in the past.
when the whole thing starts, by the way, I'll be a little bit more active. But for now, this is just a pre-show anyways.
Enter the station's cyberspace mainframe, where reality is instead a kind of 6 degrees of freedom shooter with mediocre wireframe graphics. Questionably, but perhaps to its credit,
Let me just
the remake is very
add some text
faithful
to
to
it.
these sections by leaving them intact, but that still doesn't change the fact that they could often bore me to tears. Extremely to its credit, however, the remake lets you adjust individual difficulty settings for 4 separate areas of gameplay: combat, puzzles, cyberspace, and the main story missions. If you dislike exploring blindly and scouring audio logs, the lowest mission difficulty will give you clearer directions.
This may be a little bit bigger than I
If you,
planned,
like
but
me, hate cyberspace, just
we
turn
can
the
change that.
difficulty down and quickly blaze through those bits. If you want a more hardcore survival experience, you can crank up the combat and get absolutely dunked on by Cortex Reavers. I did this, and it ruled.
Just a little. Be good, right? No.
I do expect that the most commonly tweaked difficulty will be puzzles, however. The Pipe Dream-esque power rerouting minigame is ubiquitous in System Shock, and second to finding a security access keycard is needed to open many doors and activate pieces of sensitive equipment that have been locked off. I find these puzzles almost therapeutic. They ask you to step back, take your time, and let your pulse settle after being chased around by, for example, two-faced zebra gorilla mutants. I also just really like the clacky in-world interface of plugging and unplugging power cables. Where many modern games invite you to sit back and enjoy the ride, System Shock wants you to sit up and experience the showdown. Tweaking the technical workings of Citadel Station to come out on top and foil Shodan's machinations is just as compelling as it ever was, making the original System Shock one of gaming's classics for a very good reason. Night Dive's remake masterfully brings most of the aspects that haven't aged as well into the present day, with excellent new graphics and nearly all the modern gameplay conveniences you could want. Get out there and give her hell, hacker. For more, check out our reviews of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, and Star Trek Resurgence. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Out of the chaos, they will run and whimper, praying for me to end their tedious anarchy. I am drunk
Just have to make a
with
list.
this vision. God.
I've been at this a long time. When there's a treasure this big, I make it my business to know about it. The coordinates on that data drive, they're for the MK core.
We got a job, Baratnas.
Cox promised us a real payday. He said, give me 3 months, and you never have to work again.
I've heard that before.
Whatever this is, it could still be everything.
I'm kind of curious about this game. It could actually be decent.
In and out. No games.
Graphics are okay. It's fine.
We've been locked.
Doesn't need to be the next Battlefield, right?
What do you think we should do?
There is no good option. Whatever you choose will be wrong, and it's your job to choose.
When you find what's at the other end of those coordinates, the whole system will be on your ass.
What are you waiting for? Stations! On my word, loose the PDC volleys and turn and burn.
Just like series. Only this time no dolls to keep you on the leash, yeah?
I hope that my actions on this ship can offer some amends for my past.
Whatever this treasure is, the one thing we know is that it will change everything.
So you're going to spend the rest of your oxygen feeling sorry for yourself? Or are you going to get to work?
My name is Dr. Hendrik Juliet Eastern, and I'm your friend. I'm your help.
The Outlast Trials is a horror movie in reverse, in ways both good and bad. Instead of screaming in terror when something jumps out at you or stabs your character in the face, you usually just laugh as your friends make fun of you from their hiding spots. Instead of a clueless group of protagonists who get picked off one by one, the enemies hunting you are the ones with the hilariously poor decision-making skills. While the early access version of this cooperative horror game proves the concept and has a couple of very memorable maps, it's not one of those games that sprung into being almost fully formed. expected bugs, and a general lack of polish aside, there's just not much content yet. But still, I had an overall good time with this silly, gory, and uneven slaughterfest even in these early stages. The Outlast Trials throws you and up to 4 of your friends into insane and improbable Saw-like death games, in which you must work together to overcome the gory terrors that await. What little story there is so far doesn't amount to much. You're abducted by an evil corporation and kept in a prison under the guise of rehabilitation, but instead are subjected to a seemingly random series of murder playgrounds. You can glean some mildly interesting bits of lore by collecting compromising evidence that immoral company men apparently left lying around its death courses, but it's not exactly mesmerizing.
So this is how I did it now.
And that's okay.
Like normally embedding iframes into a table isn't possible, but
use a sock puppet to drill a
we made
guy's
it
face off.
work.
And
Like,
there's
this is not
certainly an
live yet, by the way.
abundance of that.
This is still all my local editor, which I cannot upload
That
sadly,
said,
because, you
even
know,
when treated with the unseriousness and gore-filled
we're working with
levity that I think the
limitations,
Outlast
so
Trials
this is
going
pretty
for,
good.
the over-the-top violence,
But I'll be
deeply
posting
unsexy
all the
lechery,
games
and
shown.
extremely on-the-nose
Name of
subject
this
matter
show, by the
can be
way.
a bit much sometimes.
So if you ever want to go back to a game you may have seen on this stream,
One level features a
that's where
maniacal
you
police
can find
officer
it.
who enjoys tasering his own genitals and rattles off nonsense like,
Tasering
"I don't
own-
recognize this country
Oh.
anymore." While in another, you're
Oh.
repeatedly shown a bunch of penises for seemingly no reason at all, and then forced to recreate a crucifixion
God.
for an audience of school children. I get that shock and gratuitous violence is sort of the whole point, but it often feels like they're trying so hard to be gross and extreme or make some kind of unsubtle statement that I just shook my head at the tactless, edgelordian overkill. At least when South Park does it, it's usually funny. Each of the 3 maps in the early access version has its own bizarre and twisted objectives that must be completed before your untimely death. Like one where you're forced to turn an impure orphanage into a malevolent religious establishment by replacing all the secular materials with unholy profanity. There's another where you have to punish a group of wicked animatronic children by shoving them into a meat grinder, working around various obstacles as you slowly push the cart of misbehaving dolls toward their demise. Of course, the absurdly macabre goals you're presented with merely serve as complicated and unavoidably noisy chores that you're expected to perform as numerous psychopaths hunt you, drawn to the sound of your actions. While it's not particularly exhilarating to, for example, fill a generator with gas and turn it on, the fact that you have to do so while being hunted by murderers and under great duress goes a long way to making things extremely chaotic and panic-inducing.
Hide and seek.
Did I mention that you don't have any weapons? Certainly nothing that will turn the hunters into the hunted, at least. Instead, you must rely on stealth by creeping in darkness, hiding in closets or barrels and under beds, and occasionally using thrown bottles and bricks to distract or temporarily stun enemies when you're stuck in a tight spot. When everything works as intended, your inability to face the enemy head-on creates some delectable dramatic tension that aptly recreates those iconic horror film moments where the protagonist tries to hold her breath while the monster lurks just a few feet away. Other times, though, the enemy AI bugs out and the murderer just stares right at the barrel you're hiding in indefinitely until you decide to blow your cover and risk making a break for it. That makes that game of cat and mouse feel janky and unfair. One of the awesome ways enemies mess with you is by inflicting psychosis on you via poisonous gas. It leaks out from some level traps and enemy attacks, and if you're exposed to it, you'll see hallucinations like creepy Michael Myers-esque mirages or Skinner Man, an imagined enemy who can do you real harm if you're drained of your sanity. This results in some amazing social moments where you shout out a warning about a monster your friends don't see and begin to doubt your own eyes and ears. Only a few games like Dead Space 3 have dabbled in this kind of co-op trickery, and it's awesome. You'll also encounter doppelgangers of your teammates who, if you miss the slight differences in their player name, will shank you if you get too close. That's a fantastic curveball that makes you question whether you can even trust your own comrades. XP earned from completing levels can be spent to permanently unlock a fair selection of upgrades that make the going easier in each level. One of those is your rig, a special ability that lets you do things like stun an enemy with a thrown bomb or see items and enemies through walls with X-ray vision, all of which operate via cooldowns and lend some much-needed identity and role-based dynamics to your cooperative squad. There's also a number of appealing and helpful passive abilities that can be purchased, which let you do things like slide when sprinting into a crouch or automatically slip free of lesser enemies who manage to grab you. None of these unlockables get around the fact that you'll be repeating the same trials over and over again as you grind to obtain them, but they definitely make the optional tougher versions of each level more doable and give you more interesting options with which to tackle them. The more trials you play as your team improves, the more apparent it becomes that the computer-controlled psychopaths hunting you simply aren't smart enough to pull off the great ideas to which the Outlast Trials aspires. Not only do they often get stuck, they also lose sight of you when they shouldn't and are easy to confuse in very exploitable ways.
Give me just a moment, I'll be right back.
For example, scrambling over a desk or something to get away from an enemy often leaves them bamboozled as to how to get around the object, giving you ample time to casually stroll away. Even while completely drained of stamina and moving at a snail's pace, I was able to spam crawling over objects to escape, close doors in the faces of befuddled pursuers, and crouch in the dark just a few feet away from someone who should have easily been able to find me. Once you realize the AI's shortcomings, the killer represents more of an annoyance than anything frightening. That doesn't fully end the challenge of the Outlast Trials, because while they may be dumb, they still constantly interrupt your objectives and send you scrambling to the nearest hiding spot. This is especially irritating in one level where you're supposed to follow water pipes along the wall, ceiling, and floor. It seemed that every time I approached the end of my objective, a monster would creep nearby, forcing me to dart away and hide, losing track of where I was and forcing me to start all over again. Speaking of early access issues, the amount of content available at this stage is pretty limited. There are essentially only 3 levels: the police station, the fun park, and the orphanage. It does come with a few permutations of each stage that use the same bad guy and setting while changing up the map and objectives a bit, which helps to squeeze just a little bit more variety out of each one. Even so, you're likely to have seen the vast majority of content in just 4 or 5 hours. It's especially disappointing that 2 of the levels, the fun park and the orphanage, share a lot in common, including the big bad that's chasing after you, making them feel way less distinct than the police station. The Outlast Trials is a unique cooperative horror game with a fantastic premise and some really memorable scenarios, but while the early access version proves the concept, there's a lot of work to be done to make those ideas pay off. Running around with friends as you hide from murderous killers and complete utterly insane and sometimes too edgy for their own good death games is paradoxically tense and hilarious. But the fact that the enemy AI is about as effective as a concrete parachute and 2 of the 3 levels share too much of the same DNA certainly leaves a lot of room to grow. For more, check out our recent reviews of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Humanity. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Okay, I'm back. I should have shown that though. Wait, is this Attack on Titan? They actually made a game? Resolution looks a bit PS2-y. This is VR, isn't it? Attack on Titan Unbreakable. Coming this winter. MetaQuest. Okay. 2.
Now don't forget to visit IGN Rewards for your chance to take part in all of the giveaways happening all summer long. Just go on over to IGN.com/rewards right now and sign up to become a member of our growing community. Now there's tons more benefits like free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR. Okay, now I've been here talking at you long enough. Right now, it's time to turn things over to Damon and the rest of the IGN crew to kick off the pre-show coverage of Summer Game Fest. Take it away.
Okay, that is gone, but my iframe is not working. Oh. This looks pretty cool. This looks a little, it's a bit of the vibe from Quake, in a sense. Quake 4. Game that nobody wants to talk about, but was still pretty decent. Fade-like a little. Oh, that thing with the arm. I've seen that before. What the hell? Rip out. Huh. Okay. I've never heard of it.
Meet Dave, an interesting little human with a precarious love for the sea. He spends his days diving the chilling depths of a mysterious blue hole. And when he isn't merely surviving or rummaging resources, he's often found snapping photographs, racing seahorses, farming, and really anything that grabs his attention. It's this gluttonous appetite for adventure that gets him into all kinds of unique situations. Luckily, he's at the top of his game and at the top of the food chain. Oh boy. I suppose even the most voracious hunters have their off days. The sun sets as the vibrant lights of a sushi bar gleam over the ocean. Dave, still hard at work, is faced with the most ravenous of species, patrons. And while cooking, serving, and pouring drinks aren't the most treacherous part of his job, they're unequivocally crucial to his survival. The Blue Hole is home to unimaginable secrets.
Dang it.
And with Dave's unquenchable thirst for discovery, there's no telling what he may encounter.
This is actually a really good game, apparently. I haven't played it yet, but I saw Kokanich play it, and he played it a lot. It's actually far more in depth than you would think. No pun intended, by the way.
Hi everyone, I'm John DeShazer, and I'm the design director on Evercore Heroes. And today we have a really cool thing to show, 3 new heroes. One from each of our roles, a tank, a support, and a damage dealer. And I'm going to go over each one of them in some detail. So let's get started. Sidian is one of our tanks in Evercore Heroes. It's one of those characters that fulfills all of the classic roles of a tank. Damage mitigation, the ability to taunt, the ability to control some of the enemies and get them off of your allies. But he does it from afar away and with very unique spells. So let's dive into that a little bit. He has this ability to build up a shield, and he passes that shield off to allies. And when he passes that shield off, it will do a taunt and make all of the enemies nearby taunt your ally that has just been given that shield. This is a really unique spin on how to deliver taunt. Sometimes a mechanic that you really need to successfully defeat a certain objective. Additionally, he has some of the most powerful battlefield control through his Q, which allows him to effectively launch a skill shot, travel through enemies damaging them, and then on recast, suck all of them back to the center of the source. And this is a really powerful multi-layered ability, giving you some fun skill shot mechanics, while also pulling enemies to a center point, which is often seen as a really fun way to combo with other allied abilities. So this combination of controlling the battlefield, offering allies damage mitigation, offering yourself some damage mitigation, creating really unique ways to taunt, are all ways in which Sidian still fulfills that role of tank, but does it from afar away through spells, which is really that unique and special offering that he has in her roster. With Skye, we wanted to create a mage with lots of battlefield control. She's a weather mage who can switch between water-based control abilities and lightning-based attacks. She can use her trait to switch between the forms, and
This is
every time she
mobile,
does, her
is it?
spells modify based on which element she is. One water and one lightning, making her our weather mage. Water form is focused around giving her control elements, while lightning form is there to still give that classic mage punch. We wanted the mastery of weaving between the two forms to really let the great Skye players differentiate themselves and show off. You can see using the Q here, if positioned correctly, can be a very powerful tool in slowing a large group of enemies. Another one of the tools is if you use the E in lightning form, it's really great at interrupting powerful enemies and denying their attacks, letting her weave in another element of control. All of these control elements play really well with teammates, setting up great combos and keeping the battlefield easier to navigate, bringing a complexity that is fun while letting her base abilities stay simple. Chef is our very special pairing with the game. We felt it was something special to make our craziest hero in the roster a support with a very unique gameplay style. The fantasy we chased with Chef is quite unique. Players pick between 3 ingredients and combine them to prepare different dishes. This gives us a combination of 6 unique dishes, but once you've picked your ingredients, you aren't done. Next, you must cook the food, and we iterated on this quite a bit and found a simple undercooked, cooked, and burnt loop fit the best. As you are still a hero, dodging attacks, smacking things with your
Timing in a game like this, I don't know.
When you deliver undercooked or burnt food, the benefits are dramatic.
It's not something I like.
But if you nail it, the food is perfect. It isn't too hot, it isn't too cold, and it's just right. You get the most out of it. Each ingredient has a theme associated with it.
Doesn't seem to fit this kind of game.
Healing ingredient. W or chili is our damaging ingredient. E or
You're basically gonna look at the bar instead of looking at where you're going.
Will match the gameplay of the
Just isn't quite it.
Especially when you do double Q for a really big heal. So you must keep an eye on your cooking UI and listen for the specific sounds to make sure that dish is at that perfect place to then hit your trait key and serve out your food to your teammates. Thank you all for checking out the new characters in Evercore Heroes today. Remember to visit our Evercore Heroes Discord community to share your thoughts on which character you're most excited to play. We can't contain our excitement either as we eagerly anticipate the launch of Evercore Heroes on June 20th. For those who can't wait to jump into the action, we invite you to join our closed beta. Simply head over to evercoreheroes.com, click on the store tab, and grab a founder's pack to secure your spot. We look forward to playing with each and every one of you. See you in Evercore Heroes.
Wow, that was amazing. In fact, you're amazing. You deserve a reward, an IGN reward. Now, IGN Rewards will be giving away free gaming gear throughout our Summer of Gaming live showcases. Now, IGN Rewards is our online destination for IGN members to claim exclusive discounts and gain access to special in-game items. So be sure to
members,
tune in to
a membership
IGN all
is
through June for your chance to score some free game codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR, and a chance to win prizes like a 64GB Steam Deck and a $100 Nintendo gift card. The best thing about IGN Rewards is it's all free. Just go to IGN.com/rewards to join our growing community today. Right now, we've got game trailers, previews, and a bunch
Check that
more.
out.
Let's take a look.
Rated M for mature. Born on the shoulders of three mighty
you need
stars,
IGN Plus, which is a membership.
the resounding beat of a great heart could be heard emanating from the clouds.
I could have sworn I've seen this game yet already.
For the miracle was about to give birth to a child.
If I do it like this.
A symbol in which all our faiths, pleas, and hopes might be united in communion.
This endless waiting has been my penance.
Copy. Paste. Oh, that's perfect.
My name is Cherry. I was built to entertain my creator. They will pay for what they did to her.
Cyberpunk vibes. Music wise. Art style a little bit too. Not sure if I like it too much. Music goes harder than the game, perhaps.
This here tale begins where Zed's tale's about to end.
This voice actor seems familiar.
But before she can cash in her chips, something comes for her. Something frightening. The Undertaker. Death itself. The Undertaker. Death itself. And
Did it just turn up the volume? What was that mean? No, I would have seen it. It's not me.
Incense? Must be Shrew, our resident gardener. Gone from Undertaker to Medic. An odd change of career. But you can't argue with the remedies. A few whiffs of that, and the squad is right as rain. Better skedaddle, Shroom. With all the trouble your squaddies get into, they'll They'll surely need your help. Smell the incense. May the herbs be with you. Try a whiff of this.
Sega.
Well, wasn't that special? Now, as we continue counting down the moments to Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest, we want you to take advantage of IGN Rewards, IGN's special gift to the most devoted members in our community. Now, sign up now at IGN.com/rewards and gain access to free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR. You could win a gaming console, the hottest games out at the moment, plus a whole lot more. So join our growing community today by signing up. But for now, we continue our countdown with more trailers and gameplay. IGN Summer of Gaming continues right now.
I know you may not want to be here, but sometimes we get a chance to do something. Something that will change your life completely. You are here to make things right. Make pain your ally.
Oh.
Fear is a mentor. And luck? Try it for yourself. This place is full of surprises and dangers. But no matter what happens, stay human until the end.
Let's see. Oh, that's why I did it. Oh. I'm like, wait, is this thing buffering? Nope.
Hello and welcome. This is Summer of Gaming. I'm Max Scoville.
And I'm Brian Altano.
In just a bit, Summer Game Fest kicks off, and we'll be counting down to that with an episode of Next Gen Console Watch, where we will go over what you can expect to see.
Don't forget to stick around for the post-show after, when we either say, I told you so, or hang our heads in shame when our predictions don't come true.
It happens. Before all that, we are getting closer looks at a handful of upcoming games, and that means new gameplay and developers answering some of our burning questions.
Up first, we've got something that's not really a game, but a new way to play them. If the words Atomic Purple mean anything to you, you don't want to miss this. So take a look.
Atomic Purple? Atomic. Nice. Mic check.
Put the Joy-Cons and Switch dock aside for what they're calling the Nitro Deck from the newly formed gaming hardware brand called Cracked. And here to tell us more about it is Jack Guinchard, the co-creator of the Nitro Deck. How you doing, Jack?
Good, man. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic now that we got this new hardware here. So what can you tell us about the Nitro Deck? Like, what are some of the features and what kind of sets it apart from like the Joy-Cons and the regular Switch dock?
Absolutely, man. So we built the Nitro Deck for speed, comfort with zero stick drift. Essentially, you have Hall effect thumbsticks that eliminates the stick drift, which is a common issue that people have, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just the Nintendo Switch, it's not just the Joy-Cons. Any controller that has traditional thumbsticks kind of suffers from stick drift over time.
Yeah.
So that's really one thing that we really wanted to hone in on when we were making the Nitro Deck. At Cracked, we're creators, but we're also passionate gamers, right? We really wanted to hone in on something that gamers would love And we wanted to create something that elevated the gaming experience.
What are some of like the inspirations for some of the designs that you guys created?
At Cracked, we really want to dive into premium collectible gaming gear, right? Like I said, we're passionate gamers, so we really want to create something that elevates the gaming experience, but also the collectability aspect. So not only are we focused on creating like high quality products, we've created a mobile app where all of our products kind of link to our collection system, which we can get into after, which is a cool aspect of what we're doing. So right here in front of us, we have 3 of the 7 variants available for pre-order. We have the base collection that comes in black, white, and gray. And then these 2 pieces are the first pieces of our nostalgia collection.
Well, like, so this one right here, I would say kind of reminds me of like the original Game Boy. Is that what we were kind of in, like Game Boy Advance?
Pretty interesting, because stick drift is an issue with many consoles nowadays.
I never owned a Super Nintendo, so I don't know. But
yeah, we also have a collaboration
some more
with
than others
for some cool translucent versions, but maybe we'll sneak peek those soon.
Ooh, very nice. Well, one of the things for like, you know, the Xbox and the PlayStation, they have like these premium controllers that allow you to kind of remap buttons and whatnot. So can you speak to like the, I guess, remapping of the buttons here?
Yeah, so on the back, you have some remappable back buttons. It's easy to remap. There's a program button you hold down for 3 seconds, and you essentially press whatever button you want to remap from the front to the back, and then it adds versatility to your gameplay. So you can really express your true game style, right, or your play style.
It kind of reminds me of like a Steam Deck almost, which I think is cool.
This is not on my end. This is on their end, for the record. Their stream just...
I like that you all have like these varieties and designs.
Okay.
One other thing I really want to ask you, so what happens, because you know, sometimes us Switch gamers, we like to play on our television. So what happens when you kind of plug this into your television? Are you able to still use the Nitro Deck as a controller, or how does that work?
So we built this for the handheld experience. We really wanted to upgrade the handheld experience and take the Switch to the next level. If you needed an extra controller, you can always take the screen out, you can always dock it, and you can always connect a USB-C connection and play as an extra controller.
That's really cool. So let me look at the back here. Is there's a way to prop this up by itself? Because like right here we have these
absolutely
these tiny things here, but
so we have the display stand here that pops out. I can help you if you want. Shouldn't be too difficult. There you go.
This is so cool. I'm really in love with this. Like again, like coming from like the Steam Deck, which is a lot bigger. Like this, I feel at home with this thing, especially with the you know, remappable buttons on the back of this thing, and I love this so much. So I'm really curious. When can we expect this to hit the market, and how much is it going for?
So you can pre-order the Nitro Deck right now. It goes live right now. There are different editions, there's different collections, and like I said, we really want to lean into the collectability of our products as well. There's 2 price points. The base collection is $59.99. You just get the controller. For the limited editions, it comes with a carry case, it comes with a 2.5 meter USB-C cable, which is an extra long cable so that you can play from the comfort of your couch. And then it comes with thumbstick toppers because the
limited
are swappable
is
as well.
accessories.
Those are the 2 editions, standard editions, limited editions. You can pre-order now.
You mentioned you have like a surprise.
We have a surprise for you. Are you ready for your surprise?
I'm ready. Yeah, I want to know what this surprise is. I rarely get surprised.
So when we start thinking
on these
about
shows, so
when we start thinking about collections and limited editions, I'll let you open it. But we created your very own IGN exclusive.
No way. Okay.
It's a full unboxing experience, and it's designed by hardware designer, artist. Pope Art.
Pope Art, okay.
I don't know if you guys know of Pope Art, but he is like the controller art legend.
Very familiar. Yes. All right. Oh my goodness.
You just slide it out, you pop it open, and
oh my goodness! Look at this! Look at this! This is amazing. It's a customized IGN Nitro Deck. Whoa. Dude, you didn't have to, Jack.
Come on, man.
You didn't have to. But I appreciate this. Can I keep the screen too? Can I keep the?
I mean, we can talk about it.
No, this is amazing. Tell me more. Tell me about this design. I want to know about this design.
So our good friend Pope, we wanted to come together and create something unique and special for you guys.
I wonder if you can customize it.
Us being here and talking about the Nitro Deck. So we wanted to create an experience for you to really cherish. So we created a IGN exclusive version of the Nitro Deck, and it also pairs with our mobile app, and it's a one-of-one exclusive design.
So no one else will have this?
No one else will have that one, no.
You all have an app that can tell me just how rare this Nitro deck is?
Yeah. So we have a mobile app that we built at Cracked, and it's called our True Collection System. And basically, any product that we create going forward will be part of this collection. This is where you can authenticate digital proof of physical ownership. You can scan it or tap it into your collection, and when you do so, it's as easy as tapping your phone to the product, and it recognizes it. You go through a digital reveal experience where you can record your experience. It reveals the product number out of the batch. So for example, for that one, for the IGN version, it would be number 1 of 1 exclusive IGN edition. But maybe for the Retro Purple edition, it would be you got number 50 out of 5,000. And then you add it to your secure collection. It's basically just a hub for your collection of Cracked products. And that's something that we've really wanted to create, and we've been working on for the past year, in addition to all of the products that we kind of are thinking about creating.
I love that idea. So like, let's say you make like 5,000 of them. Like I feel like there's something to be said if like I got like number 2 out of 5,000.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And there's 3 different ranks. The silver, diamond, and cracked. Obviously, the higher the product number, the lower the rank. And vice versa. But it really adds to that collectible experience too, right? Not just the physical experience, and it's kind of bridging the gap between the two.
Awesome. Well, Jack, I want to thank you so much for telling us a little bit more about the Nitro deck. And also for my gift. This is my gift, everyone. IGN Summer of Game continues after this, so keep it right here.
That was a look at Cracked controllers right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. So if you're looking for a way to give your Switch that kind of new car smell, that could be a solid option because after all, Nintendo said we shouldn't be expecting new hardware until April of next year at the very earliest.
Now, I'm personally fine with my Switch smelling like Robitussin and potato salad, but I do wish it looked more like an atomic purple Steam Deck.
It's deeply concerning. Anyway, up next, we had a chance to check in with Night School Studio to see what's in store for their much anticipated sequel, Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals. Check it out.
We've been all over. We've seen different timelines, gone back to the past. We're alone.
Here to talk Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals. I'm joined by studio director Sean Krenkel and lead writer Adam Hines from Night School Games. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So, quickly set the scene for us. Where are we at the start of Oxenfree 2? What's going on? Who do we play as?
Well, you're right back in the town of Kamina. It takes place about 5 years after the first one. You play as Riley Poverly. She is an environmental researcher who is drawn back to her hometown. She's been contracted by a paranormal investigation group to investigate these weird signals that they can't really tell what it's coming from. They can't tell if it's a natural source, if it's an unnatural source, but it's affecting electronic equipment in the town. So she's been tasked to basically figure out where it's coming from.
Do you recommend people play the first Oxenfree to get the most out of the sequel, or is it pretty standalone?
It's definitely standalone as a story, but it would be awesome if you played the first one, because I think that, you know, the way we've treated it is that the world of Kamina and then Edwards Island, which is the place that's nearby that the first game took place in, the events that are taking place in Oxenfree 2 tie somewhat to what happened in Oxenfree 1. So what I mean by that is, you know, at the end of the first game, I won't spoil it too much, but I will say that things get resolved in a particular way and some portals get closed up and we feel maybe good about what happened. And at the beginning of Oxenfree 2, we realized that there is this cult-like shadowy group in Kamina that are trying to open a portal, really undoing all of the things that had been accomplished in the first game. So they tie together in that way, but otherwise we have a new protagonist, a new sort of storyline. It's almost like getting the best of an anthology approach, but having it be a shared universe.
Interesting. The original, highly influenced by teenage coming-of-age stories. Would you say that's the same for the sequel?
Sort of. So, you know, I think one thing for us this time out was that we wanted to make sure that whatever story we told and whatever, you know, trauma we were going to throw our characters through had a reason to exist. And I think in the first game, you know, we really closed out Alex's story and felt like it was pretty complete. And so in this one, we thought, okay, if the first one was a coming-of-age story for a teenager, what does coming of age look like for somebody in their 30s? And how do we do a coming of age story that grapples with generations and parenting and all of these other things that you know, could be interesting for you know, people in that age range? So it's a coming of age story for somebody in their 30s.
Well, that's interesting. Are there any new gameplay mechanics you've added this time around?
One of the biggest ones that we've seen in other games before is a walkie-talkie, but the way that our walkie works is actually really unique in that you can sort of asynchronously start conversations with people that you meet around Kamina at any time. So if Oxenfree 1 was very much about being in the moment and having your dialogue bubbles popping up over you and that we're having our real-time interaction, I can bust out my radio and call somebody at any time and sort of intertwine my story with what's happening on other places in Kamina. So, inspired by Metal Gear Solid, things like that, but doing it in a way that overlaps with the writing of Oxenfree, which was a giant new challenge for this guy.
Yeah, it was fun this time, allowing the player to start conversations with people at any time that they wanted. Whereas before, you could only really react to what Jonas wanted to bring up. And you could kind of guide the conversations, of course, but now players can kind of pull out the walkie-talkie at any point and just ask a question of someone that they've already met.
Speaking of all that writing, the original had several different endings. Did you have to choose one that's canon going forward?
We didn't, because thankfully this world uses a lot of different timelines and a lot of different kind of multiversal properties. So we were able to kind of cheekily reference anything that the players were able to do in the first game as something that could have potentially happened for the sequel.
Could players look forward to multiple endings again this time around?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we like to approach it is almost like a modular grabbing of decisions and outcomes in the story so that everybody gets a custom ending. Oxenfree 1 did that, and we lean into that even more in this one because I don't want to oversell it and say like there's 8 million endings and permutations of endings, but everybody's ending will be pretty custom for them, and it's definitely we care a lot about player agency and sort of feeding back to the player that their choices matter.
Now the music in the original played a big part in setting the very cool eerie atmosphere. Can we expect sort of a similar experience this time around?
We have been very fortunate to work with Andy Rarman, whose artist name is Scientific, and we've worked with him on all of our games. And then he joined our studio actually about a year ago full time. And so we love this aesthetic of like chill yet unsettling, something that you can kind of hang out in. And I don't know, our studio's playing a lot of Dredge right now too, which has a similar thing going on. Shout out Dredge. But yeah, I think that Andy's work on this one is incredible too. Like the vibes are awesome, and he's actually tried a lot of new orchestration. Is that the word? Orchestral approaches to the scoring.
Cool.
Yeah.
The original was very well received, but were there any criticisms that you took on and sort of implemented into the sequel?
The big one was, and I'll totally take the blame for this on the first one, and the whole team fought me on it, was just being able to customize the levels of certain things. I was like, no, you have to hear the sound effects at the exact same level and everything, but now you're just able to modify the experience just for usability and just where you are when you're playing it. We had just a lot of options of just being able to like slow down subtitles and just things like that.
Yeah. I think another one, and this was like not necessarily even from the public so much as a self-critique, was like we didn't have any human antagonists really in that first one, which felt quite cool, but we're excited to have.
Seemed like a cool game. I have watched it for sure.
We've got a real threat that feels a little bit more mortal and similar to us, and as well as treating the supernatural as like the backdrop to all of it.
Interesting. Now there have also been reports of a possible Oxenfree movie or TV series. What's the status of that project?
Yeah, it's been talked about for a hot minute now. We are, well, now that we're part of Netflix, that opens up a lot of awesome opportunities. I will say we're very early in developing what that could look like, but the versions that we've talked about in the past, those have sort of slowed down. So yes, there's a big opportunity for it, but nothing to announce yet.
Got it. We're excited to finally get to play Oxenfree 2. Don't have to wait too long. It's coming to PC and consoles later this summer on July 12th. Sean, Adam, thank you so much for joining us here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
Thank you.
Oxenfree was great as a standalone adventure, but it was a terrible sequel to Ollie Ollie. There was no skateboarding whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure those are completely unrelated games, but hey, maybe you can do some ollies in Oxenfree 2.
Ollie Ollie lets you free some livestock. I demand Oxenfree has some ollieing in it.
Just stop that immediately. We gotta take a very quick break, but when we come back, tons more Summer of Gaming in our Summer Game Fest Countdown Show. We'll return right after this. Stick around.
Oxenfree!
Ollie Ollie Oxenfree!
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Classics.
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Why is this not working? Back.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Cards of Eternity is a digital collectible competitive card game set in a dark fantasy shared universe known as Aether. What sets it apart from other online TCGs is that users can freely trade and sell their collection as if they were real, tangible cards. Let's take a look.
Feel my anger and nature's fury.
So basically NFTs.
I can feel
No, thank you.
the anger taking over.
I have no idea what Ultra is. Let's see.
You are undeserving of my mercy.
Hello there. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and if you're just now tuning in, don't worry because there is still plenty more coming up.
Now, up next, we've seen a few popular gaming YouTubers venture into game development themselves, and Damon got a chance to catch up with one of them. So, check it out.
What's up, everybody? This is IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Damon Hadfield, and right now we've got 3 very cool indie games to check out. And here to tell us about them is Gerard the Completionist. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I'm really excited to talk about our games.
I'm excited to talk
this
about
guy.
these
He's
games.
a YouTube
I've
streamer.
checked them all out, and they all look like games that I would want to play.
That's the hope, man. We really hope that people like these stuff. They all look really cool and really special.
You have a lot of experience finishing games on the playing side. Now you're lending your talents to helping them get finished. Which is harder, 100%ing games or actually helping them get made?
From a content creation perspective, completing games is way more difficult than this, just from my role. But this feels a lot more satisfying, just being able to see and work with these developers who are so passionate about the stuff that they love. That's kind of why I got into it, was just talking to them, getting to know them about their games. They're so passionate about the stuff they make, and that's why I make my stuff. And so it was just a natural fit that I started working with these guys.
It must be a fun exercise too, to think about games differently rather than being on the playing end to the creation end. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. You start to notice, how does tutorialization work in educating the player versus just being someone that's like, oh, I need to skip through this to get to the game.
Sure.
So you kind of start to think things about it a little more differently from that angle of how you play a game versus how you make a game.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's take a look at our first game. This is Gestalt Steam and Cinder, a 2D Metroidvania with a very cool steampunk aesthetic. We've been following this game for a while. I think it was announced in 2020. So for a few years now. What's sort of the gist with Gestalt?
Oh man, so Gestalt, the top-down pitch that we say about Gestalt is what if Square Enix made Castlevania Symphony of the Night?
Whoa, okay.
And that's kind of our pitch. It's set in this steampunk era, in the civilization that's kind of living in this cavern, and you play as this character named Alethea. She's a mercenary, she's a bounty hunter, just kind of all in it for herself, just living life day by day, paycheck to paycheck, and upon a routine job that she got, she encounters some old world technology that starts giving her visions, and suddenly this criminal organization / government organization starts pursuing her and this mysterious tech that she found. And it's this roller coaster of how she's trying to outrun them, but also learn why she's having these visions and what the tech really is about.
Is the Square Enix influence the story, would you say?
I would say the Square Enix influence is definitely the story. It's more or less the classic aesthetic, I think, of that PlayStation 1 graphical era. Obviously, Symphony of the Night is a very important aspect to our DNA, but you definitely get the sense that the story is very important here. It's not just like a pick up and play and destroy enemies. There is a narrative that is intertwined throughout.
Symphony of the Night occurred to me when I first saw it, but also maybe Mega Man X?
A little bit, a little bit for sure. Mega Man X is one of my favorite games of all time, so that's definitely what drew me to it as well. But definitely Symphony of the Night is kind of our starting basis for the game.
Very cool. All right, up next, a bright and colorful, fast-paced, roguelike action platformer. Gerard, what can you tell us about Elsie?
Whew, Elsie is so fun. I'd say that game is more closely to Mega Man X than Gestalt. Elsie, you play as our character Elsie. She is this android who's set to essentially restore Earth from these like ancient beings that have been retired, and so each atmosphere and stage is based off of a different element. So a fire stage, an ice stage, a wind stage, a lightning stage. But the whole thing is it's a Mega Man X roguelike aesthetic essentially. The cool thing that makes the game so unique to me is the parry system that's in it. It's very much similar to that of Gears of War. And how you use the parry mechanic is like you would reload when you're reloading a gun in Gears of War, and if you hit that parry system, you create an AoE blast that kind of neutralizes the enemies around you, as well as you get stamina back to you. So as you're shooting your guns and you're using your special weapons, the more you dodge and weave between enemies and parry correctly, the more the requirement of strength comes back to you. And it kind of leads into this whole idea of kinetic energy. You're constantly dashing through enemies, shooting them with weapons, and it's electric. The whole thing is about movement.
Describe the roguelike aspect of it too.
Every time you play the game, you're getting a different run. So all the enemy layouts, all the rooms, all the weapons that you get. The game is about breaking itself. You're all about becoming overpowered. So that's what drew me to it when I first played it. It became this game where the more weapons I got, and the more the runs went on longer, and the more stuff I discovered, the more insane the guns would become, or my jump would become, or my dash or parry would show up. At one point, when I first played it, I was just simply tapping the shoot button, and suddenly half the screen is covered in neon colors and missiles and explosions. And I didn't know what was happening, but I knew immediately, oh, this game is about trying to break it. And it purely is that through and through.
That sounds super fun. I like the feeling of becoming OP, especially in a roguelike game, if everything lines up and your run goes really super well.
Yeah.
Finally, Renane has a wonderful old school look, has you helping colorful characters with their ridiculous problems. Is that right?
Yes. This game is very funny. It's very cute. It's very charming. One of my favorite things about Renane is there's a little character that follows you around that you can get called a Chompy. It's this cute little white being, and it's essentially, I don't want to say like a dog, but it's a pet that follows you around, and as you play the game and progress, your Chompy can also level up with you, so you can customize your Chompy, and almost in this Chow minigame garden-esque aesthetic where you can dress him up, you can give him certain fruits and elements, and this little being just kind of helps you as you kind of dash your way through and attack and help people out. It's real fun.
I think the game has been described as a platformer that's inspired by fighting games. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say it's, in terms of the combat especially, when you're in combat, everything feels like there's a bit of a footsies mechanic to it, right? How how close the enemy is to you and your distance and how you can jump on them or attack them. It feels very balanced in that way. No matter what your weapon loadout is or how you're progressing through the game, you never feel like you're at ends with it. It's all about, just taking your time and really enjoying the view. The thing that really blows me away is the music. The music is jazz, hypernetic fusion, and it's phenomenal. The whole time you're just gonna be rocking out.
I noticed that the Steam page in the description says the music slaps. So
Very true. That is on the marquee for our game. The music does in fact slap.
In addition to combat, can we expect puzzles, side quests, exploration?
Definitely side quests and exploration. The side quests being the biggest thing. You're obviously helping the denizens of all these different atmospheres and environments. The main character is kind of like a link in the way of just like listening and reactionary, but also very expressionary. You see that within the pixel art, the little like eyebrows and dips and lows, and you're really just about trying to be the good person in the room and help friends. And you see the characters kind of all really rely on the main character as you're kind of moving throughout.
Well, as I said, all three of these games look super fun. They look like games I would want to play. While they play differently, they all have a sort of a retro throwback aesthetic. Is that by design? Are these the types of games you're interested in getting made?
Absolutely. I jokingly call these my games of my own personal Infinity Gauntlet, where I have like, this is my action platformer with Renee, this is my Mega Man X roguelike with Elsie, and this is my Symphony of the Night with Gestalt. And it worked out that way for me personally. But these games, I think what really drew me to them is not only their graphical aesthetic with how they look, because they remind you of that genre or of that style of game we played when we were kids. But more importantly, the combat and the way these games play is as fluid as it looks in the trailer. When you pick it up and get a chance to play it, you're not being sold this weird like whoopsie switch. What you see is what you get, and if it looks fun, it is fun. And that was kind of my mentality when it came to approaching these developers and working with them.
Well, they definitely look fun. You can wishlist Gestalt, Steam and Cinder, Elsie, and Renee on Steam today. Gerard, thank you so much for joining us here on Summer of Gaming.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Avium, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Let's see.
Welcome to Game Changers, brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network.
Still got half an hour. I'm just fucking my site a little.
Highlights that you don't want to miss.
Having an issue though.
Whether you're streaming, competing, or just chatting with your community, the Xfinity 10G network gives you a powerful connection today while building towards a faster, more reliable tomorrow. Now, let's take a look at some game-changing highlights from IGN's Summer of Gaming. PlayStation kicked off IGN Summer of Gaming with that PlayStation Showcase
What is
that saw
this?
the revival of a beloved
Oh.
franchise, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. Or is it Triangle? And according to the developers, the symbol Delta was chosen to signify change or difference without altering structure, meaning remake? Another heavy hitter for PlayStation was the Spider-Man 2 extended demo that showed off Peter Parker's new symbiote suit. Phantom Blade Zero is a stylish steampunk game that puts a heavy emphasis on looking cool at all times. Bungie revived their original first-person shooter Marathon with a stylized trailer. Marathon is an extraction shooter a la Escape from Tarkov. Dragon's Dogma 2 finally got a gameplay trailer. If you haven't, please play Dragon's Dogma.
Assassin's Creed Mirage got a release date, coming October 12th.
The Plucky Squire got a gameplay trailer and looks to be a link between world-style adventure that lets you transition between 2 and 3D. Ghost Runner is back with a sequel, allowing you to once again live out your cyberpunk ninja fantasies. Other standouts include Neva, Cat Quest Pirates of the Caribbean, and so much more.
Caribbean,
But
nice.
I'm out of time. Stay tuned for more Game Changers brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network.
I command thee.
Mortal Kombat.
You can't spell Jeff Keighley
That looks
without
pretty
3
awesome.
E's. But does he have what it takes to carry the E3 torch? Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. Today,
E3 torch?
it's Summer Game
Nah,
Fest.
this is better.
The Summer Game Fest pre-show kicks off right now, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
Hello and welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming. Summer Game Fest is about to begin and is sure to include a lot of big game reveals. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield from IGN GameScoop, and joining me now are Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox Show, Podcast Unlocked, Max Scoville, host of IGN's PlayStation Show, Podcast Beyond, and John Davison, publisher of IGN. Welcome, everybody. Everybody ready to see some games today?
It's a good day today.
Yeah. Good day to see some
Give me the
games. For the
games.
next half hour, we'll be breaking down what games we think might make an appearance today. Before we get started, remember that IGN Summer of Gaming
I'm
is
ready.
going on all through June. Head to IGN.com for a full calendar of the big live events and non-stop coverage of everything happening in between. Summer Game Fest is coming up in a bit. We want to hear what you think of it all. Tweet at us during the show using the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. Afterwards, we'll be using the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i, powered by a 13th gen Intel Core i9 processor, to see what you all had to say. But first, let's talk about what we know we'll see. 40 game publishers and studios have partnered with Summer Game Fest, and Jeff Keighley promised some pretty big surprises, but a few games are confirmed to show up. Number one is Mortal Kombat 1. I think we can expect a big gameplay reveal. We know it's coming out September 19th. There were some possible leaked DLC characters in Peacemaker and Homelander. Peacelander.
That's
Homemaker would be
I would play that. That would
pretty
be awesome.
formidable opponent. Mortal Kombat 1 is in a little bit of an interesting position right now because Street Fighter 6 just launched, had a huge, big, successful launch, and now Mortal Kombat 1 has to be like, hey guys, remember me, I'm still coming too, don't forget about me.
I don't think it's going to have a problem
Okay.
gathering attention if the numbers on the trailer on IGN's website and YouTube channel are anything to go by. But yeah, what a year for fighting games.
Tekken 8 too.
Tekken 8
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the big three, yeah.
It's just incredible. I mean, Mortal Kombat, you know that they're confident when they have the shortest window from announcement to release for a AAA game that I can recall since, I mean, it's even shorter than Fallout 4 was.
Yeah,
When I remember that's the one, they announced it right before E3 of 2015 and shipped it in October or November. This is announced in, the end of May, basically, and it's out in...
We got an exclusive reveal from WB CEO David Zaslav.
That's true.
Blurted it out in
That's true.
earnings call.
Which Ed Boon probably still wakes up in a cold sweat about that one, but now the game's out there and everybody's loving that first trailer, and yeah, that gameplay trailer is going to be highly watched today.
What do we want to see from this? It's some sort of a reboot, resetting the universe. I love
Most people want to see new
single-player mode
gameplay
in Mortal Kombat 12.
on Final Fantasy and just new games in general.
But I don't know, what do you expect to see?
I think something more like using the 3D environments more. They've done a really good job in the past and with this, I'm blanking on the super Injustice, where you would like break through the environment. I think there'll be more of that, but I think I'm kind of like hoping that we kind of go back to, you know, some of the ideas from back in the Soul Calibur days, where you sort of like going around, like really breaking the tradition of, and going back to this like being able to move in the Z-axis and like kind of take people on from the side and stuff.
Yeah. Very excited for Mortal Kombat 1. I'm also very excited for Alan Wake 2. Ryan, I know this is up your alley as well.
It's very up my alley. I mean, it's still, the first Alan Wake's one of my favorite exclusives from the Xbox 360 days. Of course, it's since come to other platforms. The remaster is out now. If you haven't played Alan Wake 1, it holds up really well. The remaster is excellent. But this game, it's not only have we waited over a decade for it, but it's not, what I love, it's not just going to be a more Alan Wake. It's, the first game was, you know, it's a third-person action-adventure with maybe some little psychological horror, scary elements, but really it was just a narrative third-person action-adventure game. This time, Remedy is leaning full into, they've said this is a survival horror game. Right. So they are going heavy on the horror. Even the little bits we've seen here that we're looking at on screen now, you know, it's got a little bit more of a Resident Evil vibe to it in terms of the sort of the pace of the combat and how the camera's in a little bit closer. I mean, and Remedy, by the way, they've always used their own in-house technology, their own engine, which is called Northlight, that's always excelled pretty well across the board, but especially at character faces and just what we've seen so far. You know, this is a next-gen only game, which, you know, we're pretty much at that point anyway.
Is this Unreal 5?
No. This is Northlight. Well, Epic's publishing the game, yeah. I don't know, this may be the first time Epic's publishing a game that doesn't run on Unreal Engine, but it certainly stands up tech-wise. Yeah, Alan Wake 2, perfect. I mean, we always get horror games every year, or in the spooky season, and Alan Wake 2 is it's going to be tough to knock that one off the top of my horror game wish list for this fall.
That one's coming out October 17th. It is a little bit curious that they missed the obvious date, because there's a Friday the 13th in October this year. I don't know why they didn't want to take that one, but they went with October 17th. Max, are you a fan of the first Alan Wake?
I actually never played it. There was a time when I was a big scaredy cat about horror games, but I don't know what happened to my brain over COVID, but I'm much more into them now, so I'm excited to dive in. I mean, there's definitely a lot of games on my backlog right now, but if I get to it, maybe I'll check out the remake. But I'm also kind of curious, like, there's a lot of people like me who maybe didn't play the first one when it came out. Interesting to see how this works, if it's a standalone story or not.
Yeah, well, it is the sequel. It's a direct sequel, follows on from, because there's Alan Wake, and then there was 2 expansions. There was American Nightmare, and now there's Control. It's also connected to Control, and it takes place after all of that. So excited to see more of Alan Wake 2. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. There was a little bit of a leak on this one. They leaked a price.
Phantom Liberty.
The pre-order went up live.
You'll see.
A little bit early on. $34.99 for that.
Which would imply that it's a pretty substantially sized expansion.
Well, it's been over 3 years now since Cyberpunk was released.
Is it really?
2020.
Wow.
Right.
Two and a half?
December, 21, 22, 23.
Time is meaningless.
2.5 years. 2.5 years. Obviously, Cyberpunk launched into a rocky state, but it's in a great spot now. I just wonder if it's going to be hard to pull people back into Cyberpunk now when there are all these other great new games coming out.
I don't think so. I mean, it looks amazing. It has Idris Elba in it.
It does have Idris Elba.
But I think, once Cyberpunk, I mean, a lot of people bitched about the technical issues, but when they fixed it, there were a lot of people playing this game.
Oh yeah.
And I think what they did with the environment and the storyline, people love immersing themselves in it. I think people are raring to get back.
There's still nothing really like Cyberpunk in terms of, I mean, obviously there are other open world role-playing games, but nothing with that aesthetic, nothing with that kind of vibe to it. So yeah, I think this is going to be a major release, even though it's just an expansion.
I mean, CDPR has a pretty good track record for that. The Blood and Wine expansion for The Witcher was an entire other realm, and I don't know if we're going to see that here, if it's going to be using existing Night City or what, but that expansion was $20, and that was massive. So if
inflation,
that's true.
It's probably the 2023 equivalent of $20.
Fair enough, but I'm excited to see what the scale of it is at this point.
All right, another game we're going to see more of is Baldur's Gate 3. That one's out. It's been in early access for 3 years now, but it's going to finally get its official release on August 31st. And now it's coming to PC and PS5. No Xbox One just quite yet. We'll get to that in just a moment. But this is the next game from Larian Studios, developers of Divinity, Original Sin 1 and 2, role-playing games that I love. And this one is a Dungeons & Dragons game. You were saying when we were talking about this yesterday, you were wondering maybe if people would get a little confused between Diablo 4 and this, but this is going to be very, very different.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think compared to this, Diablo is even more of like a shooter, right?
Well, Diablo's like Baldur's Gate 3 on...
People are excited for this game.
Right.
I may have to check it out at some point as well.
Now we're playing Diablo 4.
Right. But I think, I mean, thematically, I think they're leaning into the darkness that Diablo is doing. I mean, just look at this, right? I mean, it's a lot darker than we typically see in D&D games, but the Baldur's Gate games have always had these kind of like, dark undertones to them, and there's a massive fan base.
This is gross.
This game has had some of the most
anything with
trailers
eyes,
I've ever seen in my life. Remember the first trailer? It was like, I was just dry heaving watching that first trailer.
Yeah. But Ryan, the developers have said it's not coming to Xbox at launch because they're having trouble getting the split screen co-op to work with Xbox Series X and S. Maybe the S is the issue there.
Yeah, the quote's a little vague on that, but yeah, it's, I mean, when these consoles, the three of us, sorry John, do next gen console watch every week on IGN, and we've been talking about this since the run up to these consoles in 2020, where it's like, okay, Microsoft's taking this very unique kind of PC-like strategy with their next-generation consoles of having a lower-powered one and a higher-powered one, the Series S, the Series X. And are developers going to be hamstrung by the Series S at all, of having to achieve, parity on it and ship the game on the Series S? And so far, the answer's been no. Everything's worked pretty well on the Series S. I mean, they're obviously not running native 4K. The box isn't designed to do that. But this is the first time where a major prominent developer has come out and said, yeah, we're shipping, what was it, August 31st, I believe it was, for PC and PS5, but we'd like to get it out then for Xbox, but we don't know if we can because, we can't quite get it to where we need it to be.
Because of a feature that works perfectly fine on the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine this is, again, they didn't explicitly say it, but this has got to be Series S related, and I would imagine as soon as they publicly said that, there were Microsoft engineers that called them up immediately, and I'm sure are working with them. But until we get that announcement that the Xbox version is coming, then we have to assume it's not.
I feel like this game has had sort of a rocky just path from announcement to, like, it was revealed as a Stadia launch title, and it was early access on there, and it has outlived, like, its release has outlived the entire Stadia lifespan. Like, that got discontinued back in January, and it's got plenty of time in early access. I imagine all that sort of beta and user feedback is going to benefit it. It is really weird because we got the release date during a Sony State of Play showcase, what have you, and typically when they announce something on a Sony stream, they have the PlayStation logo at the end, even if it is cross-platform. And I think there was some confusion there because it's like coming to PC, coming to PS5, no mention of Xbox, and that's a kind of a nightmare messaging-wise. But hopefully everyone gets to play it.
I'm excited to play that one. The next game we're going to see today is Immortals of Avium. This is the single-player, first-person magic shooter. And Ryan, I believe you've played this one.
I did. There's a preview on IGN.com if you'd like to check that out, video preview. This is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I believe this is the first major Unreal Engine 5 game to ship. I think Fortnite got upgraded to UE5. Obviously, it's Epic's own technology, but it's outside of Epic's walls.
There's also Lords of the Fallen, but I think that's
coming, in October, I believe it is. And Lords of the Fallen's gorgeous, but so is Immortals of Avium. It really is. It is a beautiful first-person shooter. I was playing on PC. It ran great, felt great. I mean, I'm old, Damon. Actually, we've got a couple. Everybody but Max at this table is old.
Yeah. So we'll remember Hexen and Heretic.
Exactly, Hexen and Heretic.
Hey man, I played Heretic.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. So for our fellow olds out there, when I mentioned Heretic and Hexen, you will probably, that'll bring a smile to your face. And that definitely, it has that kind of vibe where there are no guns. You are casting spells that some of them, of course, mirror gun-like things, but It looks great, runs great. There are different combos you can do with the 3 different magic types.
So it's like elemental, right? There's like blue, red, and green or something in there.
The dialogue is not great. The main character is extraordinarily annoying, so I expect is not going to be magically fixed when I get the full game. I played about 2-3 hours of it. But the gameplay is super fun, and it's out in July, which is probably the best window they could possibly get this year. Amidst all, we're still in this massive wave of spring games with Zelda, Diablo, Street Fighter, and Final Fantasy 16 coming up, and then the fall's going to be huge as well. We already talked about Mortal Kombat. So July, I think Pikmin 4 is the only other game, and Immortals of Aveum is not coming to Switch, being an Unreal Engine 5 video game. So yeah, I hope it ends up being a good game. The slice I played was fun.
It's made by people that used to be at Visceral, right?
Yeah, Brett Robbins is the studio head and the project director. He goes back to Visceral on Dead Space, and then went with Michael Condrey and Glenn Schofield to Sledgehammer and did the Sledgehammer Call of Duty games as well. So
feel good.
And it does.
Yeah.
It plays really nicely. So yeah, I've enjoyed what I've played of it so far.
All right, as you can see, the official countdown to Summer Game Fest has begun. We're just about 12 and a half minutes out now. As soon as that counts down to 0, we will hand you over to Jeff Keighley for all the big announcements and trailers, and then make sure to stay tuned afterwards for our complete post-show coverage. Lies of P is another game that's confirmed to be there today, and that was a game that made a big splash at Gamescom last year. This is a dark Pinocchio-themed Dark Souls-like. That sounds like it might be a Max game.
Yeah, no, I mean, Bloodborne with puppets, I'm in. Yeah, this looked very cool at Gamescom. I feel like it's one of those ones that kind of blew up, went viral when like early footage of it first showed up, and I'm very happy that it has stayed in the oven this long, and I'm hoping that the final product is extremely polished. One thing that really has me excited is I think we interviewed them at back at Gamescom, and obviously you think of Pinocchio, you think there's puppets and fairies and stuff, but there's also the nose, yeah. But there's also Monstro. They get stuck in a giant whale, and I think they were like, "Is there going to be a giant whale sea monster type thing?" And they were like, "We're not talking about that yet." So I'm hoping we get to see something horrifying like that in there.
I don't. If there isn't some kind of a nose growing mechanic, how is it Pinocchio?
I think there is. I mean,
I
don't know if it's
there's a lying system that they talked about, right? Which is where the story branches based on how you interact with characters or something.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll get to our crazy long shot predictions in a bit because we can't do a countdown show without trying to manifest our dream game reveals using our collective summoning power. But first, let's take a quick break. Stick around, though. More IGN Summer of Gaming after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors, beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's
really advertising it, ain't they?
And benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month.
Let me check if I can find the
huge discounts for stuff like
Game Fest stream itself.
Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show.
There we go. do you do? Let's see. Okay. Okay, so now let's happen. Let's see. On it again. Why is this happening? There we go. Not super familiar with Ruby as a programming language, but I've been running into a couple issues that I'm not familiar with.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
There we go. Awesome.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Summer Game Fest. We are in person, and today we've got a look at what's next in video games for you. We are live here in Los Angeles at YouTube Theater, and it feels so good to be in person with a live fan audience for the first time ever. Welcome, everybody.
Dude.
When I started Summer Game Fest back in 2020 from a spare bedroom, I never imagined it would grow into this. Today, the video game industry has come together to show you what's next. This is a cross-industry showcase, meaning no matter where you play games, you'll discover a new game to put on your wish list. The landscape of video game events has certainly changed over the past few years, but one thing hasn't. There are a lot of great games in development, and our singular goal today is to get you excited about the future. In just a few minutes, we'll see the first extended gameplay of Mortal Kombat 1. It delivers, don't worry. Alan Wake 2, the reveal of Fortnite's next season, and yes, we do have a very special grand finale that you're not going to want to miss. That's all I'll say right now. But let's get right to the games and gameplay. The first reveal is something you're not expecting. Don't worry. Alan Wake 2, the reveal of Fortnite's next season, and yes, we do have a very special grand finale that you're not going to want to miss. That's all I'll say right now. But let's get right to the games and gameplay. The first reveal is something you're not expecting, which makes it that much more exciting. Here we go.
That one's a Persian. I knew they were working on a remake, so this is not new.
All hope rests with us, the Immortals, to rescue him and save the Empire. But we weren't prepared for what was coming next.
What is it? Kind of Prince of Persia vibes, but not quite. And probably not, but Ubisoft game, so probably is. Cool. It did have some like snake like creatures in it, but I don't know any of this. Although this is typical Prince of Persia in a sense. Though the boss fights ain't.
Hope is the only thing that keeps us fighting.
So I'm wondering if it is Prince of Persia. The main character doesn't look like it. Yeah, it is. Lost Crown. Looks pretty cool. Definitely a bit different.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is coming in January 2024. A brand new action-adventure platformer in the iconic series with deep combat, some huge boss fights, and of course, incredible platforming, puzzles, and animation, bringing a modern take on the legendary franchise. You'll be able to see more at Ubisoft Forward, streaming on Monday as part of Summer Game Fest. All right, let's move along to another iconic video game franchise that just celebrated 30 years. That's right. It's time for Mortal Kombat 1. Couldn't keep you waiting on this one. It has been 4 years since MK11, and ever since, Ed Boon and the team at NetherRealm have been hard at work on the most ambitious MK yet that reboots the series into a new era timeline, and it's coming this September. Everyone has been asking, what does it look like? Who's on the roster? How do the new cameo fighters work? Well, now it is time for combat. No spoilers, but this video is literally insane. Here is an extended first look at the story, gameplay, and yes, of course, the fatalities of Mortal Kombat 1. Let's do it!
1. Why does it say 1? We had 10 already. So is this a different type of game?
I have had enough of you. Then go before I put you down. Fight.
And style.
Today,
Ooh.
you have proven worthy of joining us. Come, there are other champions I must gather.
What do you want?
Sento, it's my family blade.
Sento's mine, and I won't give it up without a fight.
Ooh. Brutal. Oh my god. No fighting chance.
Enough. Okay, let's go back to 1 here. Who are you again?
Lord Liu Kang, protector of Earthrealm, god of fire.
Why do they why do they call it Mortal Kombat 1 instead of 11 or something?
Whatever experience I lack, I make up for in heart.
Like I'm not super familiar with the games and Mortal Kombat. I think I only played the first one back on PlayStation 1.
If your disease becomes known, you will be banished. I only want what's best for you.
Or do you secretly covet my throne?
Graphics look good, as expected. Hey, minus. Ooh. Yeah.
Finish him.
How's this? The Steam itself is pretty low. Maybe that's still on my end. Let me check. Max volume, pretty much. Like I can still turn it up, but not much. Pretty low volume.
I mean, that was pretty good, right, guys? Now, I'm sure you have many questions about what we just saw, and to tell you more, I am so honored to welcome to Summer Game Fest one of our industry's greatest creators, a man who has been loyal to the same franchise and fan base for more than 3 decades. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest the creator of Mortal Kombat, Ed Boon! Congratulations. They love you. All right, well, Ed, first of all, thank you for that incredible world premiere. We got to see all of the gameplay of MK1, and everyone just wants to know more about this, because first of all, this is it's MK1, right? It went from 11 to 1, so tell us about this. Is it a new timeline?
Yeah. I don't know how many people have seen the ending of Mortal Kombat 11. Liu Kang basically was kind of graduated into, like, you know, a fire god, right? And he created a brand new universe. And this universe, this is why we're calling it Mortal Kombat 1, is because this is the beginning of a new timeline. A number of these characters you've seen before, but they're told in a completely different story. And so Sub-Zero and Scorpion are brothers now, and there's all these things that were rivalries before are now allies, and so mixing the whole thing up. So we're just kind of rebooting.
Annoy a lot of people.
Well, it looks incredible. Everything we saw there was, you know, in-game gameplay. The cinematics look incredible. I know the team has been working for 4 years on this, but the thing we got to talk about are these cameos, because we saw some pretty amazing stuff there. Now, so tell us, how does that work? You have your sort of your main character that you'll pick, and then I know you also have a separate kind of cameo menu, so you pick sort of a pair when you start the game?
Yeah, normally in a fighting game, you'll see a roster, basically, you know, where you select your character.
Just for now, I'm not going to talk over it too much.
Roster of characters.
So if you could name something, I won't be talking about
that are the cameo fighters, and these fighters actually, they will join the fight. But
a lot of blank squares there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, imagine yourself with Sub-Zero, but you have some of Jack's moves, and you can call him out. You can do it multiple times, as you saw in the gameplay. You know, so you can basically combine these two characters. All the characters can be combined with all the cameo fighters, and that's where you see. That's where the player's kind of imagination comes in, and they can actually customize it for what they like seeing. You know, the best team ups.
Well, so how does that work? So you're in gameplay, you have your main, you have your cameo. How do you summon them? Is it time-based? Like, how often do they come in? It's not a tag team thing, right?
Exactly. And you're basically summoning them. It's just one button push is basically summoning, but they have a variety. So you can go, you know, push that button with towards, and it'll do a different move. Push it with down, it'll do a different move. And so the combination.
Oh, I see. So you can bring them in a combo almost.
Exactly. And you see, there's like a meter up on top, which is basic. That'll limit it, so you can't obviously fire them indefinitely, but you can call them pretty much whenever you want, and they have, you know, like in the middle of a combo, they'll have a lot of you know, basically a whole arsenal of their moves. So Sonya
one attack while the other dude did
sometimes
like
you'll
6
see them
attacks.
appear twice.
Okay.
So time-based, they come out, and then obviously as you go through, you revealed some of them there, but is it a different set of characters that'll be in the cameos? Are there some repeats from the main roster? How will that work?
Yeah. Some of the characters are going to be available as cameos as well as the main roster fighters. You can play Sub-Zero with Sub-Zero, right? Same thing with Scorpion. But a lot of our cameo fighters are kind of like nods back to our first game. So you'll notice Sonya and Kano and Jax are in their kind of older costumes. And so there's a lot of that novelty. We have a lot of like really surprise ones. I think you guys saw Goro.
Yes, Goro popped in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of like kind of really digging into the old Mortal Kombat games as far as getting, you know, we really love the novelty of it. We really want the cameo characters to feel, you know, kind of nod to the old games.
Well, speaking of none of the old games, let's talk. You confirmed, I think, or it's at least known, that Jean-Claude Van Damme is actually going to be in this game as Johnny Cage, right? Is that true?
Yes.
That was, people don't know the story. I mean, Bloodsport was such an inspiration for Mortal Kombat, so he finally is now part of it?
It's a huge first full circle moment. You know, the first Mortal Kombat game, we originally wanted to be Van Damme, the video game, and that never really worked out. So I can't tell you how many times over the last 30 years we've tried to get him. You know, we were this close, like 4 or 5 times. And so finally we got him, and he's doing the voices, too. Wow. So you're going to hear Jean-Claude, his voice doing Johnny Cage lines and stuff like that. We're really excited about it.
That's pretty cool.
Well, I know the team has been working so hard in Chicago to build this through COVID, and it's coming out in September, so we don't have to wait long, right?
That's right. This has been a very difficult secret to keep over the last 4 years. And so, but we could not be more excited in terms of getting players' hands on it. And, you know, throughout the summer, we're going to be showing a lot more content, a lot more characters, a lot more cameo characters, you know, so there's a lot of reveals that are coming up.
Amazing. Well, Ed, thank you so much for giving us the first look At
Wonder what
MK1,
it
as you said,
releases
this
on.
weekend people will be playing it, press and media, so we'll be seeing lots more coverage, lots more characters to reveal on the main roster and cameos. Ed Boon, thank you so much. First look at Mortal Kombat. Awesome. Thanks for Amazing. So excited about that one. All right. Next up, it's been a fun couple weeks for action RPG fans with the release of Diablo 4, which is truly fantastic. Another big and anticipated ARPG is Path of Exile 2 from Grinding Gear Games, who have faithfully been updating and patching the original PoE since its release in 2013. We haven't seen anything on the sequel in over 2 years, but that changes right
give me
now.
this.
Here is your first look at a raw gameplay capture from Path of Exile 2, a sequel that pushes the engine and gameplay to a new level.
Show me the upgrades. Art styles similar, but upgraded.
Hey you! What's going on?
What the heck? Ice Nova. That looks good. Path of Exile is a game I've been playing a lot lately. The first one. The second one, just people are waiting for it. It's basically Diablo, but more for the hardcore player. It's more in depth. Ooh, okay.
Looks amazing, and there's more coming in July. Last week marked the release of Street Fighter 6, a game we featured last year at Summer Game Fest. Well, the team at Capcom has an important update to share with you right now.
The heck is that guy doing? Smoking crack pipe? The guy in the audience, I'm not sure if you saw it, but he was putting his nose in something. Capcom? Wait. We already seen Capcom stuff, but we're still gonna get the Capcom Showcase.
I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. Welcome to Bikitoa Island.
Okay. Wait a minute. July 14.
I'm guessing Ryu from Street Fighter facing off against a dinosaur probably wasn't on your bingo card for today's show. That Street Fighter Cross Exoprimal collab will launch in the fall with the game coming out on July 14th. But guess what, guys? That may actually not be the craziest collaboration on the show today. Check this out.
There's nothing more powerful
There we go.
than imagination.
Home sets.
It can shape
Horror
the
game?
fabric of reality, transforming everything you may think you
Science fiction?
know.
Oh no.
That's right. Nicolas Cage is coming to Dead by Daylight in July. I mean, I don't know how these things happen, but I figured the easiest way to find out is probably to go right to the source. This man's bold creative choices have earned him an Academy Award and a few memes on the internet across more than 4 decades of incredible films. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest, Nicolas Cage!
No kidding. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool they got him.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Happy to meet you.
Nick, I gotta say, welcome to the video game world.
Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to be invited to your very, very cool club, everybody.
finally, I mean, I gotta say, this is such a crazy, unexpected collaboration. I gotta understand, how did this come about? I mean, some people be like, oh, maybe he'll show up in Fortnite, maybe he'll be in a Hideo Kojima game, but Dead by Daylight, I mean, how does this happen?
Well, it's a museum of horror, right?
Yes.
And when I make movies, one of my favorite genres
Yeah, pretty much.
is
He's a bit
horror.
of a meme.
And in this, and in that genre, there's a character, a murderous ghost named
But he
Sadako,
tries.
who I think is amazing, and she
I'll
made
give
an
him that.
appearance in this game, so that was good enough for me.
Okay. That's what, yeah, I mean, that's what's fun is you're playing one of the survivors in this game, and it's cool that, you know, it really is this museum of horror. Michael Myers, you said all these different characters all coming together. And you play yourself, or who do you play? So
I play this heightened, exaggerated version of a film actor named
God.
Nick Cage. And he's going to a location thinking he's making a movie, and instead he wakes up in the fog. And in the fog, he's surrounded by crows and serial killers.
Who
and
saw
it's
this
rather
coming?
amusing. And there's something about it that I think, as a survivor, is like a bonding experience. It's a bit like hide and go seek. You have your 3 other teammates who are survivors with you, and it's teamwork. You're working
Nick
together
Cage
to
playing
pull
Nick
through,
Cage and
I
Nick
like
Cage.
that. And so that was a large reason for wanting to do it as well, that feeling of bonding with your friends.
And you're fully in for this. I know we heard your voice in there, so you recorded lines for it and everything?
See, I want you to know when you're playing the Nick Cage survivor, I even have, when you're choosing your skins, I even say, always remember to dress to match your talent. I want you to know that you're with me, that we're one, that we're fused. And so it was important to me that everything I do, everything I say, from the scream to the grunt, down to the most minimal, exasperated expression of a sigh, whatever it is, it's my voice, so that we are fused.
All right. Fully method, Nick Cage. I love it. I mean, this is so
That's
fun.
pretty
This
funny.
game, as you said, is such an awesome kind of, collaboration with so many different characters. For you, I mean, how did you find out about Dead by Daylight? Do you know much about the video game
Somebody
world?
very important in my family is a Dead by Daylight enthusiast,
Okay.
and that really put the hook in, ha, pun intended. See, Dead by Daylight to me was an opportunity to branch out. I've never been invited into this space before.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for new adventures. So this to me was like, wow, I can make a whole new audience, meet a whole new audience, and branch out and go on this Dead by Daylight adventure. I didn't say
no
it
new
took
audience.
me nothing
We
but a
watch
split
movies
second
too.
to say yes. And speaking about split seconds, what excuse me, what I noticed, excuse me, sinuses, allergies. What I noticed was that every move you make when you're doing this, when you're in the gaming space, it's timed down to the split second. It's a very immersive experience when you're acting out in this space, because every move, every grunt, every sigh you make has to be timed perfectly with the gamer's moves. So that was something
Okay,
that
keep
I learned from
continuing
this.
on
I'm
this
always looking to learn something.
Men in Black
Well,
song.
we love having you in the video game world. We want to see Nick Cage in more games. Thank
you. Thanks, guys.
Nick, thank you so much. Hopefully the first of many. Nicolas Cage, great to see you, man. Awesome. There you go. Lock it in.
Be awesome though.
Now, for all of you who want to play Nick Cage in Dead by Daylight, the chapter officially comes out on July 25th on PC and console, but PC players can try it earlier by downloading the player test build on July 5th. And here's an exclusive first look at Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight.
Damn right I made it.
Anything goes here at Summer Game Fest. All right, thank you very much, Nick. Now, lately we've been seeing an incredible number of video game adaptations, but back in 2019, The Witcher on Netflix, inspired by the Witcher book series, showed the potential of well-done adaptations, and later this month, Season 3, Volume 1 arrives, and now it's time for the world premiere of the trailer, introduced by Henry Cavill and the cast.
People like Dead by Daylight because of the gameplay, because it's pretty competitive.
With you. be sure to tune into The Witcher Season 3. Volume 1
Just like a gameplay loop.
Volume 1 debuts on June 29th, only on Netflix.
Get ready to watch the world premiere of our brand new trailer
Wait a
for
minute.
Season 3 of The Witcher.
Thanks for tuning in to the Summer Games Fest and enjoy the trailer.
Henry Cavill? Didn't they take another actor? I forgot his name, but
Neutrality. It won't get you a statue. But it'll certainly help in keeping you alive.
it was after Season 3. Okay.
I won't abandon Siri.
Neutrality has
Like,
consequences.
he's pretty much perfect for the role.
You're right.
Embrace. Well, that's deeply worrying.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the other dude is
Everything that's happening.
good too.
It's all connected. And she's at the center of it.
Yes, yeah,
If what is
that's what I heard
There is
too.
no hiding her from it.
Apparently they didn't stick to the original
sure about this?
material, so.
Are you?
So this is where it ends. What the heck?
History has a way of repeating itself.
Cool.
The dangers we've seen foretell an even more menacing future. For the first time, I understand real fear.
We're witches.
Is that so?
I think people will still be excited about Season 3, but Season 4 may change that
They look for monsters.
quite
And they're
a
like,
lot.
no, please don't hurt me. And then wow, fangs, just like a boatload of fangs, all up in your business.
We'll see. Maybe it will be good. We've seen character changes before that were good. We've seen it in Game of Thrones. It's fine. The witcher stuff. Let's see this though. Witch hunt. Yes, they did minus. I thought it was pretty good. Worth a watch for sure. Witchfire. Okay. Okay. You.
01. Operation Control clear
Has that
for engagement.
sound? No, it isn't. Audio. This is a typical Doom song, but it isn't. Though gameplay, it's more like CS:GO almost. VR. For the quest, yeah. Fire. Fire. Wasn't that game already released, but this is just an update or something to it? Okay.
no choice. The root will destroy everything. For all time.
I do like the environment. Oh, okay. Okay.
No turning back after this. You sure?
This looks pretty cool. Ooh. Reckless Fire isn't new, from what I can tell. It's just an update or something. But you'll see. Yeah, this game looks pretty cool. Co-op, from the looks of it. Kinda like Left 4 Dead a little, in a sense. Or, no, PTFO, that's a better comparison. Or World War Z, maybe. Music is good, though. With bosses. Interesting. Oh, Remnant. I saw some Remnant 2. I saw some stuff already. I already have it on my list, but I'm not familiar with the game itself.
All right, we have much more Summer Game Fest to come, including a first look at the gameplay of Alan Wake 2, the world premiere of the new season of Fortnite, Call of Duty Season 4, and maybe a few more surprises for you. As we go through today's reveals, use the hashtag #GamingOnTikTok to react to the news. And we want to welcome everyone co-streaming the show live on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and other platforms.
Hey.
For those of you on Twitch, we also have a special Warframe Twitch drop, a free Steinax Warframe for watching more than 30 minutes of the show. Now, speaking of surprises, another legendary gaming hero is set to return later this year in a brand new game built from the ground up in a style that I think is going to get this fan base and longtime fans of video games very excited. Here's another Summer Game Fest global game announcement. New thrills with a classic feel.
Oh. Go fast. Ooh. Ooh, I saw the hidden character as well. This looks good. I did play some Sonic even on stream. Did enjoy it. I think it was Generation or something. I got many in my library. Knuckles. I forgot her name. Girls. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah, many Sonic games are like this, and most of the Sonic players do enjoy those more than, you know, the 3D stuff. It seems. Wait. That's new. Boss fights. Oh, I think it's Amy. That's nice. That's a lot of platforms. Fall 2023.
How about that? A new standard for 2D classic Sonic that's bound to appeal to new and legacy fans alike. This past April, Honkai Star Rail launched, and as you're about to see, the game is bringing an exciting new character to space fantasy RPGs. However, we don't just have a new peak for current players, but also for those awaiting the game's release on PlayStation. Take a look.
This club.
I wish this universe had a few more things to do. Don't you get bored running across the map every day?
Isn't that the follow-up to Genshin or something?
Trailblaze back from duty. Mission 1 accomplished.
Yeah, that's the follow-up, Trailblaze. I think. Genshin Impact is not bad at all. I didn't even see any paid stuff myself when I played it a little. Played it for a couple days.
The tournament's starting. Great.
The animations look good.
Strike first. Need a hand? My pleasure. Let's see some sparks fly.
Huh. Never mind. I miscalculated. Can you let me have some fun this time?
Oh, there's plenty more. Load name PlayStation 5.
Time for a buzz.
Use a band. What?
Extra speed, too slow.
Okay.
Later this year on PlayStation.
It's coming
Right,
for PlayStation 5, but it's not exclusive. I'm
Liza P
quite
is a
sure.
Soulsborne-like game from the team at NeoWiz, which is coming to Game Pass, PlayStation, and PC this year.
People
well,
like
if
those
you're wondering
games.
exactly when, we have news to share with you on its release with this brand new trailer.
Soulsborne. This looks pretty good. Surprisingly good. Keep in mind, I'm restreaming a stream, so the quality, there's a bit of quality loss. Uh-oh. Team CA. Apparently they used music that wasn't gonna get me copyright strike. Graphics look really good of this game. Is this a new IP? Looks good. Oh, wait a second. I think I may have seen this.
Listen, pal. Nice landing, but let's not make it a habit.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of this. Not a lot. Demo on Steam.
That's right, a demo for Lies of P is now available across PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Check it out and prepare for the release on September 19th. Now it's time for the reveal of a visually stunning new game based on a classic manga with a story and world created by one of the most celebrated anime artists of all time. This is one of those games that I feel lucky we get to reveal for the first time here at Summer Game Fest. And I think you'll be pretty hyped once you see the gameplay, all built in Unreal Engine 5. Here we go.
Ooh. Ooh, that's bright. I'll check it out later. I got a lot of games to check. And I'm making a list as well. You know Kuni? Like? Here to a Jeep. Yeah. This looks pretty Ni no Kuni like. Sense. It was pretty good, yeah. They announced like over 50 games. All indie games, but it was good. Most of them were pretty new. Some of them were not even available on Steam yet. Yeah, this looks pretty good too.
ちょっと運転させてくれよ。
おやめなさい王子、こんな人間の機械。
いいぞ、やってみるか。
いいのか？
Could enjoy that.
Sandland, get ready to become an unlikely hero in an adventure where you don't need to be human to save humanity. That's coming from Bandai Namco, and we're excited to see more of it soon. Independent games are such an important part of the industry, and one thing that's very important to us at Summer Game Fest is supporting those creators as well. After the live show, stay tuned for Day of the Devs from I'm8bit and Double Fine with some incredible indie game reveals. Now, one of the biggest independent publishers is Annapurna Interactive. And later this month, as part of Summer Game Fest, they'll be revealing a number of ambitious new projects. Let's see how many you can figure out in this little tease.
Okay. Wow. I've seen that game too, I don't know the title. And the two... At least they was decent. Not like a 10 out of 10, but it was decent. This was already announced, but the date wasn't announced yet.
I wonder what that was at the end. We'll find out later this month. All right, next, we're stepping into the world of Throne and Liberty, a free-to-play PC and console MMORPG from NCSoft and Amazon Games.
NCSoft.
With an always-changing environment,
Whenever I
massive
heard
scale,
NCSoft, it's
PvP,
like...
PvE, and the ability to transform into
Do I care?
creatures to battle across land, sea, and air. Here's a look at Throne and Liberty.
They make so many MMOs, it's like most of them are pay to win. Well, do I care? I just pay for it, even subscription.
An ancient evil searches for these lost fragments, destroying anything in their path. You must find them. Harness their power and put down this threat.
Walks.
And for all.
So we went from Valheim to World of Warcraft. Got it. Pretty cool though. Oh, okay. I'm seeing some cool stuff. Mobility looks pretty awesome. But it's NCSoft, it's free to play, I'm pretty cautious. And over the tech test, you mean you need beta testers? It works.
Looks great. I also want to say hello to everybody watching on Steam right now. I'm sorry we don't have any free Steam Decks for you right now, but on June 19th, Steam Next Fest does return, giving fans a chance to try out hundreds of new in-development games. One of them is the free-to-play medieval fantasy sword fighting game Warhaven from Nexon, which lets you transform into supernatural immortals. Here's a new look.
Immortals. Yeah, because it's NCSoft, I'm a little bit, I'm holding back. Same with next one. Like, the graphics are pretty okay. But that alone is not a thing you should look at, right? Okay, now we see the actual gameplay, it seems. Reminds me of, what's that other game? For Honor, a little. There's another game, Chivalry. But a little bit more fantasy-like, maybe? Moves that are a little bit over the top, maybe? Probably a lot of AI as well. Yeah, but next on the NCSoft I'm always holding back a little. Not that I have never had fun with their games, but there's always something like, man, I wish this wasn't in their game. Like, typically pay to win.
Hey, this is not...
Why can't
What the hell? Party animals. Yeah. Actual gameplay footage. Not all images represent the final version.
Pilgrims, summer is coming, and with it, a lot of cool stuff will make its way to Dying Light Tuesday Human. Get ready for darker, more dangerous nights and roaming volatiles, complete with improved parkour, rolling out with the next update in June. Then, right after that, we'll kick off an event season like you have never seen before. Trust me, for one of them you will want to get your butt barbed wired. Very soon, you will get the deadliest summers to date.
Okay. Mine. Oh gosh, yeah. Figured it was. Still gotta play the End trilogy. I do have it. I did play a little. Without a controller it was pretty tough, but I do have that now. This looks like a PvP game though. Dash Team Rumble. Back announced. No! Building that! You can no longer do that though. Which DOS? Oh wait, they reverted it. Hi-Fi Rush. Still wanna play that game too, kinda. So many games to play though.
Welcome back to Summer Game Fest. Isn't that great? By the way, Crash Team Rumble is going to feature playable Ripperoo and Engine, Neo Cortex's right-hand guy in Season 1. Now, it's time to change the topic and descend into madness. Joining me is a guy who was last on stage at the Game Awards 2021 to announce Alan Wake 2. He's come all the way from Finland. Please welcome from Remedy, Sam Lake.
Cool.
See you. Looking dapper as always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we are so excited because when you announced Alan Wake 2 at the Game Awards, you said 2023. We are in 2023. It's coming this October, and we are so excited about this, Sam. I know it's been a long time coming for fans and for you. 13 years since the first Alan Wake. So tell us
a little
what
bit
we
too
expect
business-like.
It's been quite a journey, yes. Alan Wake 2 is Remedy's first survival horror game. We have two playable characters. It's a 50-50 split between them. They are on their own separate terrifying journeys through two different worlds, and yet it's all connected. And the player gets to switch between them at given points in the story as they choose.
Cool.
Yeah, we saw, obviously, at the PlayStation event, you revealed Saga, the second character. Tell us a bit about her. She's in Bright Falls, and she's sort of living a narrative that Alan has written. Is that right?
Well, that's a good question to ask going into this. So, yes, we have Alan Wake, our title character, of course, trying to escape from the nightmare dimension of the Dark Place. And then we have Saga, our new hero, FBI agent, coming to the Pacific Northwest small town of Bright Falls, together with her partner, Alex Casey.
Okay. So how, and they're somehow linked in some way, right?
They are coming to investigate a series of ritualistic murders.
Okay.
A little too hot.
And very quickly, the investigation turns into a nightmare when they discover pages of a horror story. Maybe written by a certain missing writer.
Initials AEW.
And this horror story starts to come true around them.
Interesting. So obviously, it's, you know, Alan is still going to be playable in the game. You're going to experience his journey, but Saga, this is sort of new character, and there is that sort of link. Tell us a bit about, you said split 50-50. Do they have
controls in the same universe, right? There's another game that's tied into it too.
We go into the experience playing as Saga.
There's 3 games in the same universe. Forgot the third one.
It's a sequel, but it's also a standalone experience. We are not expecting everybody to do homework if they have not played the original game. This can be enjoyed as is. Saga doesn't know anything about the lore, about the supernatural in this world. She will be going in very quickly. She has to learn to survive. And with that, all the players will be on that journey with her. And then we open up the experience so that you can hop to play Alan Wake in the Dark Place as he's trying to find his way out. And you can keep on playing as Saga in the Pacific Northwest as the investigation goes on. And you are free to switch between them. There are a lot of connection points in many surprising ways, but there is no right way to play through this. You can choose. You can go on as Alan all the way close to the end, or as Saga, or you can keep hopping between these two sides of it.
Well, you're always so good at kind of telling challenging, interesting
Also,
narratives
apparently
in
Max
ways.
Payne.
I mean, Remedy's always been known for that, and you especially,
But
so
it's
we can't wait to
unclear
see how these stories
how.
intertwine, I'm sure, throughout the experience. Today, though, I know you brought with you some gameplay of Saga's adventure. We're just going to see a raw segment of the game, right?
Yeah, raw gameplay for the first time ever. This is early on from the experience.
They're hyped, Sam. They're ready for it. So tell us, what are we going to see?
Supernatural forces of darkness have brought the murder victim, in this case, back to life as a monster. And Saga is outside Bright Falls at Cauldron Lake, trying to find him and stop him.
Okay, with that, let's take a look at raw, unedited gameplay from Alan Wake 2. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Sounds like somebody's home.
Okay. Changed a little from the first one. Not much, but a little.
A monster, like Nightingale.
Ammo still seems to be rather rare. Sparse. Get ammo. Oh.
The text on the heart is clearer now. Legible. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a
Why do you need that? Why is it still beating? Oh, come on.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson.
The sides?
Killer left a message.
It's for us.
We were all trapped in a horror story.
Yes.
The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right.
Do you order now? No, thank you.
A long time coming, but Alan Wake 2 looks incredible. Thank you to Sam and Remedy for that first look at gameplay. Now let's get a first look at the co-op campaign of Warhammer Space Marine 2 from Saber and Focus.
I think I played the first one. It's the only one I played
They engaged us
as
on
well,
two planets,
I think.
Avarax and Kadaku.
Ooh,
I'll be straight with you,
good
Titus.
though.
I have my reservations.
This looks
about your
real good.
statement. There could be questions. Will that be a problem? No.
This has to be Unreal 5 or something.
My pledge is eternal service. Xenos inbound! Eviscerate this abomination! Come forth and be slaughtered!
Base.
Open the gates. Care to see if we can slay more Xenos for the Chiron? I thought a piece of that statue would offer more sport.
This is looking good, but this is not in-game footage. I'm pretty sure. Cool statue. Voxel? Kingsland? Yep. I've seen an 80s version of it as well. Yesterday. No, this is something else. What is it? White potatoes. Yes, your grace. Snowfall. I'm getting Kingsland vibes.
Indie game, yes, Your Grace, Snowfall. Now it is time for another global game announcement, and this one comes from the minds of Saber Interactive, Focus Entertainment, and yes, horror master John Carpenter. It's a brand new world, a brand new story, and looks like a heck of a lot of fun. Check this out.
Left 4 Dead-like game. I like Saber Interactive. They're pretty good.
We gotta be ready.
Ooh.
Nobody half-asses it this time. Ruby.
Ooh.
Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
Non-cop is toxic something. Yeah, I kind of figured it would be such a game. I don't mind it. Is it a World War Z 2 though? Or what is it? Because it kind of looks like it. Like, I know the title's different, but it kind of feels like a sequel a little.
More unexpected collaboration. Sean Carpenter and Saber with Toxic Commando. That looks tons of fun. You guys think any of those zombies made it? I don't know. All right. Well, this August brings the long-awaited full 1.0 release of Baldur's Gate 3. And today, a new member is joining the cast. We're about to see the reveal of Lord Enver Gortash, the commander of a mechanical army of Steel Watchers. He's a second antagonist and is voiced by a familiar name.
Never played it, but I know people are excited.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
You are soon to witness the people of Baldur's Gate granting me complete power over them. A new age is upon us. Gods have mercy on those who would stand in our way. A mad dog understands the yank of the leash and the hand of its master, but it cannot be an equal. You can be my equal. There's an old wisdom. A brittle alliance can never be mended. They can only break. I want to lead this city to glory, not scorch its earth.
Friends, allies, to my side. Let us usher in a new dawn. This city is mine!
I'm not ready to call you enemy. What do you say?
Character does not look like
Shall
a
we
king,
be allies?
even though he seems to act like it.
You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to.
Traitor.
Gortash.
Baldur's Gate 3 is on track, Sven tells me, still for the end of August, and we can't wait to check that out. All right, this fall, Marvel Games and Insomniac are set to bring Spider-Man 2 exclusively to PlayStation 5.
This was already
Sounds
announced.
like you guys are a little hyped, so to tell us more is Brian Intihar, game director at Insomniac. Brian, thanks for coming by.
Saw
I
footage.
know you guys are deep in development. First of all, it looks like we have some fancy art behind us. Is this the box?
This is the box art. This
Okay.
is, this is it. Here it is. I mean, it has 2 on the box for a reason, because this game features 2 Spider-Men, so we're really excited about it.
Absolutely. Peter and Miles, we're so excited about this experience that you guys are doing with these sort of 2 characters. We saw some great gameplay at the PlayStation Showcase, but I want to talk about the 2 villains, I think, in the game. There may be more.
There are more. There are more out there, I
2
promise.
main ones, but we have some new art to show of, we obviously, Craven, we got the reveal at the PlayStation event. So tell us a bit about him and how he factors in.
So Craven's very different from any character we've done. He's not, he's not powered by magic or, tech. He's just the best hunter in the world, and he's coming to New York for his greatest hunt. And what's better than all of the Marvel characters that live in New York City? So Peter, Miles, and others, he's on the hunt.
And
but I mean, games always look really
but
good.
Venom also, obviously, Symbiote is a part of this whole story, as we saw in the gameplay. Oh, there you go. Good reaction to the art.
I'm glad you're happy.
I don't know how much you're going to tell us about Venom. Is this, can you tell, is this an Osborn Venom? Can you tell, what's the origin of Eddie Brock Venom? Or?
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
Our goal was to tell an original story, something you haven't seen in the comics or the movies yet. Obviously, we love Venom for a reason.
Yeah.
All those things you love about the character are going to be there, but how the story plays out, who is Venom, you have to play the game to see how it goes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's a bit of a tease. Now, obviously, the symbiote is a big part of the gameplay, and one of the things I think we were all struck with the footage that you showed at the PlayStation Showcase was, how that is going to really impact the gameplay when you're playing as, Peter. So tell us a bit about that and how, the gameplay is going to be dramatically different.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw it in just the raw power, the strength, and even the transformation of Peter's moves in that gameplay reveal.
Yeah.
We call him the acrobatic improviser, him and Miles, but you can tell there's a lot more strength,
This we have seen,
raw
I think.
power, aggression, which you saw both in the moves and how Peter talks. So it's not just what happens in gameplay; it's what happens, how the story plays out.
Interesting. So how it affects him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some of that, and there's much more of that journey when you play the game.
And I know the journey is also more expansive. You've got Queens, Brooklyn, so even more of sort of
I mean, the city is pretty much doubled in size. So it's Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and then being able to use the web wings to traverse at speeds way faster than they were before is really awesome.
Hugely ambitious game you guys have been building over the past few years. We saw at the PlayStation event, it said at the end, fall 2023, and I think we're like getting close to that. Are you guys feeling confident that you're gonna make it this fall?
Jeff, I know you like exclusives.
Yes.
And I can promise you we are very confident what we're gonna tell you right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take
Tomorrow,
a look.
we have delayed Spider-Man 2.
Wow. Nailing it. October 20th, Spider-Man 2, exclusively for PlayStation 5.
Got it.
Awesome. Well, Brian, thanks so much for stopping by. I know you got a lot of work to do. Wrapping up the game, but we'll check it out in October. Thanks, Brian. We got our date. All right. Now let's take a look at Pal World, a multiplayer open-world survival crafting game where you can befriend and collect mysterious creatures called Pal, who can also fight.
Pokemon.
In other words, it's kind of like Pokemon with guns. And
Oh, this one.
then we're going
Have
to
this
look at the
wish
Land of the
listed. This one
Morning
looks
Light,
pretty
a new
cool,
expansion to Black Desert
actually.
Online, which recreates the mythical folktales from Korea's Joseon dynasty, and some huge bosses too.
Yeah, this one could be pretty cool. Becomes pretty absurd. Yeah. Never rest. Ooh. Is the statue or more? Ah, January 2024. Full Abyss. Okay. Gives me MMO vibes a little. It's not Black Myth, is it? Nah. Nope. change art style combination, enemy and character. Lord of the Morning Light, Black Desert. So that was the MMO. Okay.
Our story is
Black Desert does look good though, if you can run it on max settings.
It is time we told it ourselves. With hammer and axe, we mine and scout. Across
I think I know what this is.
delving for riches.
I was talking about it yesterday.
Greatest treasure remains out of our reach. Moria.
Moria? Oh. Isn't that Lord of the Rings? Ooh, that creature did not look good.
Come, my fellow dwarves. Rally together. It's time we took back our home.
Yeah, that creature did not look good. That was rough. Just a commercial. Are people still playing Halo Infinite? Was it like dead?
All right, now we're going to look at an exciting new mobile game from a legendary franchise.
This mobile? No way. Final Fantasy? No way, right? This is not rendered on mobile, no way. These graphics look better than some PC games. This could be mobile. Strong doubt. All of this is mobile. Strong doubt. Seven. Have a crisis.
Pre-registration for Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis has just started, and users will have the chance to participate in an upcoming closed beta test. Now, speaking of Final Fantasy...
16?
No. Today, during Summer Game Fest, DoorDash has your back. You can get a free burrito when you order from Taco Bell using the code GameFest. Plus, get the chance to win a Final Fantasy 16 prize pack. DoorDash, stay in your game. Yep, we got you.
DoorDash isn't even here.
Now here's a look at the game we debuted last year at TGA. Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, the story of two ghost hunters in the haunted wilds of North America.
I think I've heard of it.
Life to the living, death to the dead.
We are banishers. We end suffering for those who live.
Okay.
We bring closure to those who don't. I want us back, Red. I want revenge on what killed me. I want to live.
As the man says, we face a choice, simple and awful. vanish.
Death to the dead.
Do we kill? To be together again?
Wonder if it's co-op. I think it might be.
Or do we part forever?
Come out, wherever you are. Come on, show yourself.
Red.
Every bloody time.
Oh. PC. Doesn't say Steam though. It probably is Steam. Epic and whatever. What's the game again? Yakuza, isn't it?
頼みましたよ。コードネーム上流。大丈夫か？
ええ、お待たせしてしまって。
トラブル発生。車はまだか？
到着まで3分。
Oh yeah, that's Yakuza.
お前らも今回り右すりゃ無事に帰れる。
This might be a separate thing from Yakuza though. There's another game with Yakuza characters, but that isn't called Yakuza. This one probably is. Whoa. At the big gate, such looks like Vegas. Gotta speak a little bit louder from up there. Yeah. Like a dragon. Yeah. So that's that spin-off.
Good morning, Stanley. It is 7:32 a.m. I hope you have a productive day.
Lots of good games though.
Change username to just Stan.
Adjusting morning wake up. Good morning, just Stan.
Base to capsule 12. Come in. You there, Stan?
Green across the board. Looks like we're good. Definitely a leak here, Tim.
Not exactly a Subnautica. Looks a bit more story driven.
How long has it been now?
3 years. 2 months and 17 days. What sort of operation are they running down here?
Would be cool.
He shouldn't be here. Is someone there? This doesn't make sense. Is someone else down here?
It is.
No.
Are you there?
It's a beautiful new game, Under the Waves, and today, incidentally, is World Ocean Day. Fun fact. All right, next, Call of Duty. Well, there's a new Call of Duty coming this fall, along with Warzone Mobile.
Skip.
Today, we're going to give you the first ever look at Season 4 of Modern Warfare 2 Warzone, launching next week. Here's your first look at Vondel, a new Warzone location with points of interest, including a medieval castle, a soccer stadium, and an abandoned zoo. Yep, it's all happening. Check it out. Here you go.
Oh, that's a missed opportunity. Abandoned. Okay. Wait. Free to play, yay. Still not gonna play it though. I mean, the trailer looks pretty cool, but It's not my type of game. Like the older Call of Duty games were pretty okay, but still not my thing. More into the Battlefield games anyway, but besides that, even that stuff, meh.
Season 4 next week. Today is a big day for video games, but also a huge day for Porsche. The iconic German automaker turned 75 years old today. And to celebrate their contributions in the automotive and gaming space, and we've all raced a 911 in some point at a game, Xbox has teamed up with Porsche for a limited edition run of 75 consoles inspired by 6 famous Porsche race cars. And I'm thrilled to debut the first design here today, inspired by the Porsche 963 that's racing this weekend at the 100th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's take a look.
(911) is a bit more iconic though, probably. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Not the Porsche thing, but the skins,
the Porsche Xbox
basically.
Series X. These custom consoles are not for sale, but you can enter for a chance to win one now at PorscheXboxSweepstakes.com. Make sure to stay tuned for the Porsche and Xbox social channels for additional opportunities to get your hands on these special consoles. All right, next. Phoenix Labs are building the next great entry into the cozy farm sim genre. We all like a cozy game inspired by classics like Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley. Previously announced for Nintendo Switch, there's now some exciting news for PC players too. Let's take a look at Fae Farm.
Dear friend, life in Azoria's been treating me well. Days pass so quickly. Before I know it, they turn into seasons. It's been a breath of fresh air. I think we found a way to get cozy and settle in.
Not a bad voice actor.
But there's something
not
more
my kind of thing
I've
though.
been itching to explore.
The personal thing, I guess.
Realms where magic comes to meet us. As long
Feels a
as
bit
we're
out of
prepared,
place.
we can face anything. So, what do you say?
It might be due
There's
to
so
the
much
trailer.
yet to discover. Are you ready?
Be cool. Not me.
We promised variety. There it is, Fae Farm and Mortal Kombat in the same show, only at Summer Game Fest. Now, please welcome Ben Brode, Chief Development Officer and flannel enthusiast at Second Dinner, the developers behind the popular collectible card game Marvel Snap. What's up, Ben? Man, you guys have been on fire. Last time I saw you was at the Game Awards when you won Best Mobile Game. Seems like you've been very busy. We're excited about the Spider-Verse content you've been doing. Lots going on over there, right?
Yeah, it's been exciting. We've been doing a bunch of new features, some of the wildest cards we've ever made, and some new game modes.
Save the sugar.
New game. Is that a segue, Ben?
Certainly, yeah. I'm excited to announce Marvel Snap's biggest update ever. We have a new game mode coming next week. It's Conquest mode. It's a great way to get a super competitive experience and some exciting new rewards. But you don't have to wait till next week. If you haven't tried Marvel Snap, go download it right now on your mobile device or early access on Steam.
All right, Ben. I love the enthusiasm, Ben.
That's what I got.
That's you. You're made for YouTube. All right. Well, we heard you brought something fun with you for us to watch, right?
Oh, yeah. So listen, I am incredible at card games, so I often win. But some people, and maybe you've had this experience, Jeff, some people lose.
Wow.
Okay. Fair.
Wow.
And I like to think it's because they suck. No offense, Jeff. But sometimes, sometimes it's because they might just be a little bit unlucky.
Cue the tape.
Oh, snap.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have an ideal hand of cards here, but that's fine. I'll see what I draw in future turns. Anyway, let's reveal the first location.
Labuntus 1. Each player destroys their deck.
Okay, I guess I will work with what I have. I'll play Medusa on location number 2. She gets +2 power. And let's see the next location.
Clover Dangerfield has a 25% chance of destroying your cow.
Okay, well, I mean, 25% isn't that bad. And it's gone. Okay, well, I have some powerful cards in my hand, so I can just wait. Let's see the next location.
I'm assuming he's a competitive player. I'm not into the game, so I don't know.
You gotta be kidding me.
Also, if you don't play a card this turn, you have 0 friends.
Now you're just being mean.
Trying a little bit too hard, maybe, but it was still okay.
Still to come, we're going to look at Immortals of Avium from EA Originals and Ascendant, and the world premiere first look at Chapter 4, Season 3 of Fortnite Wilds. Now, if you're looking for the smartest way to level up your gaming this summer, compare top credit cards side by side with NerdWallet and start maximizing your cashback rewards on everything from Wi-Fi to headsets. Now, here's a look at King Arthur Legends Rise, a new cross-platform UE5 game for mobile and PC, a Fantasy Squad RPG adventure that is available to pre-register today.
Why mobile? Still looks decent though.
Arthur, I have sacrificed everything to save your kind.
Oh. Pretty cool sword.
Evil. Fight with honor. Vanquish the wicked. And you may prove worthy of your legacy.
Actual gameplay. Okay. I'm not seeing a user interface. So is it actual? Yeah. Clicking RuneScape?
Do you remember the fall? The gloom descended on Skylight. You rallied to protect the beacon.
It's a very similar style.
Paid a terrible price. You fell, and the world was broken. Remember who you were, who you are, and return to us. This world needs champions.
What's that game again? It reminds me of a Fortnite competitor. Paladins, I think it was called. Looks very similar. Fortnite. Nope. What? Call of Duty Fortnite? I'm so confused. Space station? Looks pretty cool. That was a tech demo. Oh, this stuff. That's pretty cool, actually.
Steve, seriously, you don't stand a chance.
Project under construction.
Why does it sound so familiar? Stellaris, that's why.
Guys? One more game?
Good morning, Scavenger. Scan your surroundings to retrieve and recycle anything that could be of value to Scavex.
Might be dope. Kinda like Space Engineers cartoon. Space Trash.
Captain's log.
Cool.
Stardate 43152.4.
Ooh.
Our fleet is cautiously entering hostile territory. And the crew is standing by.
Cool. The cube from Transformers.
Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
Looks pretty good though so far. Factions, MMO, Infinite.
Hey there, Summer Game Fest 2023. It's Will Arnett here. Yeah, right? My buddy Anthony Mackie and I have been working on this for some time now. We're really excited to share with you Twisted Metal, which is streaming only on Peacock starting July 27th. And I'm very excited to share a sneak peek of the character of Sweet Tooth, who I had the pleasure of voicing. Hope you enjoy it.
People are gonna be excited for this one, I'm assuming.
It's gonna be fun. Ha, swung a little wide there. Well, aren't we a tall glass of water? Me? I'm more of a Hawaiian punch. I'm guessing you don't fight much outside of your car now, do you?
Look, Clown, I don't need 4 wheels to kick your ass. Any chance we can get this back in the cars?
How about a little kill music? She had dumps like a truck. That's like what? All night long.
Let me see that thong.
Like it when the beat go?
Da-da-da-da.
Baby, let your booty go.
Da-da-da-da.
Girl, you want to show?
Da-da-da-da.
The thong. Do you love the silver-haired god? Then don't lie to me.
Yeah, man. Look, I listened to Unleash the Dragon so many times the disc broke. I'm not a liar.
You said you were coming to my show, and then you shot at me.
It was a misunderstanding. I've been getting shot at ever since I can remember. It's forced habit, I guess.
Sounds like you have trust issues.
Cool. New cities. I thought it was based on the original.
Who hasn't dreamt of duplicating oneself in order to multitask? This new hack and slash game with a tactical twist allows you to do just that. Brought to you from France, here's the world premiere reveal trailer of Lisfunga, the time shift warrior, coming later this year to PC.
Okay. Oh.
Goddess of time.
Receive my light, Lisfunga. Let this power flow through you and fight again alongside your past selves.
I'm here again.
This could be cool. Seems unique.
That's another me. I look good.
Until that point.
Unwind. I begin again, but with another me to fight with.
You're coming with me.
Yeah, I played a game pretty similar to this
You're not
while
the
back,
only one
demo.
who can be in multiple places at once.
I will become Legion and crush these demons.
This funga.
Onwards! I can
Okay.
feel that there are more.
Very cool independent game. All right, next up is a brand new IP from Ascendant Studios, a single-player, first-person magic shooter called Immortals of Avium. It's fast and fluid. It's an FPS in a fantasy setting, kind of like Doom with magic. It also has a great cast led by Darren Barnett as the main character Jack, and he joins us now. Hey, Darren.
Hey, guys.
Great to have you with
How you
us.
doing? Thank you.
This is such a cool game, super high production value, spectacular gameplay. Tell us about the guy you play. You're the main character, Jack, right?
Yes, I am playing the main character, Jack, as seen behind me. He's a battle mage that controls all 3 forms of magic, triple threat. He's brash, he's funny, but he gets the job done.
Well, it's the gameplay, as we've seen, is just so fast-paced. There's so much action in it. you know, with all the spells, the spell casting, and the magic. What can you tell us about the story and sort of how this battle mage Jack comes in? He sort of becomes a battle mage, right?
Yeah, he kind of comes from nothing. He's I guess they call him a street rat, is what he was. But he, during a time of intense trauma, he summons the power to control magic, becomes part of the Immortals, which is like the elite Navy SEAL squad of this world called Avium, and they are in the middle of an Everwar fighting for the control of magic.
Okay. You have a great cast. You, Gina Torres in it.
Wait, that's the Naruto story.
Incredible, really high production value game that's coming out this summer. We don't have to wait long for it. And I know you brought something with you to share today, which is a gameplay sequence, which is one of the most epic sort of parts of the game, right?
Yeah. So this is a wild part of the game. This trailer is going to be showing you the Immortals and myself confronting Sandrak directly, who is the top villain of this game, and trying to end the Everwar. And it's taking place in like one of the most badass levels of a video game I've seen. We're battling on top of a 400-foot mech in the middle of the ocean as it moves around. It's wild, so let's take a look.
All right, let's take a look at some brand new gameplay from Immortals of Avium, which comes out this summer for PC, PS5, and Xbox. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Sandrax literally pushed us to the edge. Everyone that can fight already is.
Extended Studios. Seems familiar. Ooh. Visual quality depends on your system.
What's our bearing, sir?
North by
nice
northeast.
one.
5 knots. We'll catch him.
Wait, we've seen this.
Got it. Gotta get to the control room.
Bit of flipping. Seems okay, but it doesn't grab me.
I want to be an immortal. I want to fight this war as one of you.
You're what's called a triarch. The Pentasod has gifted you with the ability to manifest all 3 colors of magic.
We're only going to win this one together. Sigil up.
Okay.
Love that we get to show you guys so much amazing raw gameplay today, and that game looks incredible. Coming out this summer from Ascendant and EA. Now, one game that constantly reinvents itself is Fortnite, and tomorrow, Chapter 4 Season 3 Wilds launches, and today, Summer Game Fest is debuting the cinematic trailer to preview the season. The center of the island has collapsed, revealing a vast, hidden jungle with ancient secrets to discover. And of course, there's a whole new Battle Pass lineup where you can unleash the power, yes, of Cybertron. Here we go.
Cybertron. Okay. Really a Fortnite player. I tried it a couple times, but it would be cool. People have been waiting for a new season anyways. Yeah. So is Cybertron, what? Oh, because the new movie, probably. Funny. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I fought Transformers already because of Cybertron. I saw dinosaurs and then I saw the temple in Indiana Jones game. Past the skin though. What the? Whoa. Has to be a mobility thing as well, the dinosaurs.
Fortnite
cool for the
Wilds
people who
launches tomorrow.
enjoy it.
Well, finally, guys, it's time to get to our grand finale. And it is a deep honor for me to present this game. What you're about to see is a world premiere trailer that gives us a new look at an expansive world we can't wait to explore again.
Again?
This game comes from a studio that surprised the world and redefined the RPG genre with its iconic characters and rich storytelling. And I want to thank them for this trailer for one of gaming's most anticipated upcoming releases. The rumors were true.
We're still here at the scene of this terrible disaster, caused by a massive tornado which swept through sectors 0, 1, and 2. Amidst the wreckage of the
Final Fantasy
expressway,
16,
search and rescue operations are already in progress.
Wait, what? Back?
Wow. Just look at it all. It's so green. Even after everything we've done to it, it's still going strong.
It may look that way, but in reality, it's barely hanging on.
Was wondering, what's Cloud been doing these past 5 years? Where's he been?
And you're asking me this?
This is gonna sound crazy, but as far as I know, Cloud was never in Nibelheim 5 years ago.
The Livestream.
What the heck?
It is the very essence of our star. The blood coursing through its planetary veins.
According to Hojo, they're connected to Sephiroth. Shadows of the Mad, I believe he called them.
Sephiroth was in Midgard. We fought him. Whatever happened, he's alive.
But why come back now? After 5 years, doing who knows what.
Well now, think we woke it up.
Angered it, more like.
Feast your eyes on the Turk's latest and greatest, Elena.
She may be new, but she's still a Turk.
They say she's a monster, that she can peer inside you, into the very depths of your soul, that she can become those you hate, those you fear, those you love.
I'm assuming this is in-engine, but even so, it still looks good like expected.
My village!
You know that I killed her. So, who is she?
Part 2. Kickoff. Early 2024.
There you have it. That was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming early 2024 to PlayStation 5. Nomura-san, thank you so much. All right, that's going to do it for Summer Game Fest, our live showcase. But that is not the end of Summer Game Fest. Stay tuned this weekend for updates on many more games during SGF Play Days, a hands-on event for media here in Los Angeles, including Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, as well as the Xbox and Bethesda showcase on Sunday. Right now, though, stay tuned for Day of the Devs from I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine, which celebrates the independent game culture with a number of new game reveals over the next
start in
hour.
12 minutes.
We'll see you this summer, later this summer on August 22nd for
If it does,
Gamescom
I'll take a
Opening
small
Night
break.
Live in Germany, and again in December when we come together here in Los Angeles to celebrate 10 years of the Game Awards. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll just take a small break. I'll just keep this running in the meanwhile. No. That's not today. The Volva Digital is tomorrow. Or, well, I mean, technically, yeah, you could say today, sure. Or, pretty sure it's tomorrow. Technically. Hold up. Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's in a bit. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. EDT, which is after midnight for me. So yeah, technically tomorrow. Figured it was Cuphead. I have a show too, I believe. I don't think this is the show, but kind of see the wires. Yeah, you can see the wires. Oh, especially there. Lol. Yeah. UK time. Hawaiian time zones. After midnight my time.
And welcome to the Day of the Dead Digital Showcase. Thanks to Jeff Keighley for having us be part
Early.
of his Summer Games Fest. And thank you to all of you, the millions of people watching out. Millions of people? God, that can't be right. This thing has really grown since it started 10 years ago here in San Francisco. Day of the Devs was an idea from Double Fine Productions and their friends at I Am 8-Bit to put on a show that really celebrated video games and focused on the fans and the developers and brought them together to meet and celebrate games. It started as a live event here in San Francisco where we had developers showing their games where people could play them and also listen to music and eat food and drink, and it was really just a festival of amazing creativity and a very inspiring event. And then during the pandemic it became digital only, and now we're doing both, a live event and a digital showcase so people from around the world can enjoy all of these amazing games. We had a record number of submissions this year, more people wanting to be part of Day of the Devs than any year previously, and we have more world premieres today than ever before. I'm excited. I hope you're excited, and please, without further ado, enjoy Day of the Devs.
Okay.
Digital Showcase. There would be effects on that. It looks like good.
I'm pleased to introduce a brand new game from a team that is near and dear to my heart. This is from Greg Lobanoff and the team at Wishes Unlimited, who made incredible games like Wandersong and Chicory. Here's their new title, Beastie Ball.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Greg Lobanov, and I am bouncing off the walls excited to finally tell you what my friends and I have been working on together ever since Chicory came out a couple years ago. Introducing Beastie Ball!
The base Pokemon-like game? No, wait, not exactly.
Beastie Ball is a turn-based RPG where you coach a team of beasties to play Beastie Ball, which is kind of like volleyball. You play as this customizable coach character, and you can explore this huge open world, recruiting all kinds of beasties to your team. Then you can challenge rival sports teams as you rise your way through the Beastie Ball rankings.
Okay.
Beasties are highly social creatures that evolved to play sports. In their natural wild state, they're constantly playing Beastie Ball to build friendships, to settle disputes, or just to have fun. When beasties play together, they actually become friends with one another.
Hope there's a bit more to it than they show right
They can
now.
form different kinds of friendships. But whether they become besties or rivals or partners or sweethearts, they'll get some kind of unique combo ability that only that pair of beasties can do, which can turn the tide in a really tough match.
Ouch.
So with this game, we really wanted to emphasize the beasties' agency as living creatures. They're doing their own thing, making their own decisions. They'll only join your team after being convinced by you fulfilling a certain set of conditions while you're playing against them. The goal isn't to collect as many beasties as you can, but to spend time with the ones that you care about and be surprised by the ways that they grow and change, and the bonds that they form with each other.
Very Pokemon-like.
We knew we wanted to create a really wide variety of beasties that each have their own ecological niche and way of playing Beastie Ball. So we're working with a really wonderful bunch of concept artists and spending a lot of time on each design. All the beasties have a range of colors and sizes, and their poses and animations are all hand-drawn, which gives us lots of opportunity to express their personalities and their different ways of moving.
To help give each beastie that personality, we've been doing unique voices for them. Each one can express a range of emotions, and we've had a lot of fun performing that. But it's not all just friendships and rainbows. This game is about sports.
You come from a tiny town built around a nature preserve. You're kind of underdogs until one day when the Beastie Ball League shows up and starts tearing down the preserve to build a stadium. Your only way to stop the construction is to rise all the way to the top of the Beastie Ball League.
Right from the start of your adventure, you'll be able to see all the ranked teams on your map. You decide where to go, who to challenge, and in what order. And every time you defeat a ranked coach, the other ranked coaches become stronger. So no matter which way you go, you'll have a tough and exciting rise to the top.
We're so excited to finally reveal this. It's a really special project for us. And if Beastie Ball looks cool to you too, then please check us out at beastieballgame.com. We're going to be revealing a crowdfunding campaign very, very soon, and we'd love to have your support. Thanks very much. We can't wait to talk to you more about Beastie Ball.
In Hyper Light Breaker, Heart Machine's follow-up title in the Hyper Light universe, you'll assume the role of a mercenary with some serious skills. You'll be entering the Overgrowth, an amazing open world with everything from lush rolling hills to deep labyrinths. They'll be comprised of both handcrafted and procedural elements, just how I like my levels. Like its predecessor, it'll be chock full of secrets and lore, sure to satisfy even the most curious explorer. You'll face off against enigmatic enemies, armed with an arsenal of weapons that you've crafted with the spoils of your previous battles. And for those die-hard fans that have been eagerly awaiting its release, we have some never-before-seen sneak peeks. This is Hyper Light Breaker.
Hello, I'm Alex, creative director at Heart Machine, and we're making Hyper Light Breaker.
Okay.
Hyper Light Breaker is a huge, stylish, bloody game. As is our MO, it's a game that's vivid but bleak, with a crumbling world that can be brutal and beautiful all at once. It's a major landmark for us, and the first of its kind, an open world game where you never return to the same world twice. You could say it's a mix of incredible open world games like Breath of the Wild, distilled into the format of a roguelike such as Dead Cells or Hades. You can play alone or with friends cooperatively online.
Oh, what's that
Breaker's
other
narrative
game?
will be presented fully through visual storytelling, where you'll discover and decipher the mystery of this world and lost land from long ago. Every world will be different, loaded with dangerous creatures, razor-sharp combat, vast overgrown wilderness, long-dead civilizations, and new discoveries in a mysterious, vibrant, yet horribly ominous atmosphere. Each biome in the world is different, with unique dangers, set pieces, and stories of their own. There will be massive bosses to take down in an open structure with dangerous, unique, and challenging sub-bosses scattered throughout runs. You'll pick up new gear, make new builds, unlock new characters, upgrade your equipment as you bring back more and more materials from
So there are more characters. Cool.
We've learned so
Seems
much
like
from
a
previous
gameplay
games,
first kind of
building up
thing.
amazing tech and a deep well of
Pretty
knowledge
good.
and experience as a team. Breaker's the culmination of all that incredible work, and we're excited to have you experience it for yourself. We'll have a lot more information on the game as we come closer and closer to early access later this year.
And now, in true Day of the Devs fashion, we're traveling halfway around the globe to Transylvania to bring you a game that is not what you expect. From developer Stone Skip and publisher iam8bit Presents, I'm thrilled to bring you a world premiere title that is not only relaxing and enjoyable, it's chill and vibey. Let that anxiety go while you play Simpler Times.
Colonies. Music.
Hi there, welcome. I'm Lara.
And I'm Dragos of Stoneskip Studio. We are a small team from Transylvania, and our mission is to create meaningful interactive experiences. Our first game, Simpler Times, sheds light to the beauty of the ordinary and serves as a place from the past where you can be present.
Simpler Times follows Taina on a heartwarming journey through her memories as she prepares to leave her childhood home.
Man, it's getting pretty full. It's starting to feel like I'm never gonna come back.
We want you to slow down and savor the present moment by immersing you in Taina's world.
It's apple picking season. My favorite.
Through visual storytelling and mindful interactions, you will journey alongside her as she delves into her past and uncovers her authentic self.
With each puzzle, Taina grows closer to adulthood and you'll be there to guide her. From simple activities like picking dried leaves from a plant to more complex ones like building a birdhouse, you'll interact with objects that hold sentimental value for Taina.
I really wish I could take you with me. I'm gonna miss our duets together.
We know the world is getting faster every day. We live in it too. We wanted to create a space where players can take a break, slow down, and enjoy something meaningful.
Chill.
Simpler Times stems from stories we believe need to be told and heard. Inspired by this very place we're now sitting in, the game is a reflection of the physical spaces we spend time in and the memories we hold dear.
I've spent so much time here looking out the window. It's hard to believe that I won't see this view for a while.
We want to build a sense of awareness and appreciation for the world around us, encouraging you to reflect on your own memories and experiences.
Simpler Times is coming soon on PC and other platforms, so make sure to wishlist on Steam and follow us on social media.
Thanks for taking the time to listen. We hope you'll enjoy playing Simpler Times as much as we enjoyed creating it. Bye!
Bye!
It's like childhood is the beach and growing up is the sea. Can I still take all these seashells with me? Can I lock them in a chest with my memories?
This next game is from Sad Owl Studios and Thunderful Publishing. It's a really unique puzzle game built around a camera mechanic where the photos that you take become 3D worlds to explore. This is Viewfinder.
Oh, I've seen this. This one could be pretty cool.
Viewfinder is a difficult game to describe in words, but if you saw it, you'd immediately recognize it.
What is this place?
It is a game that, gives players a lot of freedom.
What's an old photograph doing here?
You can take photos or find photos and then make them into real 3D spaces.
Hang on, did you just shift reality? Sick.
What makes it unique is the central mechanic where you're using a camera and pictures to reshape and reconfigure the world around you in order to solve challenges in creative ways.
It's such a unique experience, and I think everybody is just going to have a different experience of how they play Viewfinder, and that's just a really nice thing to it.
A perfect fit. An elegant solution.
That doesn't look right.
You can rotate reality too!
If I was to compare Viewfinder to other games, I'd say it's like the gameplay of Portal combined with the visual illusions of Superliminal or Antechamber.
Ooh.
People have also compared it to The Witness and Manifold Garden and various other first-person puzzle games. It's a puzzle game, but it's very
This looks really cool.
sandboxy and playful and open-ended.
The whole concept of when we started is that when you actually create something, you do destroy a lot of things. And, that's just a very important lesson in creation. Viewfinder is created by different people. And, we have people from all over the world who have such a diverse and interesting cultures.
Each character comes from a different culture. There's a lot of sort of culture-specific props and items and themes who you learn about, mostly through environments and environmental storytelling. And so we've tried to sort of make these special spaces.
I'll be right back, since this seems to take quite a while.
Who they are, what they like to do.
I'm sure you noticed by now, but using film was always Mirren's idea. One of her many passions. Celion was always fond of games.
It's just very important for us to just put in what we know so that the rest of the world could also, have a glimpse of the experiences that we've had.
This must be the next stage. Let's go!
We received a record number of submissions for this Summer Game Fest edition of Day of the Devs, but this next game didn't actually come through that process. We have eyes everywhere, and the curation team is always looking for games. This next one actually came from Twitter because the creator was posting all these amazing GIFs, and we reached out via DM and asked if we could feature the game. So here it is, this beautiful, gorgeous, hand-drawn ghost story called Haunty.
Hello everyone, my name is Leo Dasso, and I'm with Moonloop. Together we're making a game called Haunty. The main mechanic in Haunty is that as a ghost you can haunt things and get access to their abilities. There's a big variety of things that you can haunt in this game. I think you'll have a lot of fun sort of exploring around and seeing what different things you can haunt and the abilities that they give you. Core mechanics resemble very much a twin-stick shooter. However, unlike twin-stick shooters, it focuses less on the high-intensity moments and more on finding creative ways to use the twin-stick paradigm to create fun solutions to the challenges in the game. Haunty follows the story of a ghost in the afterlife, and beyond that it really expands into a lot of ghosts in the afterlife and sort of the stories that they have. The progression and story of Haunty both center around collecting these stars, and the stars have this special ability that they give ghosts access to pieces of their past life that they've left behind. The environments and characters are all carefully crafted with a 2D hand-drawn style, so there's a lot of painstaking frame-by-frame animation work in there. And we have a fantastic soundtrack.
Okay, what did I miss?
And so it all sort of comes together to give you this sort of tour through the afterlife, chilled out experience. If this is something you're interested in, be sure to wishlist it. It helps us out a lot.
Looks pretty cool.
Our next game is a bit of a blast from the past. It arrived on the scene around 12 years ago, quickly became the talk of the town, and won a handful of awards, including the Seamus McNally Grand Prize at GDC's Independent Games Festival. But then, shortly afterwards, both the game and its creator vanished. That game was Cart Life, a slice-of-life simulation game that put you in the shoes of various street vendors and tasked you with setting up a successful business selling bagels or newspapers. As the story unfolds, you'd soon find yourself making tough choices and trying to balance keeping your business afloat with the needs of your character and their families. It was a truly unique, powerful, and special game, and it's super sad that it's been unplayable now for the better part of a decade. But it gives me great pleasure to tell you that, lovingly restored and better than ever, Cart Life is back.
Hi, I'm Nick Herman. I'm with Ad Hoc Studio, and we're here to show you Cart Life. Cart Life is a retail simulator developed by Richard Hoffmeyer and was originally released in 2013, where it won a bunch of awards at the Independent Games Festival. For a variety of reasons, he ended up pulling it off Steam, but all of us at Ad Hoc are such big fans of Richard's work. Now we're partnering with him to help bring it back. In Cart Life, you can play as 3 different characters in any order. Each have their own unique background and circumstances, but what they all have in common is that they're trying to make it as street vendors. Melanie is a recently divorced mother and has moved back into her family home with her daughter, all the while trying to establish her new coffee cart. Andres is a Ukrainian immigrant who is trying to put down roots in a new town by opening a newspaper stand. And Vinny has big dreams, but never enough money to make it happen. He's hoping that selling his homemade bagels will help turn things around for him. Managing your own cart is not an easy job. Just like in real life, in Cart Life, your resources are limited.
Okay.
You need to take care of yourself and others, and how you prioritize the needs of your cart against the personal needs of each character will determine the outcome of their stories. The world of Cart Life is alive and filled with characters who are potential customers that you'll get to know as you try to build your business. There's no right or wrong way to play this game. What players choose to do with the time that they have with each character is entirely up to them. Everyone's experience will be different based on the choices they make, what they prioritize, and even the order in which they choose to play the characters. This release is going to have a bunch of new story content, new art, updated controls and mechanics, and we really look forward to sharing it all with you on PC and console later this year.
The skateboard renaissance has been
That
going on
seems,
for the last couple years
decent.
in games, and as we get deeper into the grind revival, things are getting a little more avant-garde and daring.
Good.
This next one gives you all that Tony Hawk mechanical goodness that you crave, but with a heavy helping of demons and brimstone. This is the world premiere of Hellskate.
Hello, my name is Jordi van den Bussen, also known as Kwobbelkop. I'm the CEO and founder of Phantom Coast, and today I'll be talking about Hellskate.
All right, Anton, first try. Here we go.
Okay, different.
No! That was a good combo! All right, that's it.
Seems a bit busy.
Again?
Hellskate takes place in Wertheim. Here you play as Anton Falcon, a skater through and through. All Anton wants to do is skate at Wertheim's fabled beach, even if that means he has to go through the gods and monsters who will do anything to stop him and his skater friends from doing what they love most. The skateboard mechanics are very similar to the arcade-like games such as Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I mean, our lead game designer Steve actually worked on Tony Hawk's Underground.
It started a long time ago, the idea, and the far-off, far-flung land of 2002, I worked on a game called Tony Hawk Underground. And at the time we were working on it, we were thinking, man, this really looks a lot like an RPG or an action RPG. You have all these stats and you're upgrading and all this kind of stuff. It's super cool, super neat, right? But of course, we're bound to Tony Hawk, we're bound to the real pro skaters. It always seemed to me that skate graphics create and imply such an interesting world, but it's not a coherent world that you can visit. So that was one of the motivations behind Hellskate. Hellskate is a skateboarding roguelike game. It fuses together old school skateboarding with the tricks and traversal, manuals, grinds, jumps, balance meters with a roguelite structure.
Just like with other games in the roguelite genre, death is a central mechanic in the game. When you die in a run, thankfully you don't lose everything. You keep your resources which you can use to get permanent upgrades such as tattoos or skateboards, which act as weapons. The combat in our game can be described as a fast-paced skateboard hack and slash. While you have your light and heavy attacks, the core of the gameplay revolves around your skateboarding tricks.
The game should be quite easy for people to pick up and play. It has a combat system which is meant to be very friendly, very forgiving and rewarding, especially at the beginning. And then gradually it teaches you and ramps up the skill of the skateboarding, where you need it, when you need it.
Why did you stop me from skating?
Look at yourself. Your wing, your arm, what do you think happens when that gets to your head?
Thank you for watching this reveal of Hellskate. Wishlisting the game would mean the world to us. Thank you.
In our next game, Henry Halfhead, you play as Half a Head. That's it. That's the game. But it's so much more than that too, because you see, Henry can be many things, can be anything, in fact. He has the curious ability to be able to transform into anything he can reach. Using this peculiar power and perplexing form, you'll live the life of the title character, navigating sandbox situations crafted by Zurich-based developers Lululu Entertainment, and in so doing, maybe ponder the philosophical questions. Who is? How is? What does it mean to be Henry Halfhead?
Welcome! May I introduce you to Henry. Henry's not just anyone. If they're anything, they're, well, everything. Henry can transform into everything in their reach. Yes, everything. And that's how they manage their daily life. The familiar noise of Henry's alarm clock announces the dawn of a new day. And it will keep ringing until Henry gets up and calms the nervous, quivering machine. Tick tock,
tock. At least half awake, Henry is ready for their morning routine, which they usually start by making their bed. Staying in bed is tempting, but only leads to regret later. Henry knows that if you want to change the world, you have to start off by making your own bed. Completing this simple task in the morning gives Henry a little bit of pride and the feeling of control over their life. With part of the morning routine done, Henry was ready to freshen up.
It's unique.
For hours, Henry could sit there, lifting the seat up and down, pretending it was a singing mouth. Not too hot, not too cold.
He is gonna drown.
Henry bought a turmeric soap. They didn't know, they just liked the color. It's actually great for their skin. That got all the dirt. Henry should now dry themselves. All clean and dry, Henry is now ready for a proper breakfast. Breakfast with a warm beverage is important, and so is keeping up with the news.
This week. That's all for now. Have a wonderful day.
The best drink Henry can make from beans. The candy of nature, delicious. Well fed and well informed, Henry has to get ready and pack for work.
Okay.
If Henry takes their lunchbox and leaves now, they can catch the 8 o'clock bus.
Double the Henry, double the fun. Play Henry's not-so-ordinary everyday life in co-op mode. Henry! Everyday life with a twist.
Our next game is from Jeppe Carlsen, a creator who's perhaps best well known for his work as master puzzle creator on Limbo and Inside. We had the honor of working with him to publish 2 of his solo projects as part of Double Fine Presents: rhythm action platformer 140 and co-op arcade shooter Thoth, 2 of the most fiendishly well-designed and fun puzzle games I've ever played that truly give you a sense for and appreciation of Jeppe's contributions to those Playdead titles. His new game sees him teaming back up with Jakob Schmidt, composer of 140, and applying his trademark puzzle skills to a beautiful, mind-bending adventure game. This is Cocoon.
Hello, I'm Jakob, co-founder and audio director of Geometric Interactive in Copenhagen. I would like to show you what our amazing team has been working on for the last couple of years. Our game, Cocoon.
Okay. Good start.
Cocoon is an adventure game with multiple worlds, and each of these worlds are contained within an orb. Let me demonstrate by jumping out of the world which we are currently exploring. Just like that, we are now in a world outside. The orange orb here contains the world we were previously exploring. Let's jump out one more time. We are now in a world even further outside and can explore this world using the orange orb that we picked up.
Okay.
Orbs can be placed on switches to power devices and solve puzzles. And you can even throw them into pipes.
Pretty cool.
You can use the hierarchy of worlds within worlds to solve interesting puzzles. For example, to safely avoid this moving barrier, you simply jump out of the world, let it pass by, and jump back in.
Seems like a pretty cool mechanic.
Now, Cocoon is not only about exploration and puzzles. Within each world, you have to face a mighty guardian. Here is a first glimpse of one of these encounters.
Wee. Starfish with tentacles. Okay, that thing kind of lowered. Interesting.
We hope you look forward to exploring the mysterious worlds of Cocoon, releasing later this year on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch.
Must have had a bit of funding if you can release it on that many platforms. I mean, we're still talking indie. How indie are we talking? Because it did look good.
And now, I'm pleased to bring you a title from French-Canadian developer Impossible. In this relaxing artistic exploration game, you play a painter with a watercolor brush and a whole city to explore. This game is more than appropriate for Day of the Devs Summer Game Fest edition because its title, Été, in French, translates to the word summer.
Hi, my name is Laszlo, and I'm the creative director at Impossible. We are a small Montreal-based indie studio working on our first title, Été.
He seems to
Été,
collect
you see
something.
the world through the eyes of a painter, with every surface acting like a blank canvas, just waiting for you to fill it with color. Été means summer in French, because it's set in our French-speaking hometown of Montreal, Canada, as you step into the shoes of a painter who's traveling abroad for, well, the summer. This is a game for people who love pure exploration. You're free to roam open city scenes at your own pace, following your curiosity, getting sidetracked, and discovering secrets along the way.
Pretty chill. Yucko.
When you fill something with paint, you'll extract its color as droplets of experience, and as you level up, you'll become able to unleash larger splashes of paint that reveal a bigger part of the world at once. You'll also meet plenty of locals, taking part in their lighthearted, everyday anecdotes, and some of them will even commission artworks from you.
Whoa!
Using your bike, you can travel quickly back to your apartment and paint those commissions on canvas.
Okay. Missed opportunity. No
That's where your
snowman.
creativity comes into play. At your easel, you can create gorgeous watercolor artworks using
I
anything
swear,
you've
that's the
discovered
McDonald's
in your
card.
expedition so far. Stamps on your canvas can be freely moved, resized, rotated in 3D, and even recolored. The canvas is pretty much your sandbox that lets you put your own spin on commissions. And if you're feeling inspired, you can paint as many creative artworks as you like without any kind of limitation. With hundreds of unlockable stamps at your disposal and dozens of commissions to inspire you, the only limit really is your imagination.
Pretty unique. I
Apart
like it.
from living your best life as the friendly neighborhood painter, you'll also get to meet other like-minded artists, like Marianne, an ambitious photographer, and Theo, a talented musician, among many others. If you manage to befriend them, maybe they'll let you in on their best-kept secret, an abandoned building that could become your very own painting studio. But you'll have to dive into that story for yourself. It is coming out in 2024, and we hope you'll enjoy your adventures as a traveling painter in this lovingly crafted, whimsical summer world.
Hi everybody, how are you liking the show so far? This is the time where we take a brief break to talk about the long and complicated process by which we accept games into the nominating committee and all the legal ramifications and the technical rules that go with the accounting of the...
Tim, sorry. I thought that, yeah, I thought I was doing something here too.
All right, okay.
All right. Hey, Kelly from Indie Mega Booth here with a very exciting announcement. We're back. Woo!
Hey.
If you're a fan of indie games, you may have seen the Indie Mega Booth at shows like PAX West and PAX East over the last decade, bringing together a curated selection of the best up-and-coming indie titles. Games like Crypta the Necrodancer, Tunic, Disco Elysium, Spiritfarer, Celeste, Mini Metro, Astroneer, The Stanley Parable, and Papers, Please
Still gotta play that game.
have
It's
all
on my
been part
wish
of the
list.
Indie Mega Booth community. If you're a dev, you'll likely know us from our industry work, such as our GDC showcases, our presence at Bit Summit, our global outreach and events, including a robust scholarship and grant program. And if you've never heard of any of this, well, that's fine. Just think of us as like a stepping stone into the games industry, where folks who love indie games can connect with each other, discover new games, and be part of a welcoming, diverse, broad, creative community. Indie Mega Booth has been in hibernation during the pandemic, but we are so excited to announce that we're finally waking up from our big long slumber, and we're ready to move forward with IMB 2.0. Head on over to our brand new website, indiemegabooth.com, and be Indie Know by signing up for our newsletter. Learn about new games, upcoming showcases, digital sales, and the best ways to help support the games and developers that you know and love. As we've always said, individually we're tiny, together we're mega.
We have another world premiere for y'all, and it's also really thematically appropriate for this showcase. You'll see why in a second. It's from an aesthetically amazing studio called Land and Sea. They're famous for the Alto series that you know and love, but this next one is not what you're expecting from them. It'll be herding your way. It'll be flocking your way. No, I like herding. It'll be herding your way next year. It's called Summerhill. It's about sheep.
Yeah, you knew it.
Hi there, my name is Harry Nesbitt, and I'm the founder and creative director of Land and Sea. We're a small team from the UK, best known as the developers of the Alto's Adventure series. Now, over the last few years, we've been busy growing the team and laying the groundwork for our most ambitious project yet. It's an entirely new IP that aims to build on the themes that we care about most as a studio. And we're super excited to be able to share this exclusive first teaser with you today. So please take a look, and I'll be back at the end to tell you more.
Not familiar with those games. It's pretty cool. Oh god, don't push him off the hill. Mechanics are pretty solid. Wonder what this is about. Maybe a puzzle game. I think it is.
We hope you enjoyed this first look at our brand new game, Summerhill. To give you a little bit more detail, Summerhill is a story-driven puzzle game in which you play as a young shepherd and their dog. Together you'll be setting out to rescue your lost flock that have been scattered across the mysterious land that lies at the border of your home. Summerhill brings together gentle problem solving, fluid herding-based gameplay, and striking pastoral landscapes to tell a timeless coming-of-age folktale. As a team, we've been massively inspired by the rich history and cultural impact of sheep herding across the world. There are few people or places that haven't been impacted in some small way by the practice of shepherding. Even the name, Summerhill, is a name often given to highland pastures where sheep are taken to graze during the warmest months of the year. In many ways, sheep herding is in our DNA, and we really want to do justice to this timeless tradition and tell a story that could only be told in this way. We're also super excited to be working again with our longtime collaborator, Todd Baker. Todd is a composer and audio designer best known for his work on games such as Monument Valley 2, Dreams, and our very own Alto's Odyssey. We can't wait to share more with you, so if you'd like to be the first to hear about what we're up to, please head over to our Steam page to wishlist the game, or go to summerhill.game to join our mailing list. Thanks again, and we look forward to sharing more with you again soon.
Next up, we have an update on Eternites. This is from Studio Psy, essentially a one-person team with a few friends helping out on the side. And it's a dating action game. Now, you've heard a lot about this title.
Sorry.
What's happening?
I'm sorry, Greg. I know I shouldn't be interrupting Day of the Devs. But it's urgent. A virus has turned most of us into... I don't know how much longer we can hold out.
Okay.
It won't be easy, and the road will be long, but who knows? Maybe we'll find one more thing worth fighting for. Eternites is a dating action game that takes adrenaline-fueled combat and mixes it together with a heartfelt love story. Can I be honest for a moment? With all these infected, it's too much. And it's during these moments that I'm happy to have someone to lean on. Fighting for our lives, solving puzzles, exploring dungeons. It all seems easier when you have someone special by your side to make things less scary. So...
Twitch reconnecting me twice already.
Did you just
well, reconnecting. Spoken to the chat room twice, but
the teacher might hear us. Hey. Have you ever passed a note to your crush? I mean, or you can just fight for friendship. That's cool and not... Wow, we are so cheesy. Mini-games! We have so many mini-games that can help you unlock unique skills and spells in battle. So yeah, you can fight monsters, explore dungeons, date? I mean, so many things like train, scavenge, date. Did I say date twice? Anyway, you have to manage and balance all these activities if you want to save the world. The clock is ticking. Okay, cool.
I'm typically into romance games, but the rest of it, I am. Kinda.
Wishlist now.
Next up, from Italian-Icelandic developer Evil Licorice, comes a
I'll give it a shot, maybe.
nostalgia-fueled gadget-building sim that demystifies electronics engineering and allows you to share your creations with the community.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Bancale from
I'll be making a giant list, by the way, for all these events, so all the games are pretty much listed. So I got it on my project site. Gonna be a lot of work though, since it's still not fully functional.
I love the feeling of seeing something happening on a screen like this one when I rotate the knob or I press the buttons. And this is where the idea for Retro Gadgets comes from, is to being able to build digital gadgets with little effort. We love Pico 8 by Lexaloff because it brings you this retro environment where you can build your own games in Lua. And we also love Shenzhen.io by Zachtronics because it managed to teach you low-level programming effortlessly.
Cool.
And Retro Gadgets tries to take the best of both worlds and adds a layer of hardware building and customization. All this is packaged in a cozy and retro-inspired environment. We have a fantastic community, and people have been creating insane gadgets that go well beyond our initial expectations. So please join our Discord server and check them out. Retro Gadgets is in early access on Steam, and we have big plans in store. Bye.
Retro Gadgets.
If you've ever watched the Mars Curiosity rover on one of its missions, you very well may have become fascinated by one of the hyper-specific contraptions and gadgets it keeps on board to measure soil samples and hunt for traces of water. Our next game poses a very important question though. Sure, Curiosity can tell us the weather on a planet millions of miles away, but can it deliver a pizza? In Mars First Logistics from Shape Shop, you'll be given the task of carrying awkwardly shaped objects from point A to point B by assembling and piloting your very own Mars rovers. And in doing so, perhaps you will solve the pepperoni-based problems that truly matter.
Hello, I'm Ian McClarty from Shape Shop. We're a small team based in Melbourne, Australia, and we're making this game, Mars First Logistics.
Okay.
In Mars First Logistics, you'll be helping to establish a colony on the surface of Mars. You'll do this by transporting often awkwardly shaped objects between A and B, using vehicles that you design and build yourself.
Okay. Nice. That's a big pizza, by the way. Oh no.
As you complete deliveries, the game will give you new toys to play with.
Pretty cool. Oh no. Yeah, I saw that coming. That's a tall crane.
The game is set in a vast open world, and you're free to pick and choose which jobs you'd like to take on. There's a mix of procedurally generated side jobs and handcrafted main contracts. In the main contracts, you'll be helping to construct new buildings in the game's world.
Looks like the Futurama space rocket.
One of the main challenges in the game is figuring out how to pick up each item and deliver it safely to its destination using the parts that you have available. as you build up your collection of parts, more creative options will become available to you. And I think a lot of the fun in the game is just messing around and being creative in its editor.
We talk.
And finally, I'm really excited to announce that Mars First Logistics will be launching into Steam Early Access on the 22nd of June. That's just 2 weeks away, and we're really looking forward to seeing what everyone builds in the game. Thank you.
That'd be cool.
You'd think the aftermath
Depending
of
on
the
the
worldwide
complexity.
flood would be pretty bleak, right?
Little.
Well, UK and Denmark-based studio Die Gute Fabrik has a different take. From the studio that brought you Mutazione and Sports Friends comes the all-new adventure set in the sprawling post-flood world of Salt Sea. The adventure unfolds differently with every decision, so there's always something new to see in your next playthrough. So buckle your swashes and get ready for the world premiere of the stylish, seaworthy Salt Sea Chronicles.
Hello. We are Die Gute Fabrik. I'm Hannah Nicklin from Die Gute Fabrik, and we made Salt Sea Chronicles. We're super stoked to show you the world premiere of Salt Sea Chronicles today. It's a flooded world, story-driven adventure game where you play as a ship's whole crew. At the beginning of the game, you're going to discover that Maya, your captain, has gone missing, and together your ragtag crew are going to heist a ship and set out across the Salt Sea archipelago in search of clues. In each chapter of the game, you'll decide where to head next, who to explore with from the crew when you get there, and what to say to the people that you meet along the way. Salt Sea Chronicles' unique art style is brought to life by beautiful animation, and each location is built on the fragments of this world that came before. Our art team have really
Missed the
done
show, but I
an
don't think I
incredible job.
can watch the
One of
Volvo
my
Digital.
favourite locations is called Los Gatos.
Depending on how
and
long
that
this one
island,
will
the
last.
people there live symbiotically
Because I do
with
gotta
this
work tomorrow.
community of cats.
I'm already noticing that
As
I'm
you
getting
explore,
tired a
you'll
little.
find a brand new trick-taking card game designed especially for the world of Salt Sea. It's a really good way to sort of take a break from the story. It's called Spoils, and you can play it all over the archipelago, and you might discover how each
We can still watch
community
it
has slightly
tomorrow.
different
We
house
can
rules.
watch it back, surely.
Another thing we're super proud of is our exploration system. So we're sort of done away with the walk of shame in adventure games. So if you miss a clue, instead of sort of slowly traipsing to the other end of the island, you're just going to tap the shoulder button on your controller or select a screen span arrow to move almost instantaneously across a space. It allows us to lay the story down away from a linear path much more organically. Salt Sea Chronicles doesn't tell a story about a hero. It's a story about a community and how you navigate the world together. And each community that you meet in turn is going to be rich and amusing and strange maybe, and have its own things going on. There's also a strong sense of genre-based storytelling too. So while you might be new to the world of Salt Sea, you'll know that you're in a Scooby-Doo chapter or a Romeo and Juliet chapter or a detective one. There are plenty of laughs, but tough choices and meaningful moments too. Our writer's room of award-winning storytellers have done an incredible job. We're so delighted to share Salt Sea Chronicles with you all today, and I can't wait for you to explore the rich world, get to know the wonderful characters, and to hear what paths you chart when you play.
All right, this next game, sorry. Tim keeps texting. Let's see. Oh, Tim wants me to read something. Apologies, but this seems important. The thing I love most about Day of the Devs, says Tim, as Tim, I don't know, is getting to know all these amazing game developers. I love hearing them describe their games and their creative process, but I wish I could hear more. I wish I could be a fly on the wall, eavesdropping all their private conversations, all their ups and downs, their trials and tribulations, while making a real video game over the course of 7 years. Too bad there's no way to do it. Or is there? This is actually pretty cool. Two-Player Productions was embedded with Double Fine for the course of 7 years while they were making Psychonauts 2, and they made a super hyper-duper long documentary series, unlike anything you've ever seen in games. All the intimacy, all the tears, the outrage and joys, and all the things that happen in game development that you never really
Yeah, how much
documented
acid will I need for this one?
like this.
Since it's made by the same devs as
So here's a very
Psychonauts.
quick sneak peek at their incredibly long series. We highly encourage you to watch this thing. It's amazing.
So what's next?
Psychonauts 2. To get to the dollar amount we're talking about, it's probably going to take financing from a lot of different avenues.
Whenever Grasslands is going to start, Tim's just going to start taking our people.
So there's a ton of stuff going on right now. It's kind of breaking me. But you know, it's fun. It'll be really rewarding when it's done.
Hopefully you get a chance to work on a Psychonauts game in the near future. Thank you for helping us bring back Psychonauts. Thank you. 3, 2, 1.
Wasn't there a Psychonauts 2 Kickstarter or something?
To submit your game for future Day of the Devs, or to just hear about Day of the Devs in general, go to dayofthedevs.com for more info.
Thank you to all the incredible sponsors that have been with us since the very beginnings of Day of the Devs. We're going on 11 years. We could not pay for any of this without these sponsors. They donate to us, ask for nothing in return except a showcase of incredible games from indie devs all around the world. So please, applause for all the cool logos on the screen. We appreciate you. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you. Thank you again to the incomparable Dose One. He's been supplying the beats for all the transitions between all these amazing games ever since we started doing these digital showcases for Day of the Devs. Thank you again. You're a hero amongst heroes. Go check out his music. It's amazing. Hell, Dose One is incredible. Thank you for watching Day of the Devs yet again. If you're looking for more information or you just want to subscribe to the coolest newsletter in all the land, go to dayofthedevs.com. The URL on your screen. Follow us on social media. We got more coming up this year. Thank you to our friend Jeff Keighley. The Summer Game Fest showcase was amazing. We're so happy to be a part of Summer Game Fest for these last many years. Definitely stick around. We're not completely done yet. We have a musical performance featuring the sounds of New Caledonia, thanks to our friends who made the game Chia. It's worth it. It's really cool. Happening right now.
Okay. Seems fitting. Pretty cool music. Don't like that snake though. We may as well finish it, right? It's been pretty long though, a bit. We are at 3 hours, I think. Shows. Not even including pre-show. There we go. Wonder what kind of crazy stuff they're gonna do this time. Interesting. I was looking at those scepters for Path of Exile, and some of the prices went way down. One was 60 divines, I think. Now it's below 40. And it's a decent thing too. Still not able to get it, but you know. There we go. Oh. 15 minutes. Ah, dang it. Okay. Fine. May as well. Okay, card game. Perhaps. Got that evil vibe going. What announcement? Feels a bit like a yeah. What the heck? Okay. Cool. Not sure what I think of it. I think this is one of those games you have to play to appreciate. League Sword. At least I do. Your current clothes are unattractive. Thanks. Wow.
Karamazoo is a joyful cooperative platformer where up to 10 random players team up and must combine the abilities of 50 different characters to win and complete a loop. Throw yourself on a spike and lay down an adorable little tombstone. Karamazoo is about helping people, working together, and finding bliss in cooperation, even when things go wrong.
Okay. Cool. Good Shepherd.
What are you? Me? I'm mad.
Helpful. Okay. Interesting. Yep, slap me 5 indeed. Okay.
Hey everybody, this is James Mountain, Community Manager here at Grasshopper Manufacturer, and today for our 25th anniversary...
So when do I get to light up some demons?
Hey, what the hell, man? Hey, what the fuck?
The bullet train is here. Hell, monkey. And maybe I will blow your head off nicely.
No.
Lol.
Hey, every demon has the right to pick the music for his own funeral. I do love a party. Demon Hunter, your bullets have no...
I've never played this game, but I've seen it. Wait, this is a sequel, right? Boo. TV's video games he can't play. How boring is that? Oh man. I hope, well, I kind of hope this one doesn't take too long, but at the same time. Excuse me.
Hey kids, it's me, your old pal Volvi, your favorite video game character. Remember me? I'm back. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Is he gonna cut it off?
1. Let's play.
For generations of gamers, this is where it all began. The cultural icon of the gaming industry. More influential than any pop star or politician. The most famous video game mascot of all time. Devolver Digital's very own Volvi. You know him as the star of all your favorite Devolver games. But where did Volvi come from? Many years ago, Devolver Digital hired little-known designer Ronathan Trotfield and tasked him with creating a character that could rival the big names of the day.
You have to remember, we were trying to compete with the heavy hitters. Bonk, Gex, Awesome Possum, Arrow the Acrobat.
I played that Gex game.
And this was no small task.
Yeah, we spent a few years on it, but... to be honest, I don't really remember drawing it.
I remember Ronathan showing us that final design. It was a beautiful moment.
That face, those smart brown shoes, and of course, the masterstroke, his one big hand.
For gaming?
I'd just never seen a character with a hand that big. We knew straight away we had something special.
Volvi was introduced to the world in his first solo game, Field Run, which went on to become a cult hit.
Is
We
that
were
an
seeing the
actual
sales numbers
game?
going up and up. We couldn't believe it. The demand for the character
right.
was insane.
I think it's supposed to be a rat.
And so Volvi went on to star in a string of hit Devolver titles. Hotline Miami.
Isn't that? Oh, that kind of looks like
Cult
the
of the
old
Lamb.
Mission Impossible game on NES.
Grease from Nomada. Ape Out.
Yeah, all
My
of this is
Friend
clearly a
Pedro.
joke, but
Piku Niku. Enter the Gungeon. The list goes on and on. Volvi's popularity had skyrocketed. He was an icon, not just for video games, but pop culture in general.
The Volvi
Volve,
merchandise
really?
was flying off the shelves. I'm talking clothing, toys, and even a range of what we called legally edible snack foods.
Volvi's Mystery Bites. Can you solve the riddle? Join Volvi and try to figure out what's in your mouth.
They're confusing to taste.
But tastes and trends are fickle.
Ugh.
And as the years went by, kids began to want different things from their video game mascots.
18 plus.
We saw the way the market was changing, and we made the difficult decision to part ways with Ronathan. We had no choice. We needed to keep Volvi relevant.
It's Volvi 2.0 in the new game from Devolver Digital.
What the heck?
We lost the big cheeky smile,
I don't need your permission to eat a meat burger.
even the big hand for gaming, in favor of something with more attitude.
Guess what? I have an earache, and I don't care. It's graffiti time.
Looking back on it, maybe we went too far.
Volvi 2.0 performed
Maybe.
poorly,
Maybe.
and the character began a slow but steady decline.
So, we made the decision to quietly discontinue the Volvi franchise.
It felt
Oh
like
no.
I was losing a family member. Well, a distant family member, but it was still quite horrible.
And, nobody's seen him since.
Until now. Good evening, and thank you all for coming
What the
to
hell?
a very, very special night. I'm your host, Chris Jake, and you heard it right, folks. I am so proud to present the launch event for the reboot, rebirth, and return of the world's greatest video game mascot, Volvi!
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Okay, settle down, please, because it gets even better. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Volvi's original creator, Ronathan Trotfield! Come on, Ron! Yes! Wow! Oh my goodness, Ron, what a moment. You are looking fantastic. Please tell me, bro, how do you feel right now on this momentous day?
Very nice.
Wow, that is beautiful. That is amazing. And I, for one, cannot wait to see what you and the team at Devolver have come up with. So, what do you say? You want to see him? Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I present to you the new and improved Volve E!
Volve E, a vehicle?
Oh my God, he is back. Incredible. But how does he work?
I'm glad you asked, Chris. Well, we've taken the heart and soul of what made Ronathan's character so lovable, but we've given him a very important new update. With the latest advances in both biotech and machine learning, Volve E
This thing is gonna shoot the audience. I can already tell.
with today's most powerful
It's
AI
gonna blast them with lasers or whatever.
That's impressive. Yeah.
In short, Valve E can instantly generate brand new, fully playable games based on simple prompts by the player.
Simple prompts, you say?
That's right. The consumer no longer has to wait for a bunch of slow programmers and stinky developers to be inspired.
Wow.
No, they can use Valve E to play what they want, when they want. Here, let me show you. Hey there, Valve E. Generate a game for me. How about one that, oh, I don't know, is a cooperative survival sandbox, but with wizards?
Okay. Wizards.
Listen, and I'll tell you a tale. There they stood, 6 alone, the hunter, the maker, and the wild swamp zone. A young chief rising and a weaver of bone. Remember, the gate was thrown wide, the horror inside. Riders drew iron, there was nowhere to hide. Before it was done, the heroes, yes, everyone, they fell and died.
Looks pretty cool.
It's up to you now, kid.
Okay. Cool. Crafting system. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Shown plenty of gameplay from the looks of it.
Incredible. So wait a minute. Are you saying that game was entirely generated by Valve E? No one had to spend any time or effort making it?
Correct. There was no real creative process at all. Just Valve E and his wonderful machine learning.
He's gonna... Oh.
Oh, no, well, that's a good question, actually. Well, each prompt and game idea has to be digested by Valve E's powerful system. And so, inevitably, there are some waste byproducts.
That thing is gonna go nuts. Just waiting for the laser.
So back to the games. Do you mean to say that anyone can give Valve a prompt? Even, I don't know, me?
Sure, Chris. See for yourself.
Oh, okay. I'm nervous now. Hi, Volvi. Chris Jake. I'm a huge fan of the Talos principle, so I'd like to see something like that, but with new puzzles, a grander story, and big, beautiful worlds to roam around. Oh, and I'd like to see that gameplay right about now.
Ooh.
I can't help but notice that many of these
Building.
structures are not strictly
Oh, wait,
functional.
I think I've seen this.
There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here. This place might be meant to test us, but perhaps there's more to it than that. What are we being tested for? Our worth? Curiosity? Our persistence? And I keep thinking, why puzzles? Is it
Sort
just
of
their
like.
symbolic value? Because the thing about puzzles is that they can be solved.
Talos principle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Now that looks like the kind of game I could really spend my disposable income on. Thanks, Volvi.
What happened to his big hand?
And the best part is that to create a game with Valve E, you don't need any game experience or any of that tech stuff. Who here hasn't dreamt of creating their own game?
I have.
Right?
I have.
You there? Yes! You have a game idea? Yeah, come on up here.
Come on.
Oh god.
Okay, all right. Well, ow, and okay.
Wow.
Be careful, be careful. No, please, be careful. Sorry, it's just, I'm such a big fan. I've been playing with Valve E ever since I was a kid.
The rivalry.
So, do you have a game idea you'd like Valve E to generate?
Okay, how about a super weird walking simulator where you control the character's legs independently from his body? Maybe there's some guys in horses' heads and possibly there's even a mountain?
Right.
But let's see, Volvi, what could you rustle us up?
Don't touch me.
Nate! Nate!
Oh boy.
Nate!
Nate, buddy, family meeting, let's go.
Are you bringing him food again?
Not right now.
Talked about this.
Not right now.
You are
What is that?
literally killing him with these pizzas.
Oh.
You just want to throw him out on the street.
No, he's 35. I want him to have.
That ceiling is low.
Nate, if you can hear my voice, I want you to.
And there comes the ring.
Having a family meeting.
Huh?
What the hell?
Why is he walking like that? Oh boy. Donkey noises. Kind of reminds me of getting over it a little.
Oh, can you not?
It's just I didn't.
Yeah, let's go back in time to when you didn't.
No, I was just trying to catch it.
with my. Sorry,
With your
was
foot,
using my.
yeah, you tried to catch it.
I saw it was starting to go, and I just tried to.
You just kicked. You thought I'll give it a good kick to counteract the fall.
Yeah, I was just trying to steady it. I might be over.
Yeah, you might. You might have. You might have oversteadied it.
No, it was just a little oversteadied.
Well, it's not steady now.
No, well.
See you later.
Wanker.
Yeah.
Kind of figured you had to pick it up again, but good thing you didn't. You didn't. Wait a minute.
Property and you still have to buy it. Okay, give her a big hand. Brilliant.
So what happens if we bring a pro into this? Let's give Valvi something really special here.
What's up, guys? Hey, yo! Hey, how we doing? Guys,
What's the guy's name again? Skill Up?
What you were doing out there, incredible. I could not be more excited to be part of whatever this is.
And thank
Game
you.
reviewer
We're all
nowadays.
massive fans of your influencing. What sort of prompt would you like to give Valve E here?
Okay, try this, Volvi. A much anticipated sequel to a hilarious online co-op game. Just more gameplay, more levels, just better all around.
Okay, Valve, show 'em what you got.
Okay. Human full flat. Phew. I played it a little.
Human Fall Flat 2. I know I'd love to get my hands on a copy of that. Who wouldn't, right? Yeah, come on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that you have all met the new and improved Valve E, it's time for him to meet with you as we connect him to Devolver's global network of gamers.
Yeah, that's right.
Once connected, his powerful technology will be an open source tool free for us all to use.
Wow, that is generous.
Here we go!
Oh boy.
Slight technical hit.
What the heck? Something had to be coming up. Call of the Lamb game. Although I only played the demo, like. Oh god. I'm on 18 plus, but yeah. Might become a little bit violent. Kids. Half-Life 3 confirmed. Oh god. Lol. Some games used to be like this, similar to this. Is he gonna smash him?
Hey kids! Get 50% off all your favorite Volvi merchandise right now! Buy it now! A Division Devolver! Buy it now!
Okay, well, that was something. Typical Devolver, I guess. That was somewhat short. Then again, it passed quicker than I expected. Okay. Well, it seems like that's it. That's also gonna be my exit. I've been here for quite a while, and it's getting late. So let's see. I'll make a list of today's games as well. I still gotta update the list from yesterday, but I do. Yeah. Well, I expected to see more gameplay. Like we saw trailers, like a lot of trailers. Not a. I was hoping for a bit more, maybe. I don't know. Like what was it? Was it game again? A ward with a gun. Like that seemed pretty cool. But there was nothing else to really get me excited. Anyway, I do need to get off because I gotta get up early and I'm already tired as hell. You can probably tell. Anyway, you guys have a good night. I'll see you again tomorrow when we're gonna check out. Tomorrow is gonna be Tribeca Games Spotlight. Well, actually, it's technically today. And then the day after, we're gonna see the Wholesome Direct. Then after that, the OTK One True King Games Expo. Not sure what to expect. And then after that, the big one, Xbox Games Showcase, aka Starfield. Like that, I'm pretty excited about. Then after that, the PC Gaming Show, and then after that, next week, Tuesday, I believe, we got the Capcom Showcase. Let's see this. Oh, well. Anyway, that's it for me. Hope you guys had a good evening, and maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, you know the drill. Stay healthy, stay frosty, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.